Hello everyone. How's everybody doing? I am live. How's my audio? Are you guys gonna let me know if something's wrong? Get it out of the way now. And let's have an awesome stream. Comcast, please don't kill my stream. It would be much appreciated if you didn't. Closing out some extra tabs here I've got open. Where are my... Looking for my live chat here. Alright, so a couple of disclaimers with this video, because I don't want people to get the wrong idea about our products. So, what we're going to be doing is... YouTube's complaining, apparently. YouTube is not receiving enough video to maintain smooth streaming. As such, viewers will experience buffering. Except, I'm not seeing any problems on Streamlabs end, so YouTube must just be being stupid tonight. Go figure. I have the Ender 5 Plus here. As you can see, I've got our LCD conversion kit on here, which is on the site. So right now it says coming soon. I will be adding inventory for the printed parts. You can source all this stuff yourself. If you look at the product page, we list all the BOM, and if you go to the printed part itself, print your own parts. But we'll have these in ABS and PLA. These are about an 8-hour print, just like the other ones, and this comes with all of the hardware, all the screws, the T-nuts, everything. So I have a separate video shot already that I have to edit from when I put this on here, but you do not need an EZBoard to use this LCD screen. This will work with the factory board. So if you want to get rid of the touchscreen, you can do that too. So I have a brand new EZBoard here, and this printer will need the dual Z adapter here. So I will show you this. I actually got new boards to play with tonight instead of you know, the hand-me-downs. So, but I've got a brand new EZBoard here. They come sealed like this. And I don't know when we're going to have the dual Z adapter cables in. This is an add-on. And you will also need the dual cable LCD adapter. So to use it with this printer, use our board, you need this little guy here. And I made a post on our news. If you click news on the page, our website that is, there's a link saying we're out of stock. I do have 500 of them on order, and they're $1.99, but you can get them in like 2 packs on Amazon for about $8 to $9. So surprisingly, we're actually cheaper. Most people only need one. So, but you can get these from other vendors if you don't want to wait for us to restock. But we don't have that many EZBoards left, so you're thinking about doing this upgrade on your printer, I'd recommend ordering it now. I do have more boards in production right now, but those are about 2 to 3 weeks out. So I just want to get that out of the way. So let me grab a dual LCD adapter board out of my bin here. So the 2 add-ons you need to use the board with this printer are the dual cable LCD adapter, which is this little guy here, and the dual Z stepper adapter. So this is stuff that adapts the EZBoard to use these. And then the LCD conversion kit. So I have links to all that in the video description. This works with a standard 128/64 LCD. So what we're going to do is I'm going to actually power this up and show you guys that we do have it working with the stock board. So if you're just looking to do the LCD conversion so you can get rid of the touchscreen, you can see what that looks like. And then I do not have any firmware work done for the Ender 5 Plus. So then we're going to dive in. I'm going to go through the code and show you guys what is involved and get it working. And then I'll have the new firmware updated for this machine for the BL Touch. And I'm going to verify that our Ender 5 bracket for the EZABL also fits in this machine, because the carriage looks like it's the same carriage. And we'll be involved in installing the ABL on there. So that's kind of the plan for tonight. I do think I'm going to need the little cable we had custom made for the ZN stop for the CR10S Pro just for an easier installation, you can cut the wires that go to the BL Touch and wire those into our control box if you are replacing the BL Touch with an EZABL. But I'm going to leave it all intact in case I need to test it on something else. So I'll throw this BL Touch in my parts bin. I've got a couple other ones here, and I just like to have those on hand in case I got to test any firmware issues. I don't use them on any of my machines. So let me see if I have that cable in my drawer. I think I do. And I do. So this is the cable we had made. These are three-pin JSTs, but only 2 are populated, and they're in a certain order. And these are what we use to connect our EZABL control board to the CR10S Pro. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to use this to connect the EZABL control board to my EZABL, because by default, the BL Touch is wired to that. The only thing I believe is that I'm going to be working with a 2-pin end stop inside here. So I'm just going to basically cut off. There we go. I'm going to take my flush cutters and make this a 2-pin cable, because this will still lock in. So you can also pull the header, but we'll cross that bridge when we come to it and see if that's what we need to do. So let me grab a power cable. That one right here. And power this up so I show you guys we have it working, the LCD, with the stock board. So you don't need to put this in if the noise doesn't bother you and you don't really care about having 32-bit. Stock board, your standard CR10S V2.X board. And by 2.X, I mean 2.0, 2.1, 2.2. They're all basically the same board. So multiple different ways to upgrade this machine that we have. All of them through us require you to change the LCD. I do not deal with the touchscreens because they're closed source. Maybe at a later time I will, but the amount of time and effort... Oh, why are we... My video just locked. Oh, we're back. Don't know what's going on. Hopefully I don't have to reboot my computer. Let me check my vitals here on the PC. I don't know if it locked up on you guys or not. No, all my resources look... So, not sure if that works. But anyways, if we have problems, I'll cut the stream and then I'll be back after I restart my computer. So yeah, I see it's throwing an error now. Man, there's a lot of a delay on this because it's set to normal latency. So let me plug this in and I will show you guys. Oops, sorry. I'll show you guys this working before we start going into it, and I will cover what's involved in installing this really quick. Oh, there will be a separate video out showing how to install the LCD. So it's kind of a multi-part upgrade. I figured I have to do this anyways. I don't have any firmware work done for this machine, so might as well stream it. So we have a video showing what's involved in installing this. So let me plug this in. I just ask that you don't judge the print quality on this because this was a very fast print. The ones we sell will not look like this. Actually, I think I have the one. I have the ones I took photos of, so I'm going to swap that out while I'm working on this. These are PLA test prints. Where's my ABS part? Okay, don't know where the ABS part is that I use for the product photos, but this one's good enough for me. So I'm gonna switch this out because this one still has the SD slot exposed, and you're not gonna use the SD slot on here. So we actually have it so it blocks it off, so people don't send us emails telling me their SD slot's not working, because you're just using the screen for the screen. You're not using it for the SD card. Still use the one that's built onto the printer board. So, let me switch over here and show you guys. Rotate this camera here because it's upside down. Rotate 180. So, see here. Here, I'll just power cycle so you guys can see it completely. And this firmware is already on the site too, by the way. So you can see here, oh, it's hard locking. I wonder if it's something with my computer. You guys are in IT, what do you do? Helps if I unmute my mic. And cut the music. All right, I'm back. So, don't know what happened there. I do want to say I see Tyler West is in the house, and a beer materialized while my computer was rebooting. Because we actually didn't drink all the beer from when we had the Makers on Tap and Edutech and Philbun guys over, and R3D. So, let me re-invert this, because apparently I had it rotated. So, as far as I know, everything should be working. My build plate's a little dusty. I've already got our Easy Flex on here, because I'm not a masochist. Flex plates have ruined me. So, I'm going to go to Prepare, Auto Home. I don't know why chat box. I removed chat box because I want to be able to use a video replace for something else. I'm going to delete this from the other views. The BL Touch is not done homing yet. There we go. It is so slow. I can speed up the the probing speed, but then the accuracy goes in the toilet. So, anyways, if you don't want to use the touchscreen, you just want this whole upgrade. If you get everything from us, including the printed part, it's like $20. Highly recommend it, because this is what you don't get on all the touchscreen stuff. You don't get all your BL Touch settings if you're using a BL Touch. The Easy ABL is supported in here. We're going to verify if this Ender 5 mount will work with the 5 Plus. I'm also going to shoot this Logitech camera because, like, I will do terrible things. I'm going to try to be a little less crude going forward here. But I will do things to get a Logitech camera that actually is working autofocus. That's all I'm going to say. So you got full control of your BL Touch. You've got all sorts of different settings: velocity, jerk, acceleration, steps per millimeter. You can even set your offset. On this factory LCD, you can't set your probe offset. Like, just basic stuff that's gone. So I equate this to Android. May not look as pretty, but it is very functional. And the touchscreen is Apple. The touchscreen assumes that you're so stupid you shouldn't be touching these settings. But I digress. I love these screens. Some people love them, some people hate them, but the reality is, if you know what you're doing, you're gonna prefer this over the touchscreen, because the touchscreen feels like you've got training wheels on, and once you start actually getting familiar with your machine, it's going to be very frustrating. So that's why we come out with these. Thermal runaway protection is enabled on stock firmware, so that's not something to worry about. But if you're going to be upgrading and modding your printer, this is what you want to do, and you can just use our firmware, and life is good. So again, we'll be doing the EZBoard, we'll do the firmware, and then I got an ABL kit sitting here. And then, so let's disconnect the power, and I'm going to swap the board. I'll show you guys what that looks like. So let me get my light out of the inside of the frame. This machine is very unwieldy. I'm going to move my beer here. Daniel, if your kids are gone, why don't you spend time with your wife instead of a bunch of nerds? All right. This thing, I don't think you guys understand how big this machine is. This is a big printer. And this one will be going into my personal collection that resides in my office here. So I'm going to see if Aaron actually replaced any fans or anything in this when he had it out in the farm. Let me just adjust my focus here. There we go. So I got my new Bond Huss. I got rid of all my Harbor Freight T-handles, and I went with the brand. Oh, these are twos. I went with the Bond Huss because they're made in the U.S., and I've got their smaller set that aren't the T-handles, and they're like 2 years old, and none of them are stripped out. My Harbor Freight ones with light use, like they weren't in the shop, with just my light use here, they didn't even last 4 months, and they will exchange them, but you know what? I don't want to be exchanging a set of tools every 4 months. So, build volume, I think it's like 350 by 350 by 400 almost. We'll have to figure it out because I have it in the other firmware. So I'm going to pull some settings from our firmware for the stock board, just to save me some time. But I don't recall off the top of my head. I do know the print area is 350 by 350. But the physical bed is like 370 by 376 or 377, depending on who you ask. So these are regular hex. I have their ball head or ball end like Allen key set, but they didn't have. I didn't see these in ball end when I got them. So this is bigger than the X1. And I would buy this over the X1 because the X1's ribbon cables are a huge pain in the ass that will never go away unless you do major mods to them. I'm not very happy with that, and it's well out of warranty. So let's see. I think there was just 6 on this. It's been a while since I opened this up. There we go. All right. Make sure my camera doesn't have a mind of its own. All right. Let me get the light in here. Maybe that's why it looks so green. Normally this camera is not super grainy. Try to get the light in here. You guys can see. Oh, this is awkward. That'll help. All right. So if you guys notice, this is not the stock bed MOSFET because the stock one burned up already. So this is our replacement. This is bolted to the printed part that's on the page for this. and bolted into the stock location, so 4 M3 screws. And then this goes to the factory bed connection to the board here. And I will say you are going to need this MOSFET for the EZBoard. So, well, it's got the stock MOSFET. So you're going to need a MOSFET because this bed pulls 16 amps, which is going to blow the fuse on the EZBoard. It's fused at 15 amps. So this printer will need a MOSFET. It comes with one, but if yours fails, ours do fit in here. And you don't need to do a ton of rewiring. As you can see here, this goes to the bed. So this is the negative that goes to the bed. And the positive is directly connected down here on the PSU. So if you look in here, you'll see power and hotbed. So you've got your positive, negative that go from the PSU into here, and only the negative, because these two terminals here, the two positive for the hotbed and the power in, are just connected on this PCB. So you don't have to connect the printer's bed to here for the other positive. You can just connect it right to the positive on your PSU right down here. And if we look, you can determine that by saying here, here's a red and black right here. This goes to the bed. If we look, it's this one right here. And you see the positive goes right to the PSU, and the negative goes up to the negative output on here. So that's how you would wire in our PSU here, or our MOSFET on here for the hotbed if your stock one fails. Ours lasted about a week, and I didn't bother contacting Creality about it because I didn't feel like putting theirs in when it's probably going to fail again. So as you can see here, the power supply has been replaced with the 450 Meanwhile that we carry. And I've already done the LCD conversion on here, so let me... I wish I had more range of motion on this light here. I don't know how else, because I need to be able to like pivot it, and I'd have to move. So let's see. So I know my camera's not level. Don't want to hear it. So the LCD conversion is really simple. You remove the 4 bolts here, okay, that hold the factory one in, and then you put the ground lead back in because this is on there by default. And then you got your EXP1, your EXP2, and it goes to the board's EXP1 and EXP2. And then you update the firmware on the board with ours, and the LCD works. To actually mount the LCD on here, let me just take this off and show you guys real quick. It's a very simple task. So we have 2 M4 bolts here and T-nuts on the back. Okay. And Jay Aristide, the guy who designed this, put a logo on here, which makes it hard to print. So the one we have, which I'll swap out later, as it's just a clean front, no logo, and no SD slot, because the SD slot on this LCD is non-functional with the stock board and Creality board. So you see here, his design had the cutout for this. So, but you literally just put the 4 M3x8 screws into the LCD. So attach it to the case, drop this in here with the T-nuts, and tighten it down and connect the cable. It's a very quick version. Why does SD card not work on that? Because the Creality boards do not have the SD pins on this, because they have it going to the onboard slot. And with the EZBoard, the SD slot doesn't work because we have it set up to match Creality's LCD specifications. So that's why this is non-functional. We're just using this for the display. Yeah, so my gain is weird. Let me see here. So the TLDR is there's not pins on these headers to actually do it. You can't enable it in firmware. Travis, you're incorrect. The physical connection is not there. It does not exist. You cannot just enable it in firmware. Let me see here. Play with my settings here. Noise gate. Probably just making this a little more forgiving here. So, but the thing is, because this board and our board have the SD slot on board, these pins are not connected. So on like an MKS board or an SKR, they do have them connected, and you can enable that in firmware on like the 32 bits like the SKRs. But because the Creality setup has it on board, it doesn't work, which is fine. You got the slot here. I just want to make sure people are all on the same page of what to expect going in here, and that's why we have the mount. That's why we have the mount. This is the final revision. It blocks the SD slot because I don't want to be getting tickets from people saying, well, my SD slot doesn't work. All right, so to remove this, I'm going to need a flathead. This one's too big. That's going to just... All right. Tyler West, you shouldn't even have said that. Tyler West is drinking White Claw. Feel free to make fun of him in the comments below. That is fair game. And Tyler West, you're not allowed to penalize anybody for making fun of you for drinking a basic White Girl drink. All right, so I'm going to start by disconnecting all this. Oh, look at all that hot snot. Oh, Riley loves their hot snot for keeping these in while they're shipping. Let's see if I can get them out. Oh, I can. Let's see. Am I going to get lucky? Okay. I'm not going to put the EZBoard in right away because I want to verify the connections here. So here you see we got our BL Touch. This is the 5-volt ground and the servo connector. And here's the ZN step. So this is the cable I'm saying you guys could cut and use this little 2-pin connector to go into our EZBoard board if you're doing an EZBoard conversion. And that'll make more sense later. This will be plug and play. This is an always on fan, so this header is going to get cut off and put into the fan terminal on our board. And then the one in the bottom here, so this guy here, this will go to fan 2. So I'll show you guys how to connect everything on here. So I've got all the plugs out except these. I am going to put a piece of tape on my bed one so I know which one goes to the bed. Everything else is pretty well labeled on here, and I can determine by looking at the wires. Like obviously this is the hot end power, and this is the bed, and here's my main power input. I'm skipping again. Well, I'm not sure why. Not sure why it would be skipped. You know what? I wonder if Avast is screwing with my thing. Hang on, Avast field control disable. See if we get any more skipping, because I took it off my laptop. I used to like Avast for antivirus, but they've been getting really naggy. So I might just use the built-in Windows one. All right, so mark your wires. Bed's got the electrical tape on it. And all I gotta do now is unscrew my hot end, my bed, there we go. The 10 wires. I think I already stripped these. I can't remember. I probably did, but we'll find out. Can't recall. Nope, I didn't. So we're gonna strip all these and make them not a fire hazard. So, and I'm just gonna move these off to the side. And we've got 1, 2, 3, 4 bolts here holding the main board in, and this is gonna be a 2mm hex. And you can see this is just a standard Creality 2.2. Might throw this board up on our site as a as a B-stock one. In case anybody wants a 4-driver Creality board, I have no use for it, so probably get like $20-30 for it. It's basically new. Not a dual extruder board though, but I know it works because this printer functions right now. So normally this kind of stuff would be done behind the scenes. So, but I figured you guys might want to see and hang out and keep me company. And that's about it. All right. So, old board's out. And let's put this in. It's small but mighty. That's how I roll. Dog, I'm not playing with you right now. So, as you can see here, this lines right up with the bolts and the SD slot and the USB. So we just put it back in. Come on. Red. Hates me tonight. It's always getting that first one in. Find the hole. There we go. Like, I know this will fit this printer. It's the same board because this will replace, when I saw that this printer had a V22 in it, and I know our EZBoard fits the V22, bolting, patterning, and everything, I knew that we could put this in here. Oh. Here we go. And do not Hulk these down, people. Please don't do that. Just snug them because you can damage PCBs, and that's with any board. You just want them snug. If you're really worried about the screws coming out, put on some blue Loctite. And try not to stab your board with a hex handle. That would not be covered under warranty. And these boards are not cheap even for us, so I do not want to be going out to the shop to get another one. So let's make this fire hazard disappear. Dog, can you stop like guilt tripping me by shoving the toy in my lap? I appreciate it. I'm just cutting this one a little shorter so when it goes in, it's going to curve. So and since the bed power is not going over these wires, these really don't need to be super large. I'll use my filter. Go. So we got our voltage in, we got our negative. Make sure that's all the way in the terminal there. Clara, they said I have to pet you. Come here. Come here. Hi. Hi. Oh, you're full of water. That's lovely. Now my pants are wet. All right. Let's see here. You don't want to screw up your nice twist there. You want to get it all terminal there. Boop her snoot. Clara, come here. They want me to boop your snoot. Come here. Give me a snoot. Come here. Come here. You guys want to see something funny? Come here. Oh, hang on. I'm going to get your nose. I'm going to get your nose. Oh, 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 oh. Fine, keep away. Come here. Come here. She wants me to play. There we go. So there we go. We got our power. And I feel like the install of this is going to take a lot less time than the actual firmware. So I've got, there's fan. And these are all documented on our product page. So first two are here are fan, positive, negative, bed, positive, negative, hot end, positive, negative. So I'm going to go ahead and loosen these up. They may or may not be loosened up when you get them because the factory does put heaters and whatnot on here to make the board MOSFETs work, but it doesn't hurt. Since we have the MOSFET here, it does not matter that these are tinned. This is a stock Creality wire. I use their wire with our MOSFET. But because there's no current going over this, it's just turn the MOSFET on and on. It does not matter. Come here. Come here. Come here. Oh. Wait. Oh, got your nose. Yeah, your nose. Can you sit? Ready? Go get it. Where's your nose? Where is it? Thought she smudged my glasses. So, anyways, these are not maybe a tiny bit. I'm gonna. They are a little bit tin. So, and fix that. There we go. Where's your nose? Did you find it? Is not located her nose. All right, so there we go. That's all connected. So the next thing I'm going to do, let me pull these out because I'm going to have to cut these to figure out which one's EXP1 and 2. So I've got my layer fan, which is the blue and yellow, which goes to fan 1, which is right here. And this is my always on one. So this one, now I'm going to show you guys a little trick here. Some people are complaining about having to cut these. So if you don't want to cut these, you can use little DuPont connectors. So I'm going to show you guys how to do that right now because some people have a problem with cutting these. I have no problem cutting these, but whatever. So, really simple. See these? I shove these into the end and then wire them up. Obviously, it's not red and black, so take that into account. But here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to cut these, strip them. Okay. So my yellow is going to be my negative. Look at that. It's like magic. 1, 2. I'm just going to put a piece of electrical tape to keep them in there. So that's how you can avoid having to cut that off. The only reason you would need this again, actually there's no reason, because even if you cut this off and you go back to the stock board, you can just put these into this terminal here. It's just always on. So but for those of you that don't want to cut it, you can do this. Just remember which is red and which is black if you don't have red and black male DuPont jumpers like I have here. On my case, my yellow is the negative and my orange is the positive. And you can see the only thing is these wires are kind of thin. So I'm just going to double them over here. These are not carrying a ton of current, so it doesn't matter. But that's a little workaround if you don't want to cut your always on fan wire. Go, those are in, and we're almost done. So filament sensor, you got 5-volt ground and signal. So on the Creality ones, you got 5-volt ground and signal. So the black, since we're doing the connectors, I'll get this in a little closer so you guys can see. You can heat shrink it if you want. I'm not busting the heat shrink out. Just showing you guys what you can do. You guys are never happy, you know that? So, filament sensor, 5-volt ground signal. Signal is yellow, red is 5-volt, and the black is ground. So, connect it like this. If you connect it backwards, okay, like this, you're gonna screw up the sensor and or fry the board. Okay, you need to connect it correctly, and there is documentation on this board with pictures showing you how to connect this. So there's no reason you shouldn't connect this correctly. And the reason we don't have a JST on here is because this is how the Creality sensor is oriented, and the sensor we sell is oriented this way. So, but the ground is in the center, luckily. So that's why we have these 3-pin headers here, so we can put it on here, and it works just fine. So I've got, remember the bed temp is the one with the black, so this is going to go into B. That leaves this other thermistor line for our hot end. Going to E temp. Now, I'm going to pull up our documentation, and we're going to check pin out of the BL Touch to see if this is all correct, because if you wire this side wrong, if you just plug this in and this is incorrect, I think it might be, and then put this on here. They got ground 5-volt. This is ground 5-volt signal, and this is a standard servo orientation, but if you look here, it's 5-volt ground signal instead of ground 5-volt signal. So I'm going to have to flip the two for the BL Touch here. So we'll address the BL Touch in a second when I pull up the wiring diagram, because I have to reference it because I don't install these. So Y stop here. Got Z motors. So the Z motors are going to go onto the splitter, but on from those and come back. Got X, hi dog. Got our Y, hot glue on the, got our Y. X. So, on the page and in the firmware download for the EZBoard, there's a printable case, like a 5-minute print. Actually, what printer? I just realized I have most of mine offline because I took them to the show today. So, I'm just gonna wrap it, but there is an STL for this. It's a little case that snaps on to the dual Z PCB, but we are not going to do that. I'm just going to wrap it. So plug cable in here, plug this cable there, and now we have a spot to connect our 2Z. So, and there's a printable piece that just snaps onto the bottom of this to cover these pins up. Okay. You go lay down. I'm not playing with you. Stop making me feel guilty. But I didn't pre-print the case like I did on the Sobol. So gonna do this for now, and then I'll put the printed part on it later. Because you don't want those motor conductors or motor pins hitting anything else and shorting out. But there is a little part you can print to put over this if your printer needs this. So that just leaves the BL Touch and the LCD. Now, I take my little zip tie off here. I might not. I'm gonna take it off so you guys can see. Except I can't get my cutters in there, so I gotta grab another. You still have the Dual Z? I do, but they're out of stock right now. We are restocking those. All right. So, I showed you guys this little dual LCD adapter. So this is the XP1, this is the XP2, and the LCD comes with the cables if you get it from us. So here's 2, and 2 is going to go to 2 up here. Now, if this works, this is a different LCD revision because it's an older one. And if you notice, the locking tab on these is actually on the bottom. So on the new batches we have, this little cutout is right here. So you'll probably, if this lights up and displays, you'll have to put it in with the locking tab still up. You can just yeet it in there and you can see it fits. We have multiple pages on what to do if these LCDs don't light up because the cables that are bundled with them can vary from China and the way they put the headers on. So we just have a page that's like, okay, if this is what it's doing or not doing, follow this. And then this plugs on to the EZBoard. So this takes the 2 headers, allows us to put on here. So when you put this on, make sure you cover all the pins on the header with the pins on here. So don't put it on like halfway here. See, I missed a row of pins. And there's pictures of this in the install guide for the EZBoard. But you want to cover all the pins. That just presses on like that. So the last thing I have to do before we can get into the firmware portion is I need to check the wiring on the BL Touch. So if you notice on this one, it's funny because they actually flip these on the harness. Look here. So you see the red's crossing over the black. So originally, this would have been a correct connection to our header, but reality uses different wiring. The wiring on our servo header is standard servo header wiring, which is the ground 5-volt signal. Instead of theirs is 5-volt ground signal. So all right, let me pull up our documentation here. So if I show you guys here, if I go to, I'm just going to Google it. So EZBoard documentation. Hey, look at that. And so we have the firmware here, which the manual's in here, but here's the full documentation. Here's a pinout. This is all in the installation guide too. What is going on with that drop down? Triggering me. There we go. So look at that. So you can see here, this is talking about the orientation with the different filament sensors. So this is the easy out connection, and this is the Creality one. So here's the BL Touch. So we want the black wire on the left, the white on the right for the 2-pin, and the brown 5-volt signal. Now, if you notice on the BL Touch that's on this, we don't have a brown wire, but we have a blue wire, and I can tell you that the blue wire is the ground. So I'm going to need to make sure my connector on this, connecting the servo port, is blue, red, yellow, and then the Z end stop is black and then white. And looking at this, it's white and then black. So we got to flip 2 pins here, and you can just use a little pin or I have some pokey pry tools. So I will not be using a BL Touch on this once we're done. I just want to make sure it is all working because this printer comes with one, and I want to make sure that we have support for the stock stuff. So I have to switch these two wires and the blue and red. So these are pretty easy. If you just take like a little pen or something and push it in here, like don't force it, but if you just push it, look, it comes right out. Push in the center. And look at that. So I want white to be on this side. That back in there. Not wanting to go back in. So what you need to do usually is a little tab right here that's a retain tab, and if you put like your or whatever you're using, gently lift up the little tab. You're probably not going to see it, and then it'll lock it in. This in. Go. White one. And you can use just like a thumbtack or a needle. You don't have to have a little picking tool. So now if I look, it matches the wiring on our site. So we got the black on the left, the white on the right. And if you're fitting an EZABL and you don't want to purchase that other cable, you can just literally cut this black and white either right here or all the way down there, depending on where you're putting your EZABL control board, and use this to feed the Z signal into the board. So you don't need to purchase an additional cable. So let's go ahead and stop here. And I just need to flip the red and the blue. So again, you can lift up. So on this one, you're lifting up this little like tab here and pushing out. So, and these don't have like the retainers like those other ones do. It's a little more of a pain. But you can just gently push this plastic piece. That's what actually retains that connection there. Down. We want now blue, and you got to make sure you put these in the right way. By the right way, I mean you see the little crimp portion here, little folded over tabs. Put them on the same way they came out, because now it locks. Put them in backwards. I'll show you right here. Put them backwards. I'm gonna come right back out. So you see there. So I've got my blue, red, yellow. So that's repinned. I'm going to plug this onto the circuit here. Double check I got it on there. Yep. So I got blue, red, yellow. See right there. Adjust the focus for you. Focusing. There we go. So you can see there blue, which is ground, red, which is 5 volt, yellow, which is signal. So there you go. And you see the Z stop. If I switch over to here, so switch over to the TV, you can see our wiring now matches, with the exception that we've got a blue wire instead of the brown, which is becoming common. I don't know when they made that switch, but if you have a BL Touch and your wiring harness uses a blue wire instead of a brown wire, the blue wire is the brown wire. So, yeah. So anyways, I'm ready to power it up and see if we have any blue smoke. And then we can move on to the firmware portion. So let me grab my power cord. It's on the floor. Yeah, dog. Every time I get up, she thinks I'm like we're leaving. All right. I heard the BL Touch go. I don't have an ETA on the Sidewinder. I got to follow up with Aaron to make sure he has the LCD mount done for it. Just how we converted this to get rid of the touchscreen, that'll be a little different because we're able to retain the touchscreen, but add on a traditional one. Look at that. Show you guys here. There we go. Test firmware, do not print. Exactly what it says. Okay, if you notice here, so this is one thing I'm going to have to set in the firmware for this LCD, is this should go down, but it goes up. So those two must be flipped. But not a big deal. This is the test firmware anyway, so now I have to do the firmware. Should I just do the firmware offline and then come back? I mean, or should I just put some music on and you guys who stay here can stay here? You guys will not have to be doing any of this coding that I'm about to do. I'm doing it now so you don't have to, and this will be in the firmware. I just thought it'd be cool to show you guys what I'm doing and the testing I go through to make sure every little thing is dialed in. So that's about it. So I think we're not even an hour into the stream. We started at like 10:05. I've already got the board in, it's powered on, and all my fans are running everything. So that's what I'm going to do. So since we're moving into the firmware portion, if you guys want to chat, we're going to basically be hanging out while I'm working. That's what it's going to be. So I'm going to throw my headphones on, and I'm going to put some of that Anders retro music on, and we can hang out. Should I do Discord? Should I open up Discord? What do you guys think? Oh, you know what I forgot to do? I got this out because someone was like, I wonder what the noise difference is. And I remembered I have this. See, if I'm talking, la 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 la, do do do. You can see that it's an actual sound meter. It's actually got USB data logging, but I'm not going to put the other board back in. The fans are loud as hell on this machine. The steppers are also loud as hell. So let's see where we're at here. I'm going to stop talking because I'm going to put it like right in front of the printer here. Hello, hello. Oh, it's going to go. I don't think there's like a... I just realized I have a camera to show you. Because there's not like a hold setting on this apparently. So that's the ambient room temperature, or ambient room sound. Obviously I'm talking, so. And there we go. Sorry I forgot about this, guys. I had it on my desk, and I bought this for testing some fans we had. That's why I have one of these. I don't use it too often, but that's why I have one of these meters. So, all right, Daniel, take it easy, man. All right, so let me get some music queued up. If you guys want to join the Discord, Tor, are you gonna be able to jump in Discord and help me moderate this? Yes, this was probably about 60 to 70, maybe even higher when you start moving the steppers. But when this is going to actually be running with this board, it's not going to be much higher than what we saw here. But I'll show you guys once I'll move some axes around, have it do prints. Let me see here, live streams, audio setting, steady microphone output devices, my headphones so you guys can hear. All right, I am in the live streams channel, so if you guys want to join up, Tori, you should be able to unmute yourself, can you? I think you can. Or can you talk? Wait, hang on.
Hello, hello.
Why can't I hear that?
Check Discord sound settings. I've had issues where it resets.
Oh, there we go.
Default.
Okay. All right, I can hear
Powering
you guys.
on. Mic on.
Hello, hello.
Okay,
Hello?
I can hear you guys. All right, let me move my OBS and close out all of my private programs so you guys don't see all the horrible
Tim's
things.
naughty pictures.
Tim's naughty pictures. .zip. You gotta pay for those. You ain't getting those for.
Those are on the premium Snapchat.
Yeah, you can get to see my man titties that fill chairs.
So, I got Clipper up and running on my one big cube printer.
You're what?
1 second, people. I'll mute you.
I got Clipper running.
Hey, Chris.
Yeah, and if you guys try not to have open mics, if you've got a lot of background noise, make yourself moderating. Those of you that aren't privy to our Discord, discord.th3dstudio.com. Also, you guys know why my stream was lagging? Acronis was taking an image of my hard drive while I was freaking streaming.
Of course.
Of course it is.
Perfect time. At least you don't have like ABG or Norton.
I'm getting rid of the vest. I'm going to go back to the... All right, so I got to pull up a folder. Is my battery charged on this headset? It should be sitting there. 86%. It's been on the charger for days. How's it only at 80%? Come on, Corsair. Get your act together.
It might do a smart charge thing to preserve the battery. My mouse does it.
Yeah.
I'm
gonna hide.
Just gonna hide. Critter.
I hear you.
Hey, Chris.
Did you get a better mic yet, Chris?
I'm still using my phone.
It was loud. People are saying I'm gonna.
Holy cow,
down.
everybody!
There we go. I think I dropped the output for Discord.
Remember, I'm laying in bed using my phone to talk to you, watching you on a 60-inch screen.
That's a visual I really don't need. I'm gonna. All right.
Can I print washers?
Why?
Because I don't have any on hand, and the feet I printed want M4.
Theoretically.
Yes, you can print washers. How well they work depends on how much force you're going to apply to them and how you're applying that force.
It's just holding on some Ender 3 feet.
And the material.
You're not going to use them on your car to hold the brake calipers on?
Hey, everybody that's in Discord right now, Fusion Miner, they're giving away free samples of their nano adhesive.
What?
And if you put in the code 3D print,
nanopolymer,
you get free shipping.
Nanopolymer. I have
Yeah.
I have an
Yeah,
invoice from them for like 100 bottles of that because we're gonna start selling.
Yeah,
it.
right now they're doing a
Oh.
promotion with 3D Printing Nerd.
Yeah,
Where they're offering free shipping.
they usually do. I love that stuff. It's legit. I don't care. The only people it's
Yeah,
like our EZBoards. People just complain about it because it's expensive. I don't really think it's that
feel like-
expensive.
Yeah, they don't have any other complaints about it because, well.
Yeah, there was someone that was like, what's the are there any negative reviews about the EZBoard? I was like, the only thing we've had people complain about is the price.
I plan on getting one for Christmas.
So, okay, what am I gonna crack open? I've got this is like stuff the guys picked up a bunch of stuff when we had them over last week. So I've got a 18th Street Brewery Deal with the Devil, and that's a ale, it looks like pale ale, and then I've got a seasonal craft cider that's a ginger from Ace, California.
Tyler
That
came
seems
in. I'm
pretty
just
good.
gonna leave him muted.
Sounds all right.
I'm pretty sure Tyler's a mod and can unmute himself, so the joke's on you.
Oh, he is a moderator.
There's
Wow.
yeah, he is. Okay. I don't know. What am I doing? The cider or the ale? Ginger cider or
Cider.
devil's
Sounds
ale?
pretty good.
Why not both?
Ginger
Why not
cider
both?
sounds good.
I'm gonna try this ginger cider with my WD-40 bottle opener they sent me. WD-40 sends us like little gift baskets with all their latest products, and then we give them feedback on it.
Hey, Tim. I feel like being a masochist. I feel like I
Ooh.
want to try and run
Ooh.
Clipper on your board.
Yeah, I will not be assisting in that process.
Neither will
That is an
I.
unsupported application.
It sounds like fun though.
You should be able to do it. It's a 1769. This is really
Yeah,
good.
it is.
This for those
Yeah,
of
it
you
is
that are
supported
of
now.
age, which I don't think you don't sound like you're of age, Kyle. So plug your ears. Your mic.
I'm 26.
That's unfortunate.
How do I get on that WD-40 list?
I don't know. They emailed us, and they're just like, "We see you guys are in the 3D printing industry and are looking for feedback from people in that industry. Are you interested?" I was like, "Sure." And then a box full of like 20 cans of random stuff showed up. Oh,
Kind of cool.
That sounds like fun.
I just realized that I was on push to talk and everything that I was saying wasn't being heard.
How's that White Claw working out for you?
It is absolutely amazing. Thank you for
Do you
asking.
need to drink like
So it's like-
100 of those to feel a buzz?
It's kind of like a.
I will
spiky-
say that, like, when I try to drink, I guess, healthy-ish, and I'm not drinking IPAs, like when I tried to drink Bud Lights are only 4.2% ABV.
Well,
White
those
Claws
basically
are 5. So White Claw
So it's
actually
like-
has more alcohol content than a Bud Light.
So it's like White Claw, like the LaCroix of like beer.
The Croix. The Croix.
That's exactly.
I would
what
think
it
I
is,
would
yeah.
think drinking the White Claw that the high heels would make your feet sore.
They do, but you get used to it.
I think someone was.
Also,
I'm waiting.
I
How
wanted
long?
to say that I
Okay,
was the
it's-
first person to find nanopolymer. I want to say you're welcome to.
Yeah. Someone asked what I had in my douche flute. It's Donkey Kong from Humble. Pretty good. All right, so these
I've got
That's
a
just fine.
strawberry shortcake that I made.
oh well,
In
with all
mine.
these new regulations, I'm probably gonna have to go back to making my own stuff.
It's a lot cheaper.
It is cheaper, but I'm lazy. Well, I shouldn't say I'm lazy. I've got a lot
You're
going on all
busy.
the time, so
That's why I make 250 to 500 mils at a time.
Well-
that way I don't have to make it very often.
yeah, that's what I would end up doing. I mean, I had 2 e-juice companies. I can make.
So
Actually, there's something I have on my to-do list too for in here. I think right now, if you define a CR10S, it automatically adds the reverse Z motor. Yeah,
So I do have a question about
It
the
does
EZBoard.
because I had to
define it as a
reverse
CR10.
it for both of my tests.
Well, hang
So-
on. Do I already have that check in here? Hang on. I'm trying to do some big brain logic here. Okay, so if that's disabled, it's going to define reverse Z motor. We're going to define a filament sensor here for the Solval, filament sensor here for the
Don't do it,
S
because then I gotta
series.
change my stuff when I redo it.
Well, if it doesn't take that into account, then I have to have it. So basically, it should turn it on, but people should be able to then reverse the reversal. Do you follow me?
I follow you, but that means
You
I
f-
have to
you
change
f-
my
you-
stuff when I redo it.
Do you feel
Sucks,
me?
sucks.
You feel me, Tyler?
Have you played with
I'm
that
just gonna-
new toy printer from Easy3D?
I have not.
I'm getting some stupidly impressive prints that have no business coming off a printer like that.
I saw. So I went to this this FTC First Tech Robotics tournament because one of the teams that's local here, we sponsor them, and we were like the first vendor they invited, which is kind of cool. And I didn't sell anything. I just hung out. I brought the KP3 with me and my Ender 3 Pro. And the kids were just like sitting there staring. I was surprised by not many of the teams that had these robots had 3D printed parts on them. I also met
People
like
get
5
more
customers there too.
astounded
Because they're
when
like,
they
wait,
see a
you
3D
guys are
printer
here?
actually in action.
Yeah. The funny thing is, they were like, wait, you're from TH3D? I was like, yeah. They're like, yeah, I have like a bunch of your stuff in my Ender 3. So I met a bunch of customers there, which is kind of cool. So here, this is, I don't know how I overlooked this. So if you look at the code here, I have here, if enabled reverse Z motor, it's going to invert it. So the thing is, if you already define this, it's never going to actually re-invert it. It's not going to cancel it out, is what I'm trying to say. And the reason we do this is because these Z splitters actually reverse the direction of the Z, which it's not a big deal because it's just a firmware change, but we have to account for that. So what I have to do is put a check in here to make sure.
Shouldn't one of those be F disabled?
You know, I could do it up here. Wait.
Don't change it, because I gotta change it when I redo mine.
Wait, I'm trying to do the logic in my head here. So if I
Wouldn't you want
Bring it
one to
up
be
on
F
screen, I'll
disabled
help.
and one if enabled, so that way it flips it?
I'm trying to think the logic in my head. I should probably do this now before. Okay, so the Solval doesn't need it reversed. Because that's up here. But why do I have that like that? Why did I do this like this? Hang on. If enabled Ender 5 Solval SVO1. Why did I do that? Because that's a true. So the Solval uses a true. So the Solval then should get it enabled. That's why I was confusing. I was like, what did I do here? So it should just be defining it by default.
So the delay between this and actually watching it on YouTube sucks while you're talking.
Yeah, so here's what I need to do. I don't want to screw with this, but what I want to see. Oh, because that's going to enable it up here. What did I. Hang on.
If you're on PC, there's a way to tell the YouTube app to play it faster than real-time speed. Just set it for like 2x, and eventually it'll catch up to near real-time and automatically resume 1x play.
Okay, yeah, that is correct. I'm trying to think. So, because basically how I have this up, since this is at the top of the page, it parses it from top down. So if these are enabled, and the thing is, if someone wants to enable.
So if everything above that is enabled, it's going to reverse it.
Wait. I know what I can do. So I can put a check here. If enabled, okay, reverse Z motor. I then don't want to enable it on the back end, but what people are presented with, okay, I can undefine it. It'll be inverting it in terms of what they see. Does that make sense? Else, we're going to define it. So if by default on those S models, okay, it's going to enable it for the splitter, okay? we want to define it for them, okay? But if they've already defined it, okay, because the stock setting wasn't working for them for some reason, we want to undefine it then, so it inverses it. So the default logic for these models is it's going to be reversed because we're assuming you're using the dual stepper adapter, which is going to flip that logic, or direction, I should say. So, yeah, this should work. We'll see if it throws an error, but undef should undefine that, and then that's going to satisfy this, and it's going to break out of here, so it's going to end here and then continue down, and then it's not defined, so it doesn't invert it. Okay. So that's actually on my
Was
to-do
it
list.
already defined in the configuration.h?
Sorry, it is not. So what I'm saying is, let's say you enable it right here. So reverse Z motor. So right now, if I uncomment CR10S5 on the back end, it's going to define that for you because of this, the block of code right here. Okay. And then it's also going to define the CR10. It's also going to define this filament sensor too, because those machines, the S models, come with a filament sensor. Okay. So that's what I was trying to do, is making this easier and quicker for people to get set up. Do you know what I'm saying? So if they have an S model, those S models came
Neither
in,
of mine come with a filament sensor. Is that something new?
then you have a CR10, not a CR10S.
Oh, I thought you were talking about the S4 and the S5.
The S4 is not a CR10S unless you have a CR10S.
I understand that now. I was
Because
confused.
Reality has no freaking clue on how to name a damn product. So if
Welcome
you
to my
have
hell.
a filament sensor in the 2560 board, you have a CR10S, and then your build volume determines if you have a mini, an S4, and S5. And here's the messed up part is the CR10 mini, they had an S model that came with the 2560 board. It's weird, and the filament sensor.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, it was a short while. And actually, what I'm going to do is I'm going to even further account for this. I'm going to make sure that, because here's the thing, unless someone manually converted their mini, they're going to have a single Z driver, which means we can lower the current going to that. So the dual Z motors line here, that bumps up the current on the Z driver because we're running 2. But the CR10S minis never came with dual Z.
It just really sucks seeing this like 30 seconds after you talk about it, and then not being able to see it in real time.
Can I I don't know if I can share my screen with you guys through Discord. Can I wait? Can I?
Yeah,
Oh,
you can share your. You can share. You can also hit the go live button in Discord
I
too.
see it. You're so smart. What would I
Like,
do
you'd be
without
like,
you, Bill?
I'm just going to go ahead and put this in there, and
I
then
run-
30 seconds later,
I
see it
run
on
like
YouTube.
6 Discord servers, so
Do you want to be an admin in ours? Do you hang out on Discord? I know you got a lot more time
I'm
than I do.
I'm on Discord 24/7.
You know what? You just
Hey,
became a
he
moderator,
can't be
Bill.
higher than a moderator.
You just became a moderator, Bill.
Cool.
Hey Tim, I got a question.
Okay, can you guys see the screen? I'm gonna
Screen?
drop this
Yeah.
down to 720 and 15 so I don't kill my outgoing bandwidth for the YouTube channel. But is that
Yes,
good enough for
I
you
can
guys
see
to
it.
see?
Yes.
Okay. So, all right. So I'm just going through here, and this is like little tweaks and tunes that I'm doing. So CR10S Mini is still technically S model, but doesn't have dual Z. CR10S came with dual Z. CR10S S4 came with dual Z. CR10S S5 came with dual Z, and the SV01 comes with dual Z. Now,
See, I didn't know there was a CR10S version of the S4 and S5.
yeah, welcome to my hell. This is all the different variables that I have to account for when we're designing a product and doing documentation for it. It is a nightmare. Like
My S4 and S5 both have dual Z, so does that mean they are CR10Ss?
no. What determines if it's an S model or not is if.
Do they have
so
a filament
fucking
sensor?
convoluted.
Neither has a filament sensor.
Then you do not have an S. You have a CR10. So if you the ones that came with the filament sensor can have a filament sensor without an aftermarket kit like our Easy Out kits because they have a 2560 board in that has extra I/O pins. Okay, so now here's where it gets even trickier. Let's say, wait, we just paused your preview. Why did they pause my preview? Oh, they paused my preview. Oh, okay.
I always disable the stupid filament sensors anyway, so I don't care.
So let's say you buy our a CR10S board for your CR10. Our firmware allows you to use that standard single cable LCD with the CR10S board. But now your printer is technically a CR10S, but you don't have a filament sensor. So you could get either our filament sensor kit and add it on, or you could source a stock Reality CR10S filament sensor. It's a nightmare. But if you're putting the EZBoard in, what these values are determining is what direction do I want to send those Z motors, and how much current am I sending to them, because we got to know if it's the 2 motors or a single motor configuration. So,
I will tell you 100% that the CR10S turns in the wrong direction, and I have to uncomment reverse every time.
well, are you able to test this for me, or you run a print on there?
I can test it. That one is not running anything right
Awesome. Awesome. So cool. I like validating my work here, which is why I'm not going to push this live. It'll be on our GitHub, but it won't be an official release. Okay, so I just added a new machine definition here. So I know this printer is going to need the dual Z, and I know this is going to have the Creality filament sensor. So that already actually isn't going to take me that long.
I'm going to make you send me the bin file, though. I'll upload it to the board.
Any suggestions for a better spool holder for 5 kilogram spools? The one I got from Ziltech sucks.
A piece of conduit?
Something lower friction.
Throw some Astroglide on it?
Spit on it.
Actually, that's what I did. I put cooking oil on it. The problem is it eventually eats the plastic.
PVC over a piece of conduit with some PTFE lube on it.
Ah, there we go. Bill's thinking. Okay, so I think we'll be good here. I just need to now reference our 8-bit firmware to see what steps are running. I think I know what it is, but I know our firmware for the 8-bit board has all the correct steps for millimeters, so I'm going to reference that heading.
Ew, Git for Windows. Ugh.
Quite
Yeah.
doesn't.
I use Linux for all my GitHub stuff.
Oh God, Linux.
Get cracking, yo.
Go
I
rub
use
your
Windows.
neckers together.
I use Windows for my desktop, but all my development that I do on Linux.
Okay,
I have
so
2 Macs, so
here's another thing that's going to throw a wrench into my plans here. Is the factory setting or factory configuration for this printer comes with BL Touch, so I have to account for that. So if we look at what I did in the 8-bit firmware, so I have a setting here. If you're using the BL Touch with a different mount, uncommon is below line, then add. So that's for custom probe. And then if you're using stock BL Touch, so I'm gonna have to figure out where to put this line in. So the thing is, okay, should I have it automatically enable the BL Touch for the Enter 5 Plus and have a line to disable it if you're gonna use the EZBL? Or should I have it so you have to explicitly enable?
Have it line to disable it, but don't have it tied to the EZBL.
yeah, because when people buy this, they're going to automatically expect to just do it stock with the
right.
bolt.
That's what I'm saying. I was gonna say, wait, if I enable
BL Touch, no ABL or EZBL.
Yeah, we should have a no ABL option.
Because some people just don't want to deal with the.
They just disable the BL Touch. I mean, it is so slow. I don't want to talk too much shit about it, but it's so slow. Like,
and it gets so much interference when you use it on a very shitty printer.
You're just biased.
No,
yeah, I love
using it on the SX4. That BL Touch did not work worth a shit.
Yeah, mine.
Why do
I
you
have
think I have fully shielded cables on our sensors?
Yeah, like mine is so sensitive that if I have my cable loom in a certain orientation, it will not trigger.
How do you think
You
it
have to
is
have,
on
like-
this? I think the length of this is got to be 4 feet. I think there's about 4 feet of sensor wire.
I see your screen because I'm watching Discord, but that's just me.
Yeah.
I love my EZABL. I got that crooked ass uneven E16. It's only a 1/4 millimeter off across the entire bed now.
It shouldn't even be. Well, it should still print on it. It should compensate. That's assuming that your gantry is not all wonky and.
Well, yeah, I'm literally under a 1/4 millimeter average across the entire bed.
Oh, you're talking about the reading. Got it.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I was like, it should definitely compensate for that. I thought you meant like it's still off. I was like, we need to talk.
No,
Okay.
it works perfectly. But
You're
it was.
You're a TH3D shill, Bill.
Okay, that works.
I'm just gonna be the neckbeard gallery tonight. Okay, so the question is, where should I put the? I'm trying to think of how to handle this.
Hey Tim, wouldn't it be easier to use VS Code so you could hover over each define and backtrace it?
What are you?
Notepad plus is amazing.
I love Notepad plus.
Yeah, but being able to backtrace each thing and know what it links to and everything is helpful.
Now is not the time to teach an old dog new trick. Okay, I'm 31
Well,
by the way. None of you guys said happy birthday to me, Tyler. Tyler,
I'm older
where's
than
my?
you.
I said we all said happy
Uh-huh.
birthday to you.
I told you happy birthday online.
I know you did, Bill.
Actually, I said happy anniversary of the Vaginal Liberation Day, but that's beside the point.
What's it called? We
How does
hit.
it make
I don't know
you
if you guys
feel that
saw.
I told Scott happy birthday, but not you?
Scott's way cooler than me, so.
He absolutely is. I'm sorry.
So here's what I'm gonna do. I'm just gonna put a thing here. Ender 5
He's putting
plus
a thing there.
ABL settings. So we're gonna do this. Ender Ender 5 plus easy ABL, and we're gonna do Ender 5 plus no ABL. How's that? Are you guys happy with that?
How about no easy ABL?
And possibly a
No ABL is no ABL in general. No BL touch, no easy ABL.
No BL touch, no nothing?
Nothing.
Yeah.
Manual.
All right, so Ender 5
So
plus
by
will
default,
be automatically BL touch, and
because
then
that's what it
easy
ships
ABL,
with.
easy ABL, and no ABL will be absolutely nothing. You're level to my hand.
Yes.
Copy.
Okay. Chat, peanut gallery. I need your guys' input because it's probably most of you guys that are going to be buying this crap from us.
This is better than watching it on YouTube.
Okay, but here's
But
okay. Let
it'll
me
be
flip
better.
this around. So how I have the logic set up for the 8-bit firmware, because I like having the same type of setup between our 8-bit branch and our 32-bit branch. I just realized the way I have it set up now is if you enable the custom probe option, which I'm going to enable the OEM mount if this Ender 5 mount fits, which I'm pretty sure it does, that's automatically enabled easy ABL. By default, there's nothing enabled. So, but if I have that line, Ender 5 plus BL touch, then that's automatically going to set the offsets for the stock mount and all the BL touch lines. I feel like that might be more sensible. Because then think about this. If I do it that way, where you have to enable the BL touch if you're still using it, then the setup process you're using the easy ABL is still the same exact process. You're just uncommenting a mount.
I would say if you automatically uncomment an Ender 5 plus, you know you've got a BL touch, then it just automatically uncomments it.
Yeah, I'm just
talking from like somebody who doesn't know what they're doing. They're like, hey, I got an Ender 5 plus. I want to use TH3D firmware. Let me go ahead and install it.
Wait. I got an idea here. I can just put an if statement in here. I like putting these in the config, but
On mine, I do like an if enabled, if disabled, and then else, and then it just kind of picks for them almost.
I need to put notes here so people know what these are.
When they enable EZABL, is that going to auto disable the BL Touch stuff?
It can.
I don't think how to do this. No, this will be fine because this is only going to turn this on. It's only turn the BL Touch settings on if Ender 5 Plus is able. So what they'll be able to do is comment it out.
I guess I can unmute Mr. Buttram.
Do you guys know what I'm saying? So if I do
Already
this,
unmuted everybody.
okay, if you are using the
shut my mouth
Ender
before.
5 Plus with the BL.
Why don't you just add a nested if statement that if EZABL is enabled, it undefines
But we
that
don't know
BL Touch.
because here's the thing. So here's the thing. We do usually know if it's an EZABL if they enable one of these probe mounts. Okay. However, where it starts to get hairy is the custom probe option because the custom probe option can be used with the BL Touch or the EZABL.
Aha.
That's
Some pick what they do.
That's what's throwing a wrench in my plans. The alternative is I set this up like this, like how I had it, where you say no ABL or EZABL for the Ender 5 Plus, and then I update the 8-bit branch to behave the same way. The thing is, I try to make this all the same setup process, so if you're already familiar with 8-bit, you can move over to our 32-bit with minimal pain.
I wish the EZBoard supported the E16.
EZBoard doesn't fit in the E16.
I know.
It
I'm
can
just,
if you know what you're doing. Okay.
I mean, if you want to get
hey,
rid of
I
the
own
control box,
I own a hot glue gun, so
I
you
don't know
also
if
own a
that'll work.
3D printer that can print an entire thing that you mount it in. So
exactly.
and then you know at least one person that can do the firmware for it. Just saying.
It's gonna cost you though.
Well, I've already
Cost you
started.
if you ask me.
So anybody in here's try any tool changers?
No, we're not made of money.
Absolutely not.
I wasted all my money I had on my chair. For my-
Only if you're buying.
for my fat ass.
Yeah, I saw
About
something kind of interesting that Big Tree Tech is releasing. Is they're trying to make a tool change board that's actually affordable.
Oh.
Less than $100.
Yeah. So what
yeah.
you're saying is they're gonna
Is
make
it
a
free?
board.
I was going to say, is it free?
They're gonna make a board that costs $30 that lasts like a month before it goes out.
No, it's 60, and it comes with a free headache.
Tim's dying.
It took me a
It
second to
took him a
process
second.
that. Oh God. Rip. I just want to point out how so many like Feist Tech, whatever the hell they're called, and Big Tree Tech both were like TH3D is just lying because they have their own board. There's no problems with their boards. And then two weeks later, all of them release board revisions, and it's like
It's Feist.
Yeah, I got their
Coincidence? I think not.
No,
I got
it's
the
just
mini E3, and I think oh my god.
I didn't know you
I
had
finally got
E3.
I finally got it working. Mostly, it prints, but the BL Touch.
You're not going to get a
the
BL Touch
thing-
working reliably on that. Their 5-volt rail is more unstable than Charles Manson.
It's actually reliable. It's just
That's
that I'm
an unfair
like
statement.
running like 48 inches of like unshielded RC servo cable.
No,
So
they're in general, if you go through their forums, they're known to have a lot of issues with BL Touches because the BL Touches require a very stable 5-volt rail, and theirs is not. Because they're not using the regulator. So here's the funny thing. The 5-volt regulator they're using on their boards is the same part number as the one we use, except they're not using the actual chip. They're using a Chinese knockoff of the chip.
So if I was just to solder in a proper branded one,
Well,
would go away.
I don't know because you don't know the quality of the cap set and the other parts like the coil and all the capacitors and everything else that's going on there and what those are spec'd out. You would have to compare the datasheet to the authentic one and see if they actually have the proper components to drive it, because it's not just that chip. There's other parts. When you buy regulators, there's usually an example schematic from the manufacturer that gives you their example of like all the capacitor values, the coil values, the ESR rating on the caps. So like this is the ideal circuit to drive it per OEM specifications. So if they didn't follow that, you're kind of SOL.
So you're saying if I was, for example, to run a external 5-volt regulator off my main well power supply
that's what people are doing, which is insane.
Yeah, I know a few people that run like a cell phone charger and do it and power it separately.
Oh god, I'm so triggered hearing this.
And it works so good.
Oh god.
Remember to turn it on before the printer.
This is like
something you plug in a 3.1 EZBL with.
Would it be less hassle just buy a new power supply?
No, it would be less hassle to just buy a board that actually doesn't have these problems.
I got it for like.
But the thing is too, like you paid $50.
15.
Oh, okay. Okay. I was like, Jesus, $50.
No, I would have fucking sent it back.
Oh my god. Like maybe I just need to like bottom my prices out and then people will let me get away with not supporting my product and releasing half-ass shit.
They'll still talk shit. That's how it works.
No, because I'll get so much shit. Back.
I'm not the ass to deal with the tickets.
And you're gonna lose. Yeah, Tor's gonna quit. You're gonna lose complete support. You're screwed.
Back in Oregon, everything's fucked.
Tor, we're still friends. Don't worry. I support you 100%.
So if I understand this correctly, all my BL Touch problems are stemmed back to.
They're very likely caused by the board.
Not my over 3 foot of servo cable.
That's not helping. But we'll see.
Depending
Here's
on
the
where
thing.
it's routed. If it's routed by your hot-end cable or routed by your extruder cable, then it could be.
I don't know if you guys are aware, but I literally have a printer sitting here with it all routed with our board we just put in, so we can see how well it works. Our board once I'm done with the firmware.
Yeah, tell me about the cable I got.
Hurry up.
All right, so I'm putting the ABL settings for the Ender 5 Plus towards the bottom here.
This thing is terrible. The BL Touch. Routing that thing with all the rest of the cables for hot and everything.
Okay, the only thing I think is a legitimate gripe with that is the interference with the long cable. But you're always going to get people that love the BL Touch. You're going to love the EZABL. You're going to love people that love the Touch Me. They're just insane. And you also got people that love manually leveling their bed. Everybody's going to have a preference. So, like, I at this point, I just use whatever the hell you want. I don't care if we buy our stuff.
I see ABL as a band-aid for a problem, and you should just fix the problem.
Exactly. Just level your bed.
So Chris, the problem is fixing the problem would be me replacing staff or having staff spend time leveling like 40 beds in our. You can have to
level the bed anyway with ABL.
No, you don't. We don't ever level our beds. We throw solid mounts on and we call it a day. Like, I'm tired of people being like, well, if you just manually level your bed. No, it's going to change. You're going to have to re-level your bed. I never have to re-level the beds with the ABL sensor. I'm not going to have my staff wasting time manually leveling beds when they start a print. I'm just going to let the sensor take care of it. Like, it's a creature comfort thing. Yes, you don't need it. It's not a Band-Aid. It's a creature comfort thing. And the thing is, if you have a bed that's flat, good on you. If you don't, which most people don't, then you can manually level it all you want. You're still not going to be able to use it correctly.
That's what I mean. You just replace the not flat bed.
Yeah, which you're talking for an actual flat bed. So you play the Chinese lottery until you get a flat one, or you pay for a Mic 6 bed and you're spending as much on the printer as you did, or you're spending as much on a bed as you did the printer. So Like, I think
Along
it's a
with the
very
Canova
unfair.
heater that you're gonna have
I think
to
it's a very
run
unfair
as well.
thing because, like, I would much rather throw a $60 sensor on and call it a day instead of trying to find a bed that's flat. And it doesn't matter if your bed's flat, the mechanicals on the printer, your springs, and all this other stuff, they're going to change as the printer is moving and does prints. So I don't ever want to have
That's
to touch
not
any of
how
that stuff.
any of this works.
What?
No, I found out the hard. I found
You
out the
talking to
hard
me,
way
Tyler?
Yes, I'm talking to you. It's not how any of this works.
What are you
The
talking
bed will
about?
level itself without your
Oh.
sensors.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I found out the hard way.
It's
by
like
accident.
bootloaders. They're a myth I invented just to sell.
Exactly.
ABL
Just
kits.
to sell your ABL kits.
Yeah,
Got it.
I
Okay.
was in a bad mood one night, and I found out very, very unfortunately that when you have your bed almost perfectly level, and you have a print go bad, and you're angry, and you scrape it off the bed, and you push too hard on one corner of the bed, your bed is no longer level.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
It's
that's
stuff
bad news.
See, that's the kind of stuff I'm saying. I just don't want to deal with it. And for me, like, even just as a hobbyist, I don't want to deal with it. I don't think there's anything wrong with that.
I remember on my first 3D printer, right? Like how I used to.
I'm gonna let
take
you
the
guys
print-
talk. I'm gonna go silent for a little bit, and I'm just gonna get my code done here. The floor is
Yeah,
yours.
on my first 3D printer, right? It was a T-Mobile.
You're doing it wrong.
How I used to get my prints off, I had this big pair of vice grip pliers. I would just give the side of that printer a good old whack, knock the print off.
Is
Yeah.
that how you handle most things in your life? I feel sorry for your girlfriend if you.
I
Let's
said
see, that-
You said you were going to be silent, Tim. That's not silent.
I was gonna say that's not exactly the way I would handle 3D prints. That was the way I handle certain people I know, though. Good whack upside the head resets them.
Well, remember, mean people taste good.
That's absolutely true. Yes, that's true.
See, I had this pendant way of keeping my prints sticking. Is once you build up a thick enough layer of hairspray, the prints will stick no matter what. I had like I didn't realize it because I was still
I
learning.
can't
right?
stay silent. God, hairspray belongs in the bathroom.
I have 3 millimeter thick coating of hairspray.
I used hairspray until
I'm
I
so
found
triggered right now.
nanopolymer adhesive.
See, I never cleaned it off. I just added more.
I love my fucking.
You guys are killing me.
I didn't know you didn't have to level your bed with the ABL sensor. I thought you had to do that initial bed leveling.
You just
if
gotta
you
get
have-
ABL to control the offset.
Okay. If you have springs, you should. If you have solid mounts, you just let it ride. Because the thing is, the springs are going to be way more out of level than the solid mounts could ever be, even if your carriage is bent. That's my logic.
What if you have 3 springs and 1 solid mount?
Then you're just Tyler, stop.
Glutton for punishment.
Can we unlock him?
A masochist? Was that the correct answer?
No, I actually have. So on one of my printers, I have 3 solid mounts and 1
Tyler,
spring
the White Claw's
because-
rotting your brain.
No, it does. It does not rot your brain. It's pretty much water with alcohol and some flavoring. Anyway,
How you do
back to
3
the point.
One of my
leveling.
one of my TH3D solid bed mounts fell apart.
Why didn't you tell me?
I printed a new mount.
No, I would have
Oh my
sent you a
God.
new one. How are we supposed to know if there's a problem if you don't tell me?
I'd have got around to telling you eventually. Actually, I've been doing carpentry in my office, rebuilding shit in my office, so I haven't really been thinking about it too much.
I've got like 16 round mounts, but I don't have any for the bed cables.
Oh, I know
So
why I
that's
didn't.
what the spring's sitting on.
Did you break
I know
it?
why I didn't. I know why I didn't tell you because I got one in the mystery box. I remember now. That's why I didn't tell you because I got one in the mystery box.
What do you mean? It's just they're literally an ABS. Are you talking? What are you talking about? The rounds or the arm?
The rounds.
How did?
I'm talking about the one on the back.
Literally,
like the one that
literally, it
hooks
was like 3 layers of it came unlaminated.
I don't even understand how that's possible.
I compared it to the other ones, and I compared it to the one that was in the mystery. I have no clue how it
So was
came
there
apart.
layers missing when you got it?
I didn't pay that much attention to it.
Oh,
You know, I just flipped them around, stuck them on, and then after it was just a week or so ago when I put a little too much pressure on my bed. So I took everything off because I wanted to make sure I didn't bend the carriage. And that one mount was like,
When did you order that
weird.
stuff? Because I'm wondering if that's when. I wonder if that was before you fired it.
that would have been in the first order I made, so it would have
Probably
been
back in December.
First part of December. Yeah.
Yeah, that was So that was from the guy that we had running our print from. That was in yeah.
He's
It
a new
was replaced.
customer.
If anybody's listening, if you have any issues with anything you buy from us, please contact us. Like, I literally log all issues we have with things, and we do fix them. I'm not like these companies.
I have.
You guys never sent me my coupler.
Your what?
I put in a ticket because my the PTFE, the coupler for the when I bought the all metal extruder, the coupler fell apart immediately.
Oh, where'd
Well,
my thing go?
Well,
Oh,
Tim, I
the
do have
original,
an-
the stock one.
Yeah,
I've got a million of those. What's your
Hey,
ticket?
Tim.
I actually put in a ticket.
What's your ticket? What the hell?
Well, I sent
I
an
don't even know
email
who I
from
need
the
to yell
contact.
at.
I sent an email from the contact
What's your
us.
ticket number? I don't want to give out.
Let me go back.
Go ahead, Tor.
I'll go back.
I'm
and
like a
look
little
real quick.
pissed off right now because that should have absolutely been sent out, or at least give you a refund if you already had other couplers.
Yeah, it would have gone.
Someone needs to be skinned alive.
Someone's gonna get criticized and punished.
Hang on just a
It's
second.
Mac.
Skin him.
He didn't do it.
I'm looking.
So my order that I placed last year for 40 easy ABL boards, only about half of them worked.
What are you talking about your order? You came to my house and I gave you a bin of random
No.
stuff we had.
These were sent to me by your former employee. Thank you. It was an order I placed.
What
Well,
are you talking about? I
Matt
remember
is
I
an
gave
idiot,
you
so-
literally a box of boards that were like returned.
I have a box of 42 easy ABL boards. And only about half of them actually work, but it was an order.
Did you solder them?
No, your employee soldered
Why
them.
is no one telling me this shit? I'm like
They were-
fucking pissed
They were
off.
return boards, but still.
Well, they still go through and test them if they were B stock. No, are you sure
Ew.
that's not just the bin of like returns I gave you? Because I literally just was like, here, I'm just gonna give you all these so I don't have to go through them.
It literally is, but they were still on order.
Oh my god, I hate you. You're like making me think we shipped you
What's
new
the-
stuff.
What's the ticket? I'll look it up.
Hold on. Actually,
Not
I
you.
tried to look up. No,
Shut
I
up,
tried to
Tyler.
look up my stuff the other day.
Technicalities.
I literally remember Tyler, I remember having this conversation saying, I have a bin of these, I don't want to go through them, and I'll sell them to you for super cheap. They're as is. So stop trolling.
Do you know how many that I tried to actually solder myself? So like when people
Did
send
you just
some of
make
these
it
back,
worse?
I can actually see that. I can see that some of these people tried to hook them up either incorrectly or they messed them up while they were hooking it up. Because some of these actually do not work, like legit do not work.
Well,
But
I'm not
some of the other
surprised,
ones
but
do
that was the whole point of me selling them to you for super cheap, so I didn't have to.
I mean, I bought all of the replacement parts for $30 on AliExpress, so I'm gonna replace all the components.
You're a masochist.
Hey, Tim.
What?
So I bought one of your flex sheets a while back, and I had an issue with it.
Mm-hmm.
I was
Did it
putting
work
PET G
too
on
good?
it. No, I was putting PET G on it.
tear the covering off of it?
Yeah, I was putting PET G. I was watching the line go down. Everything was perfect. Had perfect squish. It looked beautiful. I was so damn fucking happy for once.
Yeah, well, PET G
And I
will
want the I
bond
want
to, like, if you put too much squish on it, it'll bond to polycarbonate sheets. And even
I
glass.
had barely,
Besides that, yes.
I'm sorry. I'm gonna go back to my.
If
Okay,
you
hang on.
put- if
I'm
you
going
put
back to my
nanopolymer
coding here. Hang on.
adhesive onto glass or anything else, you can pull whatever type of filament off of PI.
Right,
glass,
you
whatever.
have to have some sort of separation, which I'm pretty sure.
You need an interface layer.
Yes,
Nanopolymer adhesive.
and I'm not a
yes.
chemist. I don't know what the heck why PETG bonds to it. But it is something that You have here. I literally have. I'm like, I know I have this. Hang on. I'm gonna share this right now, so you can't yell at me. Hang on, because I'm like, I know I have this disclosed on the product pages. Material guidelines.
Yeah, it is.
PETG, PCTG. If you're not careful with your fish layer, you can risk bonding PETG or PCTG to the PEI surface. This will damage the surface. To prevent damage to the surface, apply hairspray or PVA glue stick before printing PETG or PCTG on the PEI or EZMAT surfaces.
So here's the thing, right? Is my previous print surface was also PEI, which I've had for at least 2 years. I've been printing on top of it, and I've gone through at least 3 or 4 spools of PETG on it. And
then what you have is not actual PEI. PETG 100% for sure will bond to PEI.
whoever the surface is,
is it a yellow type surface?
Yeah,
or
it's
was
yellow.
it kind of clear?
It's yellow. It's like pea yellow.
You know what manufacturer that is? Because I know ours is 100% actual all-temp PEI, because I can't, like, it doesn't dissolve under acetone and it behaves like PEI should.
Oh,
so
yeah, I clean mine with acetone.
Yeah, because PEI is resistant to acetone. But my point is, we literally have it on the product page saying you should put something between it.
Well, I didn't think nothing of it because I've been printing on it for over a year now with the
yeah.
same
Well, you
type of
should have something
Tyler,
on
did you
it.
get that?
Hairspray, glue stick, like that's the only time you should ever use hairspray is when you're on top of some sort of surface.
The surface is from Gizmo Dorks on Amazon.
Yeah, that's not actual PEI. I've used their stuff before we even carried any of that. That's not actual 100% PEI.
I think you need to select those offsets one more time.
Sorry.
Anyway, back to my.
Hang on. So I'm just explaining what we did here. So I have here, if enabled Enter 5 Plus is going to evaluate, okay, it's only going to define BL Touch and the BL Touch servo pin, which we only have one on here. It's only going to define this if no ABL and EZABL is disabled. So what this is going to do is if either one of these are enabled, these defined statements will not happen. Now, we have a further evaluation here for the X and Y probe offset. This is the OEM offsets for the BL Touch on the Ender 5 Plus. So this is going to evaluate not only do we have this disabled and this disabled, but also if custom probe is disabled. So if custom probe is disabled, meaning you're not using a custom mount, it's going to automatically apply these offsets. Now, the only thing here is I have to take into account the OEM mount. So if this OEM mount fits, which let me see, I should be able to eyeball.
Is this 2.0?
Yeah.
You're not using the
I know I haven't
XYZ. Dang it, Tim.
Did you get that?
That threw me off for a second. I'm like, why are we using this right now?
Okay, so the OEM mount for the CR10 so we call it the CR10 OEM mount, and we have two different mounts. We have one for the CR10, Ender 3, etc. And the Ender 5 is the exact same mount, except if you look here on my video, there's a little cutout here for the belt. Otherwise, the offsets are exactly the same. So the only thing I have to take in consideration for this is, or for the, hang on, this is getting complicated. Because if someone puts, so the Solvo OEM mount's never going to come into play because it's a completely different mount. The Volcano and the V6 Heavy Duty I don't think fit the Ender 5 series. So the Ender 5, Ender 5 Plus share the same carriage. So they're exact same carriage. So mounts that fit the Ender 5 will fit the 5 Plus. Some mounts that fit the CR10 and the Ender 3 will fit the 5 Plus too, but some don't because of the way the belt attaches to the carriage. It attaches on the side because of the square frame versus the standard bed fling or Cartesian setup. So I should just put these in here. I'm just going to put these in here now. So I'm basically going to put a blanket statement that if all these other mounts are disabled, then we're going to define the OEM mount for the BL Touch.
Or make them pick their mount.
No, they can pick their mount already. So this will work. I just need, it's just more room. Oh, I guess there's not that many. So we've got, hang on. Let me just open up the mount. Wait, hang on. go on this side, make a new one. So I'm just gonna put these in because here's the thing: if I put them in, even if these mounts don't fit, I'm just gonna cover my ass here.
That new probe offset menu that was merged recently is pretty cool.
I haven't looked at the latest. Have they done another release after 2.0, or is it still bug fix?
It's
Um,
2.0.2.
Okay.
Yeah, like bug fix is still further ahead. That's where I'm throwing all my PRs. They just took like 32,000 lines yesterday.
Yeah, I talked to Scott because we get a lot of people that are like claiming to be people. I was like, is this guy active in the Marlin stuff? Because you sent me that message. I was like, I'm just gonna validate this.
Oh yeah, I've got like 100,000 lines in or more.
Yeah, he was like, yeah, he's been active. I'm like, cool. I'll put him on my channel.
Like really active. Like I'm pushing my way up towards top 20 pretty fast.
Yeah, I haven't looked at that. I mean, feel free if you want to go ahead and update some of our branches. I was like, go ahead. If PRs are what floats your boat, go crazy.
I mean, like the
Well,
entire
like, I
2.0 branch I've got.
Well,
Trying to help
speaking
out
of,
Bo with the issue list and stuff like that is just
Bo
so,
messaged me, and he was asking me some funny questions, and I'm just like, because he had some guys that were just being dicks to him. I'm like, just fucking close their shit
just
out.
tell them to fuck off.
Yeah, I was like, close their. This isn't tech support for your 3D printer. I was like, tell Scott to give me permission. I have no problem telling people to go pound sand. Like, people don't understand. Like, we have the issue queue disabled on our branches because it literally says in our README, issue queue is disabled because people don't understand that this is for firmware issues and not technical.
hey, speaking
Like-
of working on Marlin, I do.
Oh, look at that! Look at all those. Oh wait. I didn't want ors. I wanted ands. So I want this to only happen if all of these are disabled. If any one of these are disabled, we are not defining those offsets.
Yeah, Scott went ahead and officially made me a dev like last week or something.
I do have a question about.
Joke's
a
on you
project-
because he just totally ripped you into that.
Yeah, I know. Now I get to do all this work.
Fresh meat.
Yeah. But like I was doing it anyway, and I've got lots of free time.
That must be nice.
I got a question about a board.
I don't know if you noticed, but I'm working on product support at
That's
midnight
generous
on
of you.
Saturday.
Thank you.
So there's this one board that was being worked on. It's like 80% of the way there. It seems like it has like a lot of the back end code needed for it to work. The only issue I ran into is it throws a whole bunch of issues with SPI pins not being defined yet, and it's like gone cold.
Just
for like a
blacklist the
year now.
SPI. That's what we have to do for STM F103.
Is that what? Do you like walk me through how to do that? 'Cause I've been
So
trying to
hang on,
get
I'm trying
Marlin
to-
running this board.
I'm trying to
If you're
think of how to
using-
automate this more. Okay, so the only thing
Message me later.
the thing that screwed me up, if I didn't have the custom probe option, everything was predefined, I would be able to just say, okay, if they uncomment any of these mounts that are for the EZBL, disable the BL touch settings. But because we have the custom probe option, it throws a wrench.
So
And
which one is your name that
Who had
so I get the right one?
Can you add a global switch for the custom probe? So if they're using the custom probe, they have to define individually, but if they're not, then you can automate.
I'm trying to think of how to do this and not break other things. I'm not Scott. I don't push code that breaks stuff. Got him.
It happens.
It does happen. He did a code change. He did something right before Murph, like
Multiple
literally
times I've stepped in and go,
like-
yeah, we need to patch this now. It's
like
that,
four-
that's been
like-
fucked up for days.
like 4 hours before we had to leave for Murph. I was troubleshooting an extruder issue on our EZBoard because Marlin 2 was still in beta, and it worked on the old build, and we updated the build, and the extruder.
I remember that day.
the
I got yelled
extruder-
at for being in the room.
The extruder would not move from the LCD, but it worked over USB and SD prints. Wouldn't move from the LCD, so we're sitting here thinking, like, we're swapping the board. Like, did the E driver die on this
I
board?
wonder if that was the EEPROM error.
I don't know what it was,
called
but it,
Griffin and was like, Griffin, what's wrong?
Because he merged
But then I
something
put-
that
we
was
had
like
we had 3 prototypes, and all of them
Oh.
did the same thing. So I was like, Yeah, it's definitely not the boards. It's
We ended up
software.
printing from Octoprint the entire Murph, didn't we?
We did because it worked over USB printing.
Yes, we were like, all right, screw it.
And
Doing
to be clear,
DB,
this was
go.
before we ever sold any boards, so I didn't ship any boards like this. I'm not Big Tree Tech. This was when we were still in testing. I don't know if you've noticed. What's your actual name, Vertebreaker?
My real name?
Or do you want to call you Verta? What do you want me to address you as on here?
His
Vert's
name
fine.
Is
Okay,
Brad.
so Vert. I don't know if you've noticed, but the Marlin issue queue is littered with Big Tree Tech shit.
Oh yeah.
Who?
Do you
so
see
is the
anything?
Discord.
Do you
Like I
see
just ignore the shit
anything?
now.
Do you see anything from the EZBoard in the fucking issue queue?
No, not
Exactly.
really.
I sent Scott a
feel like
board.
not a-
I sent Scott a board. I sent him the baseline firmware I had working. He merged in our changes. He merged in our board. I haven't heard shit from him. He uses our board in his CR10, and he loves the damn
But
thing.
to be fair, a lot of the shit in that issue queue is PEBCAC, like for real.
We have PEBCAC issues. They never make it to you guys.
No, really?
I've got a Ender 3 Pro, and I've went ahead and loaded your firmware on it. I've got an issue where if I save the preset, it'll, like, if I power cycle it and do auto home, auto home's fine, and I get a Z value of 5. If I print something or cancel something and it gets done, my Z value actually drops lower on the next time, and then it'll actually apply my Z settings or my offset to that current setting, therefore slamming my head or my extruder into the bed. I actually confirmed that bug with somebody else today too.
I was
I
actually
wonder if
having
that's
that
the
same
Z
issue, too.
coupler.
My Ender 5 Plus was doing that.
On what board?
It's the 1.0. It's just the standard Ender 3 Pro board. It's like a
I had a
112 or something like that.
Can you explain that again? Because I'm having a hard time following. That.
Okay, so when you first turn your Ender on,
What are these steps
this is
to
with your
reproduce?
firmware. Okay, if you
It's
look
like,
in
actually,
this
I've got a
channel,
question.
well, first thing you do is you auto home it, and then I go ahead and I print something. This is with my offsets put in, the Z offset.
Okay.
Then when it gets done printing, or if you cancel the job, then when it goes to it should go down to Z5. That's where mine sets. But instead, it actually lowers further than that. So, and then the next time you go to print another item, it will apply your Z offset to that current setting that it lowered. So it kind of screws up and
So
slams your head into the bed.
I have my CR10 running that same firmware. You know what version
So-
you're on?
It's the latest one that you have out right now.
Okay, because that's what's on there.
And I
could
did
test
confirm
that.
this bug with Krangbohr.
Well, who?
It's
I'm not
not
sure
like
that
a-
that's software
My
though.
Ender 3 of the stock
It's
board.
definitely the software. I
Probably.
tried doing it just with my Ender.
Is the
Yeah, I just
M48's reporting a good result?
Actually, Krangbohr's was. Mine's not doing so hot. But
Because I have seen people have the similar instance where they have that springy Z coupler, and it like you have to adjust that because it springs up a little bit during the movements, and then
Because
it
here's
changes.
the thing, I know for a fact on my CR10, like when I was printing, I'll show these off now since talking about this. Like,
And see,
You're
I
cutting
can
out when you talk,
reproduce it
Tim.
every time with mine. And
When I was-
Krangbohr actually confirmed with his that his
So-
did it too.
when I was printing these, I had to cancel this. So I started a print, canceled it.
So after you
Restarted it.
cancel the print, go ahead and auto home, and then you'll see that it lowers from. So the very first time you turn your printer on, write down your Z value. Go ahead and either print something or cancel
Well,
something.
the Z
and then
should
auto home it
the Z should always show 5. It's gonna take
Yeah, and see
the
that's where
offset
mine
into
is
account.
5. On the second time at auto homes,
I would say reset
So,
your
like,
EEPROM completely.
I tried that
default.
too.
How did you reset the
I've even
EEPROM?
tried reflashing it.
Well,
Well,
reflashing doesn't wipe the
it doesn't
EEPROM.
wipe the EEPROM.
Well, I did
You
that.
have
Was
to-
it the M509 or something like that?
So you have to do. I responded to a
Initialized.
ticket or a forum
Or-
post today, and they did M500 and then M502, which is not going to.
He saved
I
and
tried doing
reset.
that. I've got mine over here, but I was
mean,
pretty
I can-
sure I cleared it.
I can try. Are
Because
you
I know
doing
that's
off
what the
SD
thing-
or USB?
I tried both.
It does it over both because I'm printing over USB.
It does it over both.
I'll try it right now because I know for a fact I canceled this. I canceled the first job, and then it'll auto home. I have my G code on my EZBuy set to auto home before it starts a print, and it
So when
put the
my
beat down
yeah,
just
you
fine.
watch your Z value though. The second time after you you
I
auto
don't even pay
home it
attention to my.
lowers.
I don't even pay attention to my Z value. I just sent another print to it and it printed.
Well, see, that's like I said, if I cancel or I finish a job, I end up having to power cycle my ender to reset it because my Z value changes after the cancel
Oh,
or the print.
Let me try it right now. I just got to run my IP address for that printer.
Can you
fire
like
mine
force
up, I've got
reset
it
it
right
by
here.
power cycling
had
it
the
to get it
issue with
back
the
to where it
coupler?
should be?
Yep, I can.
That's what he's saying. If he power cycles, it works
Well,
fine.
I'm gonna test
So
it
long
right
as he
now.
tries consecutive prints.
Hang on. I'm gonna test it right now.
In the firmware, do you have what's that option where
mine
you
up.
like when you adjust the Z offset, it actually adjusts the
Baby
I
step
don't know
Z
what it's called.
offset?
When you baby step it, does it actually adjust the Z offset?
Okay,
That
so
might-
my Z offset on that
depending on
machine.
what it
Depends on
is.
how you have it set up.
Okay, so my Z offset on that machine right now, just running M503, is negative 1.75, and that's actually one of our older kits on, which doesn't matter as far as the firmware is concerned. What version am I running? Because I just updated that machine.
Okay, 1 second. Who had the issue with the coupler, and what was the number?
Tor's like, I'm taking notes.
Well, what couple? Like I've seen multiple people have issues with the coupler where it would change the Z offset
Oh, yeah.
every time.
Somebody said they had a ticket.
The springing ones. Give Tor your ticket number. So I lied. I am apparently on U1R219 on that printer, but I will reflash it right now because if there is a problem, I want to track it down. Because if I can't replicate it here, then it's going to be something mechanical. So, and it's
Here,
probably
I'll
just a
tell you what.
I think I'm
coincidence.
selling like 12 on
Put
my
your
ender.
ticket number.
Your 5 plus.
So where do you find the version?
I was trying. I sent in a contact email. I didn't open a ticket.
That's the same thing. It all goes the same place.
Yeah,
Well,
it would send you back a.
I can't find the reply on the email, or I'd give
You
it
get
to you.
you get automated response if it sent it.
Yeah, I can't find it. It's lost in my email somewhere.
Just search support at th3dstudio.com.
Support.
Support at th3 because that's where it'll come from.
Yeah.
All right. So.
And by the way, if I would have known about your sensor, I would have bought it from you guys because you guys are good to help people. I have.
Oh,
a
you don't
BL
even
touch.
have my
better.
sensor.
No, I would have bought it though. I promise.
Okay.
Actually, I'm
Honey,
still
So
mine.
I am running our
Actually,
sensor.
I have no emails from support at TH3D Studio, so
Then you probably forgot to send us one.
I did it through the contact form on the site.
The contact
Okay,
form
so-
has been working 100%. I can guarantee that.
Well, it was back in December, and I also sent you a Facebook message on December 9th.
I don't ever check Facebook. I very
So with
rarely
my
check
BL
those.
Touch, I just booted it up.
Yeah.
I'm at Z5 right now. When I first turned
Are
it
you
on,
sure it's not the BL Touch?
it's TH3D BL Touch ready. It says it's an Ender 3
I have
Pro.
I have all. I
Do
don't
you get
care.
good deviation? Like,
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
I can
Yeah,
tell
the
you.
M48 test for the BL Touch on the Ender 3.
I'll do it
Yeah,
right
you can
now.
do M48. But what I'm
It's like
saying,
typically-
I thought you were like saying with the like easy
The fact that
ADL,
a power cycle
But they all
fixes
use
the
the same
problem
code.
indicates it's a software issue.
unless it's
Yeah, it's a software issue.
unless it's the BL Touch being wonky and resetting the
because
BL
they're-
Touch.
No, my BL
Yeah.
Touch was working good with the firmware prior. I just noticed you guys had better results, so I moved over to the TH3D firmware.
So here's the thing:
So
the
the
BL
prior
Touch or not, both sensors use the same bed leveling routine and code.
It's a BL Touch 3.1.
So, there's, I mean, I'm gonna update mine to the latest one here. So I'm gonna go ahead
And then I can.
yeah. So I mean, I don't think there's any code changes that would be different from the 19 version I have on here versus yours, but I'm gonna do it just for his sake.
There is an issue with deviation where, like, if there's noise in the line, like, you'll get crappy deviation that way too.
BL touches. We were just talking about that, weren't we?
Yeah.
Weren't we, Kyle? Kyle Davis.
Actually, one of the
417.
guys on the Marlin Discord,
Oh.
because he had a direct drive and the magnet was too close to it, it was just making it not work at all.
So our
all he
new,
had to do was shield it.
So
Mine's
our
just
newer-
the OEM stuff.
so our newer sensors are much more resistant to direct drive, but we still have in the starting code where it just turns it off just because, like, it's not going to hurt anything. So you just add M84E to your starting code.
Yeah, I got all the worst.
I suggested he put a Faraday cage.
I got I have direct
Don't
drive
tell
with the
people that
BL
even
Touch.
jokingly because they'll do it. I don't think you understand.
Like
said
a
you
simple
messaged
one,
us
like just put some
December 9th?
tinfoil on it. Like,
So like our sensors, from the sensor all the way back to the control box, all the wires are foil wrapped in foil, and then there's a very tight braiding around that, and then we drain that out to the ground line.
How tight though?
It's really tight. Like, it's hard to get it open. That's why I have our assembler do all the termination on them.
So
'Cause
I have a question.
their labor's
Who's
a
in
lot
the-
cheaper in Taiwan than it is here.
Who was in the chat that was saying that they could help me with getting
Yeah.
Marlon to work on a really weird board that is somewhat supported right now?
I can help you.
Because based on how far
Tyler,
along
you seem
it
to have a lot of
okay.
free time. Do you wanna become a support rep here?
On my
we could use some
deviation,
extra
I will
it's
help.
not
showing
be P3D support.
No.
If you would
0.047778.
like,
What if I pay you?
if you would like Marlin help, I will be able to help you 100%.
0.0477.
Oh,
So if it's
insane.
40, 50 micron, that's terrible.
So
Yeah,
Wait,
It's
zero
not
well,
point
talking to
zero
Crane
four?
Board.
Are you serious? It's
It says
0.04? That's garbage.
Yeah,
Like,
beyond
if
the
we
50
have one of
micron,
our-
it's
if
not
we
even
have-
usable.
If we have one of our
Like,
sensors
well-
doing that, I replace it under warranty.
Krangborg said he's got one of your sensors and he's having the same bug. His deviation was 002119.
002 is good. But what I'm saying is, I know this printer mechanically, there's no issues with it. So if I'm flashing it right now, I'll switch over my monitor here. Wait, why isn't it? Okay, here.
I don't
I'm
have your stream up
literally
on this one. I got to switch computers.
here.
Hold on.
I'm literally flashing it right now, just so you guys can see here. This is right from our GitHub. So here's U1 R2 22. I exported a compile binary, and I'm flashing it over my Octoprint.
Yeah, Tim, we never got a ticket from him.
Well, that's why you didn't get a response, Bill.
Yeah, I filled it out. I filled out the form, but
Weird.
it's
It was
possible.
when everybody was sick.
Oh, that's
Yeah, it was
disgusting.
during
Arduino.
It was during that week.
Ooh.
Everybody was sick.
It doesn't matter if everybody was
Yeah.
sick. They're still the help desk doesn't get sick. It's a
Yeah.
computer.
I actually responded to him in Facebook.
Right.
I was like, if you have a ticket,
Yeah, Facebook
Facebook
links
gets-
up to our live chat.
But like I said, I ended up ordering some couplings from couplers and from you anyway. Some replacements.
okay,
Why aren't
hang
you
on.
compiling
So,
with VS Code? Ugh.
it's the 8-bit. It's 119. I don't give a
Yeah, but it doesn't matter. It's still 25% smaller in VS Code.
Nah.
I don't care. Okay, so I'm gonna retain. So just for consistency's sake, so here I'm saving my offset because this shouldn't change. So I'm gonna do M502. Okay, and actually look at I'm very nice in our EZPy image. Bam, clear EEPROM. Bam, save EEPROM. Okay, so I'll send my. I'm just gonna verify that, clear everything else. There shouldn't be any offset. There's none. So I'm gonna send my offset. I'm gonna save my EEPROM, and I'm not even gonna try. Well, I guess should I try? Whatever. I'll heat it. This printer doesn't take too long to heat. Look at that. Look at that. I got even a webcam.
If you're talking about the SPI issues, it was Vertebreaker, the Marlin dev.
Yeah. I think I sent a friend request.
So I'll
I
check it
took
right
it.
now. So you're saying if I print this,
So if you auto home right now, write down your
Okay.
Z value, and then you've
are
already
you
got
talking
your
about the Z
offset in
value
there,
on
right?
you're talking about the Z value on the LCD?
Yeah, your current Z value at home, which should be Z5.
Okay,
And then
well,
you've already
it's
put your
homing right
offset
now.
in, which is fine.
Yeah, it's
Okay.
homing right now.
So once you've done your offset and you've stored it, go ahead and try to print something or even, cancel the job or whatever after you've done it. And then when it homes or goes back, you'll notice that it'll drop underneath Z5. That's what mine's been doing. And the only way to get it to go back to the correct value is for me to power cycle my printer and then auto home it and then print again.
It wouldn't be the first time Marlin does something weird because I put in a PR to fix the bug with emergency stop yesterday, and I got into an interesting conversation with one of the other guys, and we still have no fucking clue why it fixes it, but it does.
Okay, so I can override. So so Z says 5, so I'm gonna hit print, which will auto home it again because that's in my my
Yeah,
starting
and see,
scripts.
that first time's okay, but it's
Okay.
right after either the job finishes or you cancel the job after
Hang
it
on,
started.
my Octoprint USB. I hit preheat.
And then see, I tried it with Octoprint, and
What
I
is
even
my
tried
computer
bypassing
doing?
Octoprint and just using the printer itself.
Well, it's good to know because then I don't have to fiddle with an SD card.
Yeah, it's not Octo for sure because I tried to go an SD card and
Well,
without
here's the
Octo
thing: if
too.
it was an actual firmware bug, then it wouldn't matter what you're printing off a USB. Okay, so all right, so it's starting the print job. So
And then after you've canceled or finished the job, you just auto home again, and you'll see what I'm talking about.
So, do I gotta let G29 complete and everything?
Yes.
Okay.
Tyler, can you unmute me?
So while this is heating up, I'm gonna go back to my code.
Done.
You haven't gotten much code done, have you?
No, 'cause
No,
people-
we've
how it
all been
goes.
pestering him.
Okay, so I think these evaluations are pretty good. All I have left to do is double check that the end stop logic is the same, which should be. I think they're still using false. So let me.
The errors I'm getting is serial port 0 does not exist and void SPI1 underscore Z.
Okay, so what I do have to do is tell it to home to max because it's an under 5 plus. So the under 5 and the under 5 max home to max. So you can see here, this is easy. I've already got one for the 5, so enabled under 5 plus. Typing is hard.
How did you get that clean, defined split screen you just used?
It's part of
Windows?
software. No, it's
That's
part
a
of.
diff.
Oh.
No, it's not a diff. It's just
it's
Notepad plus
split
plus
screen?
has a
Oh, yeah.
little split. You can right click on a tab.
No. You had Windows and you brought up Alt Tab on
Yeah,
only the left
window.
hand side
Hold
of
down. Yeah, here. Hold down Windows key and press up, down, left, right, and you can even do other monitors.
Or when you snap something to that side of the monitor
Yeah,
too, you
yeah.
grab a window and
I can
drag
just
it.
pull it down and just bloop. Or
I don't know what you guys are talking about. I'm making a sandwich.
I run Mac, so it automatically
yeah, we
does
know
it.
you're a peasant.
That is really weird.
Okay, so I am almost good here. Okay, so we want a home to max on this, just like we do on the 5. The 5 and the 5 Plus are very similar in terms of their software configuration. And I think that's going to be mostly it. I've already got the sensor handled, so we handle it slightly differently on the back end. So we got false, false, false. Our steps per millimeter are 80, 8400, which is what the other ones are.
Wow, that lag really is huge. You just did it.
Now, another thing that because I'm fairly new to this firmware, it's possible too. I've measured my sensor wrong. I was following a guide out there on a video that I found.
I swear to
Now,
God.
Is there a? Yeah, I know.
Enemy Chase
So-
and Shadows here.
On the CR10 OEM, is that just the regular bracket they send you with the kit?
No, that's ours.
Is that?
That's ours for
That's
our
yours,
sensor.
gotcha.
That's our
That's
OEM
the
bracket.
easy
Okay,
AVL.
see, I'm-
You think
I'm not-
Creality's thought ahead
okay.
enough to like define predefined offsets? They don't do
No,
that.
no, that's what I thought. I measured with the calipers what I did, so I'm using the custom probe or custom mount, I should say.
Okay, so we're
Okay,
we're
so
almost
I have
we're
to
almost
ignore
at temp here on that bed. It's a CR10 60C.
Okay.
Okay, so I've got I'll be 80 495, which is what? Oh God, this ale was a little foamy.
Okay, so
Hang on, let me.
so for the Sim2 3D board, what should I define for the serial port?
For what?
I'm trying to get the Sim2 3D
I've
board
never
to
heard
run
of that.
Marlin.
What hole in China
It's
did
the
you
one
pull
that-
that out of?
Oh, it comes on the Tronxy X5SA, the newest version.
Whenever you plug it in, you
What
should
is a
see what COM port it
Tronxy?
shows up on. But like VS Code should.
Who is buying
uh,
Tronxy anymore?
port.
There's so many
Does
better
Tronxy still
machines.
exist?
I will
Okay,
not buy
so
them
that-
because one, their printers are garbage, and two, they didn't do
Okay,
anything
so that
for
did help generate the SPI errors I was getting.
Yep.
But I'm trying to figure out which port it wants. for serial. That's the only thing left in errors.
Like as soon as you plug it in, it should.
Okay,
check.
Lance, you're the one saying. Okay, so I'm running my G29 here. See, it's taking my bed measurements.
So it should be like, I don't know if it's
Do you
using.
see that, Lance, on the Discord?
0.2.
On the Discord live
Let me
stream?
go over there. I'm on 2 different machines.
I am doing this troubleshooting for you, and you can't.
Okay.
send you
No,
a
I'm
picture.
watching it. I'm. It's in the
Okay,
same room with me.
So it's recovering the heaters now. So then it's gonna go to print,
Right.
and then you want me to once this starts printing, then just cancel it.
Yeah, you can just go ahead and cancel,
I'm gonna let it do
and
its
then you
purge
just
line.
auto home again after you've canceled, and then see if yours hits Z5, because mine didn't.
Okay, so far it seems like it's like a -1.
Okay, so you can see it just did the purge line. So I'm gonna tell it, yeah, are you sure you want to cancel? So it's gonna take a second. It's got to work through the command queue.
It's compiling.
Okay,
Now it's got to
there we
figure
go.
out how to
Okay,
get
so
the
I just
touchscreen to
aborted the
work.
print. So you want me to home again?
Yeah, auto home.
Okay, so home all. G28.
And then if
Hey,
you're
Let me.
that
And you want me to go
actually,
look at my
Z's
screen?
5. Yeah, what's your Z say?
Hey, it compiled.
There you go.
What display does the Cintu 3D?
My Z says
401.
4.92.
See, or it's not at 5.
Okay, but here's my next question.
Well, I'll see
If I just
It'll lower again if you do it again.
if I home it, or I have to restart the whole print process.
If you home it again, I think it'll lower again.
Okay.
I
Hang
think
on.
that's what's his name told me on when I was talking to him
Okay,
earlier.
so this is
I
gonna
think
sound
he said he
stupid,
homed
but
his.
I really don't care what it displays. If it actually prints the first layer correctly, doesn't
Mine
matter.
won't. It'll actually ram my head into the bed and actually go too thin.
Well, I
because
told it to home
applies
again.
that.
Let me see what it says.
Well, the LCD for the driver chip, it's an HR 2046. So which display would I define for that? Because it is a touch display that it comes with.
It might be one of the ones that isn't supported by Marlin yet. I have to look.
I
Okay.
looked and I found
So
the
it is showing
screenshots.
4.92. I'm just gonna start the print again and see if it actually does it, because I don't know. So this is still on 119. If that's the case, once we do it on this, I can actually check and see if 2.0 has the same issue. But the reality is, if it isn't going to bury my sensor into the bed, then it doesn't really matter if it's just showing that wrong one. I'm going to see if it shows the correct Z value after it does the
Yeah,
home.
see my. Gotcha. See it kept my Z value, so I know it's storing my offset, but it applies that offset to that new value you just seen there.
Well, mine's only showing
And-
4.92, so we're talking.
So yours wasn't a
0.08.
huge deviation.
Yeah,
It's
Mine's
consistently
actually dropping.
4.92,
Hello.
which means that your probe is contributing to that, because it's not getting good reading.
Well, the deviation of 50 micron, you could have a drift of quite a bit there.
Yeah. And this isn't even one of my shielded sensors. This sensor's like, I don't even know. This sensor's probably almost old.
And if that's just a normal M48, you might want to try running an M48 P50 and see what your results are. See how repeatable it is.
I usually do M48 P10. I usually do 10.
Yeah, I
Hello.
usually suggest 50.
How is everyone? Hello.
Yo.
Hello.
Right here.
Hello.
How are y'all?
Pretty good.
Okay.
Spiffy.
Just
Like
so it's a pile. That's
Do
good.
any of y'all like?
What else
Do y'all do like 3D printing things on here? Like,
I
That's
think
exactly
so.
what we're doing. I think so, maybe. I might be a
Possibly.
developer for Marlin, maybe.
So
Tim could own a
What's
3D
well, that's not
Merlin?
Okay.
Well,
So I'm
I like
okay,
eating
I'm-
people if that counts.
hang on. Okay, I'm canceling the print,
Okay.
and I'm gonna home it again.
Yeah, Nereus might run
But the first layer height was perfect. So
But that's just a maybe. I don't know. We might be doing that here.
That might be a 3D printer, but then again, it might be a tool changer, so I don't know.
okay, so here's
No, that's a CNC.
here's my theory.
Okay, yeah.
So here's
yeah.
my theory. I think because your probe's deviation is so all over the place, There definitely is something weird going on with the Marlin code, but I think because your deviation's all over the place, that's why you're seeing it present a problem. Because I'm at 4.93 after homing it after that. So
did it stay the same then, or did yours actually drop a little more?
the first layer is at the correct height. So there is something weird going on. I don't know. It's over my pay grade.
Okay.
But the thing is, so here's the thing though, I can tell you, the more variance in your probe's reading it's going to have, the worse that bug's going to be.
Gotcha.
Yeah, which display does the one printer that comes with the MKS Robin Nano? Because it seems it's running the exact same controller chip as that screen, and it's the same. It looks like actually to be the same screen.
So is there no way I can
Could
actually
literally
reset
be
that
anything.
value to go back to 5 each time, or is that just
I
calibrated
don't know
by
if
the
you see
probe?
this. I just did a probe test. I pulled a 0.001581.
Yeah, I
Oh,
typically
okay.
pull like a
Yeah,
5 micron.
It's the Sapphire Pro is what that display comes in.
Yeah, I'm looking up the screen for that.
So here's
Yeah,
what I'm gonna do. I'm
'cause
gonna home it now. So I
that
just ran
seems
an
to be
M48 test. So I'm wondering if it'll like sort itself out if you just did like an M48 real quick. I'm gonna see what it does after I home it here because it showed Z5 after the M48.
Yeah, because I can do testing for this board if you want to
You
see
said
if we can get it
M48?
fully supported.
Okay, so after the M48 test, it showed Z5. So I just let me see here. Let's see if it changes.
Gotcha.
So I don't know what's causing that, but I do know that having a probe that's not getting good accuracy is going to totally screw that up because of that. So I think it's just going to be something that is going to have to get fixed when we port that branch over to 2.0 because unless there's a fix in 119 that's known.
It must be something just with those printers because mine doesn't do that.
You might have enough accuracy where you're not noticing it. That's what I'm saying. Like
okay.
we're talking 0.6 or 0.06 millimeters is what
Yeah,
this is showing the difference.
My M48 was like 0.0012.
And I can confirm it's fixed in Marlin too, because once we get the firmware done for this EZBoard here, then I can confirm the case. Because then the plan will just be to push ahead with the 2.0 development and just phase out 119. But here's the thing, I never noticed it because I'm never looking at my Z. But the thing is, the accuracy is so high on these, it's not present a problem with me. Well, I never noticed it.
I'll have to end up probably getting one of those then if that's the case.
Well, if it fixes it,
I just
your M48 test is terrible. You should sort that out.
I'll try that again here in a minute. I'm doing some alignment.
There is definitely something weird going on, and the thing is, because it's such a small amount, it'd be really hard for you to measure to see if it actually is physically moved down that 0.07 or not. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I know mine does because it actually, like I said, I can do one print fine.
I mean, I could screw with the calibration on my sensor so it's intentionally bad.
Well, and that's kind of another thing I've been wondering too. Is it seems like I don't think it's auto leveling correctly with mine. But like you say, my deviation sucks, and I'm trying to figure out what I've.
Yeah, if you're not able to get a good mesh either, that's deviation.
So here's the thing. Even if there's definitely something weird. What I want to know is it just what it's displaying that's incorrect, or is it actually moving it incorrect?
It is actually moving it.
Because here's the thing. I'm not able to see this because I just did it in my first layer. Once I start showing the brim on this print, it's the same every time. It's not going too high or too low.
Yeah, mine is actually going too low. It'll actually smash it into the bed where filament won't even come out.
Yeah, this is.
I have seen like issues.
It will move it.
You can see, look at the. All right, can you guys hear me all the way over here?
Yes.
Yeah,
Just talk loud.
Okay, so if you see here, my bead here, my correct height every time. I didn't even do any babysitting. Prime line looks like it should. like it should.
Is it the hey vertebraker? Is it the same as defining MC graphical TFT? Because I said it's for the MKS Robin, Elfway's U20 and JG Aurora and all them.
Just do what I do. Start commenting stuff, compile it, and see what.
Well,
Yeah, just try it. Like,
if I build the wrong one,
he
then I
doesn't
can't
know
pull
that
it
crappy
forward.
Tronix Y. He doesn't know that crappy Tronix Y board. Just send it.
yeah.
I don't believe the board has a bootloader, so I can't reflash if this doesn't go.
Well, this is why I don't buy Tronix Y. Okay, so
You
here's
need
the
an
thing.
in-circuit programmer and just fix that. That's all.
I'll probably buy one if this don't work.
So I think, like I said, I don't. Obviously, there's something going on. I never noticed it because the accuracy is so high on these.
Mm-hmm.
Like I can
Right,
say
You know
I've
what I
seen
mean?
some like inconsistencies before, but like when I saw it, it was when like my probe wasn't accurate, like he's having.
So
And
what I want to know is it just that it's showing the wrong thing and it's actually at the correct height? Because here's the thing: if it's just showing the wrong thing, it's at the correct height, whatever. But if it's showing the incorrect height and it's actually setting the nozzle at the incorrect height, then that is a problem. It's going to be more of a problem if you have a really crappy probe.
That is what mine's doing right there.
But like it sets that height based upon the reading that it gets.
So I'm wondering if it somehow subtracts. So it does it when the printer's first turned on. Oh, you know what? I wonder if I turn off restore leveling after G28, if that would fix it. Oh, let me try this.
That might have that could have something to do with
that's
it.
That's the only function in Marlin that I can think.
But like, you need that if you're gonna save a mesh.
Right, that's what I'm saying. So maybe it's trying to restore it. That's the only feature I think that is actually enabled in our firmware. Because I did that to try to idiot-proof it, because people were like, they do a G28 after their G29. It's like, no.
Well, like hang
on, I'm gonna figure it out right now. Let me just disable, because that's an easy fix. And
because if you're using ABL, there shouldn't be any correction, because you have to force load a mesh.
Right, you have to load a mesh from somewhere. Okay, here, so restore leveling after G28. So let me do this. Let's see if this fixes. I'm going to comment this out. I'm going to recompile my firmware and then re-upload it to the printer and see if the bug still exists. If the bug still exists, then it's not that feature. But that's the only feature in the firmware that I think would be messing with it. You follow me?
Called what?
Restore leveling after G28. Restore _ leveling _ after _ G28. Because that's the only feature that would then be reapplying that mesh. So my logic is telling me that if that's the case, that's a feature that could be overriding that Z height because it's trying to restore that previous mesh. Are you kidding of G29 every print?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Well, let's
put that in your Marlin code, right? After G28.
Yeah, I always get a fresh mesh. Some people store them because they're impatient, but I'd rather just have a fresh mesh and not have to work.
No, I do a fresh mesh every time.
Use UBL and I do it once.
I never mess. UBL even for me was like, whatever.
I have kids.
How impatient are you people?
Printers, so I do a G29 after everything.
Aside from it taking a little longer time, there's no reason not to do a G29 after every or at the start of the print.
Well, the main reason I liked UBL is because it was great for diagnostics. Like if you're trying to check something and you're building a new mesh every time, that's a moving variable that changes every time on you.
No, I
can't
understand.
Test anything.
I understand what you're saying. I understand. So, and
With it being a static value.
I have leveling fade height disabled because I have seen weird behavior with the leveling fade height. So yeah, I just have it disabled because some people, in theory, it's better to have it disabled, but I haven't noticed any problems.
And well, if it is enabled and it's set too low, then you run into really...
So Modern Rifleman is saying, this sounds like the sort of thing if you don't have bed compensation on M420S1 after running G29, except I know it is on because I can see my lead screws moving. If it was S0, then my lead screws would not be moving. So, okay, I just flashed this. Let's see if I can replicate the same error after flashing it.
Is that on the back end configuration?
Yeah. So how our firmware set up is so people don't mess with this. Configuration _ backend has your traditional Marlin values. There's no notes for the most part, but that's where they're stored. So we haven't changed any of those variables. We've added our own stuff. It's not that complicated what we did. It's a lot of if, then, else, and else ifs and.
So if that fixes it, I just have to comment that line out. The restore
Well, and I'll
leveling
push
after G28.
Well, and I'll push a patch out.
I'm waiting for you.
I'll push a patch
Then
out.
you do it first.
Right now for the 8-bit one. Why is this not connecting to my? Oh, did I upload? No, hang on. MCR10. Why is this not communicating with my board now? Hang on.
Yeah, it drove me nuts. I about had my bed dialed in. I think it was last night. I stayed up late and I just couldn't figure out why is it changing. Like, why do you keep doing this?
Let me see. I just replugged my board. Oh, there we go. Dev T2. Grab my Z set. Okay, so clear EEPROM M850Z -1.75 500 8. Or I'm not even gonna bother because I have to run a print. You said so. When I hit print, it's gonna send a G28. So my printer's gonna home. Oh, it's like calculating. Oh, there it goes.
Diagnostics are always fun.
Yeah, it's like I said, the only reason I didn't notice this is because the accuracy. Like, I'm not trying to stroke my own sensor ego, but like the accuracy.
No,
is so
if
good
yours
on
is
them.
that good, like I said, I'll probably pick some stuff up.
I'm not trying to say shit, but I'm
found-
saying that's why I'd never noticed it because there isn't that variance.
But like that's what it's
Like I
supposed to
said,
be. Like they're rated for 5 micron, like all those sensors. If you're getting more than that, there's something wrong.
So the thing is, like unless you're running a really cheap, like random Chinese special, like type inductive or capacitive sensor, most sensors perform well. Like ours do legitimately have a much higher sensing frequency. So like the EZBoard Pros, those are 600 hertz sensors. They're faster than inductives that you can buy. The one that's on that printer that I'm doing this testing on, that's our last gen, or well, 2 gens older. It's the V3, which is 100 hertz without the shielded cable. Our V3.1 is 100 hertz with the shielded cable, and our V2s were 80 hertz, and then our V1s were 80 hertz. So,
and see, this one's nearly not even shielded, as far as I can tell.
Technically, Tim, aren't you also a dev?
Technically, but like
I've seen your name in the list.
So Scott, I don't do pull requests. If Scott sees a cool feature I implemented in our firmware, he'll then pull it into Marlin himself.
Oh.
So like that
But,
whole
like,
all
still-
the slim LCD menus was all something that I coded. The M48 test from the LCD is something I coded.
Yeah, you mentioned it. I
Do
heard.
end stop testing now?
What?
Yeah, there's a G code for it. You can type in and it tells you if they're triggered or not.
Yeah, I'm saying
It's
for
not-
the LCD though.
Oh. Well, if you made a custom G code command for it, kind of.
Yeah, you could have it spit it out, like
I think
spit
it's in
out 1,
2.0.
wait a sec, spit it out X, then Y, then Z.
It would be nice for the EZBoard for people setting up a new printer.
I mean, you
That
can
sense
test it by
stops.
just raising your Z and telling it to home and touch the sensor and see if it stops. If it doesn't, flip the switch on the Pro board and then touch it again.
Yeah. And like the thing with adding like extraneous features like that, like all that shit costs resources that those 8 boards don't have. The 8-bit boards.
No, screw the 8-bit.
Yeah,
board.
this
is
has
for the
got a
EZBoard.
2560 in it. Okay, so you can see I'm canceling the print. I'm gonna tell it to preheat so it keeps my stuff, and I'm gonna go clear the bed.
Yeah, no. This is for the EZBoard, 32-bit, not 8-bit. They can
Hey,
die.
my job just got done, so I'm gonna auto home it and I'll tell you where I'm at. I know normally it's 5.
What does it mean when I enabled the display, and again, identifier size T is undefined? Any idea what that means?
Like usually if I'm using VS Code, you can hover over it and it gives you the trace back of where it goes.
Yeah, they're both coming from hell. .8.
The funny thing is I see it say Z5, like it's gonna go to Z5 when it's coming back down. Now I'm at 4.95. See, that's not bad that time.
It has something to do with EEPROM.
Well, because like when you do a home, it's like it'll show it like on mine it'll be like 5,
So
and then
I'm
it'll
at,
probe,
I'm
and
at
then it'll be 7
I'm
because
at
the offset.
4.96, so that feature didn't do anything. So it's not that feature that's messing.
So it seems to be an EEPROM.
So did yours do this? Okay, so you already tested that. You already disabled that other feature and it didn't change it.
No, did not change it.
Let's see. What's EEPROM?
Trying to think of what else would, because here's the thing. The reason I was thinking restore leveling after G28 is it's reapplying
See,
that
I'm gonna
mesh.
do an M.
Yeah, it's reapplying that
I do
mesh
an
after G28.
M48.
Do you follow me?
Let's see if I go back to.
That's why I was thinking it was that feature, because that's a feature I know specifically is going to reapply the mesh after it homes. That's what it does.
Yep.
That's why I was like, oh, maybe it's that, and that'd be a simple fix, because the only reason that's on is for when people put a G28 after G29. It was more for me to idiot-proof things.
Well, actually, with ABL, if you like build a mesh with G29 and then run M500, it stores that mesh to the EEPROM, and then you can like put it in your start G code to load it.
Let me try this. I'm gonna do an M420 S0 to turn off
And then you don't
ABL.
have to do G29 every time.
I'm gonna do an M420 S0 to turn off ABL, and now I'm gonna home it and see if it shows Z5 for Z or the other one. Ah, it shows 5. It shows 5.
So what did you do?
So put an M4.
You turned off ABL.
I turned off ABL. So it's something from that last mesh when it first got it that's lingering, that's screwing up. So this is a simple fix. You add M420 S0 before your G28. So every time you start a new print, it just clears it.
So M420 what?
So I'm gonna edit this G code manually. So I have G code already sliced for this. So I'm gonna edit this, and I mean this is a simple workaround. Okay, so here's my G code. Where's my start? Okay, so I gotta
switch over to my other machine. One sec.
Okay, so I'm gonna actually put this right after the preheat command. So in our starting code, I have a M117 print starting. Okay, so I'm gonna add M420.
I think what's really weird is
so here's the thing.
that like.
So here's the thing. Because here's what's gonna happen. It's gonna send an M420 S0, which will disable ABL. Then it's going to say print starting. It's going to do the M75 for the filament sensor and the print timer. It's going to disable the E for interference resistance. They'll do its little, this is my starting code I strip with all our sensors. So anti-blob retract, so it retracts it 2. Then it homes a G28, and then we do a G28Z, and then a G29. So as soon as we send that G29, bed leveling is enabled again. So it doesn't matter that we had disabled it at the start of the print. You follow me?
Yep.
Yeah, I get what you're saying.
So let's test it. I'm uploading the modified G code.
You would want to put so when you go to print again, you'd probably want to put that.
Or
right
what if this like makes a bunch of people's lives easier? This one line of code, the starting code.
It definitely explains why I can't do it.
Well, and the reason, like I said, the legitimate reason I never noticed is because the accuracy on our kits.
Well, it's because your sensor's
so
damn good.
I know. Just tell me how good my probe is. Tell me how much you want my probe. Oh.
I want one.
So my probes are so good, they're covering up bugs.
Well, like the reason that I can't reproduce it is because of UBL, because UBL is active at boot. So there isn't that chance that I'm going to not have a mesh when I start because it's always there.
So I think what's happening is, so you got your G28 and then it runs a G29 and it's retaining that mesh. So for some reason, whatever part of Marlin is is handling that Z height after it homes is getting its data skewed by that lingering data from the last G29. You follow me?
Which technically it's working as intended.
Technically, yes.
It is doing exactly what it's supposed to do.
So
M420S0 is that you
right
put?
above. So are you using our starting code? Because that works with the BL Touch.
I have not used it. I didn't see it. I seen your thing on your video, but do you have like a Discord page with it?
Go in you have our firmware download on your computer, right?
I do. Yeah,
Go
I do.
into go to the installation guides, go to the EZABL, and inside there's EZABL starting code V2. So at the very top of all that, okay, above the M117 print starting, hit enter to move it down a line and put M420 space S0. And
hold on one second. You said it was in installation guides, right?
Installation guides,
EZBABL Pro.
Yeah, EZABL Pro. Do you see the text file in there?
Oh, I see your starting code. Got it.
Yeah, that'll work for BL Touch.
And then put that in the. Where did you put the
first line?
So do you see the first line M117 print starting? Okay.
Just right underneath that.
No, right above that. Just put your text cursor at the M, and hit enter, and then type capital M 420 space capital S 0, and then copy that whole block, put it into your starting code. So that's going to do a little retract, so it reduces the blobbing from the nozzle.
Awesome.
And then this might do it. I'm about to confirm here once this the full print.
So just replace my G start code with that completely.
Yeah, just use ours. Our prime line is freaking awesome. It just yeets the filament out, and it's nice. It pushes out enough, and it's enough height, and it flows out enough where it grabs all the crap on the nozzle too. It like wipes
on the
it.
other side of this issue, like if you did it the other way, like you actually loaded the mesh before you G28, it wouldn't present the issue then either because it wouldn't change. It would stay the same every single time.
The mesh is already loaded though. Even though I'm not using UBL, you can still load and store a mesh. The problem is that the mesh.
But when you boot up, it's not there. You have to
Oh,
load it.
I see what you're saying. So if you store the mesh in the EEPROM,
so if you did an S1 right in the start and you loaded it and it was saved,
but you would have
then
to then
it would
save
stay
it
the
to
same.
EEPROM. So hang on.
Yeah.
JS store mesh. Here we go. So I have an article here storing and updating your slicer mesh. So I have here steps to generate the mesh, send G28, preheat the machine, let it sit, send a G28, G29, then M500. So when you send that M500,
you just save it.
It's going to store that mesh to your EEPROM. So yes, if you did an M420S1, but I feel like I would rather invalidate that mesh and just get a new one, which is what S0 is going to do. And then it's going to get turned back on.
You can do it either way though, but like the point of restoring that mesh is to
we can
do
test
either
both of it.
What you're doing,
we can test it all.
Loading one.
Just send it.
Because I think what's actually happening is like the restoring is for that use case, so that you can actually load the mesh when you like after.
I'm going to make a prediction. I think that's not going to fix it because the mesh is. So here's the thing: the mesh is in EEPROM whether you saved it or not. If you've already run a G29, okay, follow me. I ran my.
But it doesn't get applied.
It does get applied. That's where the difference is coming from.
Yeah, but it doesn't get applied when you first boot up and when you first start that print.
No.
It gets loaded after. And that's why it shows up the second time.
No. But here's the thing. If I home multiple times, it's like 4.96, 4.97, 4.95. That's floating. So you'll still see some variance. You follow me? That's what I'm trying to say.
Well, that could just be probe.
Well, that's your probe. I mean, you're going to have a tiny bit, but this is going to completely invalidate it and start fresh every time. That's why I'm thinking this is the way to go. That's what I'm saying.
But
I realize why
actually using the feature or not using the feature.
So here's what's going to happen with the starting code. So right now, it just sent M420S0. I'm going to go look at that. We're at 5 right now.
Yeah, that's awesome. That that.
Well, no, hang on. Don't get. Well, I didn't reboot the printer, so I guess that did.
Well, I know rebooting fixed mine.
Right, because that's what I'm saying. So here's the thing. Follow me. So I run my first print after the printer's turned on. I've got my mesh in memory. It's not in EEPROM. If you were to do an M500 for some reason, okay, then it's going to store that mesh to the EEPROM. Because whether you did the S0 or S1, okay,
But it only
It's-
does that if the G28 restore is enabled. If you don't have that enabled, it won't do it.
Correct, which it's been enabled. But I disabled it and it was still showing the error. Or still showing that variance. That's what I'm getting at here. Like we already tested that. That's not the feature that's screwing with it.
Yeah.
But we're about to test this right now. So the thing is, if I home the printer from the LCD, okay, it's still gonna show that variance. But when I start a print, that's where it's gonna then fix it because it's in my start code. You follow me? Hello?
Yes.
Oh wait, I am officially retarded. It might be the restored leveling G28 because it's in here twice. It's in here for manual mesh leveling and disabled. Oh, what is going on?
It only does it on boot.
Hang on. My Discord just dipped out.
Yeah. It's like the restore after G28 is typically only enabled if
Okay,
you
so
want to save the
here's
mesh.
here's why I didn't see a difference. I didn't realize I had to define here for manual mesh leveling. Okay, and that's where I commented out. It's right here. This is where I should have commented it out to see if that's the problem. So
Yeah, because to save a manual mesh, you need that too.
yeah, I'm aware. Oh, troubleshooting, so much fun.
Oh yeah, I usually spend all night on some shit and then just want to rip my hair
You guys
out.
have completely derailed my stream.
Sorry.
He's gotten 0 coding done.
I have not gotten
for
0.
the
Okay.
Ender 5. Okay,
I'm
like
just glad it's
1%.
not just me because I was ripping my hair out, going, "What the hell did I do wrong?"
Well, you know what? To
Wait,
be
this
fair,
was
if you
an
didn't
Ender
have a
5
terrible,
stream?
if you didn't have a terrible probe, you wouldn't even notice that it was an issue.
Yeah, see,
there's that.
True.
There's
but
that.
I have a terrible
Because, like I
probe.
said, I've never seen this problem present itself. I never paid.
Well,
I'll be
well,
willing. I'm
actually-
telling you, I have never paid attention to that height value after homing and canceling starting a print.
the only reason
none
I
of my
caught it
guys
is 'cause
running
it
the printers
smacked
here
my
have.
bed.
Yeah,
But
so hang on.
the other guy I was talking to earlier in the other support channel has one of your sensors, and he watched it do the same thing. So that's when I'm like, okay, it's not just me.
Well, there's multiple causes that could do that
Right.
too.
And it's Z couplers.
Yeah, that springy Z coupler is a culprit.
I don't even know why they use them. They're so bad.
It's because they're
Oh,
stupidly
that
cheap.
cat.
Okay, so I just canceled the print. And if I do a G28, let me see what it's showing. $4.95.
I still did it.
No, I don't have that 0. I just did the home from the.
Oh, gotcha.
You know, if you want a easy ABL, we do have a discount code of better ABL.
That's
Yeah?
10% off a probe. Cop off what? Huh?
Trying to make sales here. Shh.
Or stop selling overpriced garbage.
Yeah.
Hey, if you know how to read code, I mean, you would know that anyway.
Okay, hang on. So, let me see if it might actually be restore after what did I break now? I broke something. The hell
It's
did
like
I
if you're not
break?
going to be like getting behind saving a mesh, you might as well just turn that off. Like you're like, no, we don't do that here.
Do you
Did
know
I just
how many people I'd have
hang on?
bitching
Damn it!
at me?
Hang on. I just.
How many customers do you want to piss off? Do you want to disable that, or do you want to fix this?
Well, here's the thing:
Yeah.
if they have the proper starting code, restore after G28 doesn't matter. That's the whole reason it's in there.
It's pepcac, you know.
So, okay, hang on. It helps if I'm on the right firmware here because I went to compile that and I was accidentally editing my GitHub folder. Which let's not do that.
Oh yeah, that'll be fun. Let's just commit that.
Send it. Just plus. Just ship it.
Whoops.
Okay. So here's the
Hit that
thing.
sync button.
Here's the thing. If this is it, that confirms that this is the feature that's causing these issues. So, Control Alt S. Let's compile. See, the problem is you guys can't tell me that there's something because I'm like a dog with a bone with this, and it's
You
like I
gotta
need
know.
to find the issue.
I was trying to play PS4 tonight too.
Lance,
but
I'll send you the
apparently
bill.
I'm
I'll send you the
dedicated
bill
to
for your
this.
BL Touch troubleshooting in the mail. Okay.
It's like it definitely like makes
Fine.
sense though.
No, it does make sense. That's why I thought that feature would be changing the Z heights because that's what it does. It's going to reapply that after homing.
And, like technically it's like half configured, and then like you run a G29, and then like you home again, and then it reapplies it again. And it's just like
Well,
that's
and
not
like
how
I'm
it's supposed
saying-
to work.
Well, and like I'm saying, it's going to be more pronounced with a sensor that's got terrible accuracy. Like,
Yeah, that too.
that's why I never noticed it. Like, I'm not trying to fucking stroke my sensor cock, but like that's the reality. Like, I didn't notice it
It's like if
because
shit works right, you wouldn't even
Discount
notice.
code,
Right.
stroke my sensor cock.
You stroke my sensor.
my
yeah.
18 millimeter and 12 millimeter. It's not about the size,
Stroke your
guys.
18 millimeter.
And then I'm going to disable that for manual mesh too if this fixes it because people can set their starting code up correctly. That's what it comes down to. That's the only reason I turned this on was because people were not setting their start code.
So you're gonna have to set their start code up correctly for them.
No,
Or
the sensors
Tor,
don't-
since he's,
We already
already
sent
set
them
up-
that, and
If they don't do it, that's
it's a copy and paste. How much easier do you want it to be?
Tim, people don't know
Tor
how to
has
copy
to
and
tell
paste these
people how to
things.
do it.
I
You
do have
need
to
to do
tell
it
people
for
how
them.
to
Okay,
copy and paste.
so we so
sad.
so we
Why can't you do it for me?
we authorized a return on a fully working EZPie setup because the lady didn't want to send us their Wi-Fi information for us to pre-configure because I don't know if she's fucking paranoid because yeah, I can get your Wi-Fi from like 30,000 miles away, whatever. So Samantha goes, well, can you send me a screenshot of the Octopi I think WPA supplicant file? She sends a picture of the SD card.
Terrible.
I'm not even joking. Literally sent us a picture of the SD card. And I was like, I don't care. Just send her a just tell her to send it back and we'll give her a refund because I can't even. Just
What
can't
do you
even.
think I deal with all day?
I know you do. That's why I need to talk to you about paying you more. Why is this thing being weird?
I'm gonna start placing random orders, and then
I'll
Chatting with
just
Tor.
start canceling them.
no, from like different names and addresses and stuff.
Your
We
IP
request
your
help
IP
when it gets
should-
delivered.
Your IP should be the same.
All right, come on. Let's connect.
We're gonna make Tor work for his money.
Dance, monkey, dance.
Tim tried to help out for like a day when we were having like the Black Friday sales, and
Oh,
he made
boy.
it like 5 customers in before he was like, "You can take over. I'm done."
My computer's not happy with me. It's like, bro, you're streaming, you're compiling code, you have a 100 meg G code file open in a text editor. What are you doing?
Sounds
All
like
right.
if you get a Mac, they would work with that flawlessly.
No, the Notepad plus is just like,
Need to just format it, put Ubuntu on there.
well, I want a computer that actually works with the programs I use. So,
Yeah, Mac
So-
would work
so all the stuff.
flawlessly.
nope, not happening. All right, so I just cleared my promise. I set my offset, restore after G28's disabled. I just need to get this M420 S0 out of here.
It's like you can run all your Windows crap in wine.
I have delved into that realm. It's not pretty. There's a reason I
It's
don't
getting
use it.
better.
It's been getting better for decades. Okay, last time I tried to use Ubuntu, my wireless driver still didn't fucking work. Like,
Yeah, well, that happens. Sometimes you gotta compile it from source.
How long do you guys need to get Wi-Fi working on a fucking operating system? Like,
Well, you probably just had to get some source packages and compile it. Like,
it's
I feel like his,
no. How about no? How about I am very short on time and I don't want to be compiling Wi-Fi drivers from source.
it takes like 2 minutes.
Oh, you guys are terrible.
Like, you punch a few commands in, it's good to go.
What do you use on Windows that I can't use on Mac?
Yeah, what do you use on Windows that I can't use on Linux?
OneDrive,
Why couldn't I use OneDrive?
Perfect on Mac.
Outlook.
I
Do they have
I
Outlook? I don't
emailed
even
like
know.
your company from Outlook. Like,
on Linux. Well, good for you.
well, there's like a bunch of programs, but like, yeah, you can use
Streamlabs,
Outlook.
all this streaming stuff runs like shit on Linux. all of
OBS
it.
runs amazing.
OBS,
about
the
Mac?
capture cards run like shit on Linux. Yeah. I'm well aware because my buddy runs Linux and he has the same USB card that I use to feed my camera in, and the driver shit the bed all the time.
If you were to buy a Mac, everything's built in and it works flawlessly.
If you were to buy a $52,000 cheese grater,
Okay, Tyler, I'm pretty sure the rig I have here, which I built over a year ago, is faster than most of the Macintosh offerings out there.
Hey, I've seen a video. The Mac does not make a great cheese grater. It's been tested.
I can buy a 64,
It works, though.
I could buy a 64 core Xeon server with 2 terabytes of RAM for like 20 grand less than the fully loaded Mac and have way more performance.
put
I'm
Ubuntu
gonna
server on
offer
there.
up my 20
ZFS.
Fine, I'll put
My
Ubuntu
Mac.
server on
My
there,
Mac.
and then I'm gonna run a Windows 10 virtual machine on it.
That's fine. It'd probably run better.
Do you want to
Mac
be
on there,
triggered?
too.
Do you want to be triggered right now? My servers downstairs are all running server 2019. Okay, R2. I have for my home automation system. They're running in a Docker container that's running on a Hyper-V instance, running Ubuntu server.
I can make up words too.
VirtualBox.
Whatever works, I guess.
It
but,
works. Okay.
Like, I'd imagine, like,
Okay,
that's a
hang
good way to
on.
protect Windows.
Hang on. No, it's because I was running 2012 R2 and I upgraded 2019, which has Docker support, but I didn't feel like moving the Docker container. So they live in the VM still. I've got 2 of them.
He's making up words for that. I understand.
Well, I know all those.
I started
Linux
playing
would
video
run
games
that
on-
perfectly.
Just so you know, my background before I started this company was like I did project management. Okay, so
Yeah.
I just canceled
I
the
used to be a
print.
school bus driver.
Okay, hey,
Alright.
we're back to Lance's issue that's been taking up 2 hours of my stream now.
Sorry.
So I have it disabled. That feature is actually disabled because I realized I was stupid.
Still broken.
So here's the
Someone write
restore.
that
Don't know why.
down.
Okay, so restore leveling after G28 is disabled, 100%. So I just canceled a print. I'm homing all. I'm gonna go look at my Z.
And it's still wrong.
Let's
Jim went to
that's
Johnson
not-
and Johnson and bought Band-Aids.
Ah, it's at 5, fuckers! Hang on, let me just take the mic off and drop it on the desk. There you go. There's your fix. Are you happy?
So I got
Nope.
now. Was that with the M420S0 and disable
No,
restore
no, I
leveling
got
after?
rid of M420 as 0.
He just
you got rid of
completely
that.
disabled restore.
The restore leveling after
Band-Aid
G28.
cost you.
Just like, fuck it, we don't support that shit.
Guess who's patching firmware tonight?
Me?
This bed is still hot and I have to use this.
But maybe it's just doing it on the Creality machines because it doesn't do it on my machine.
This has an MKS in it. This isn't even technically a Creality.
Uh-oh.
Stream
Firmware,
brought to you
firmware
by
is firmware.
Johnson
Marlon
and
doesn't
Johnson.
give a shit if you're running a
Just-
1284 or
Just got a good enough
2560.
hardware that you didn't notice.
On an 8 of all machines.
Well, yeah, but the thing is I do pay attention to my LCD and it never changes from 5.
After you printed and you
I'm
foamed
still
it
on
in.
firmware
Oh, yeah.
revision 11.
You know what?
so
I'm
that
about
might be
to.
it,
I'm
too.
gonna eat my own shit here. All these people that were like, I use an older version of firmware and it works better than the new one. This is why. This one line of code. They're
I,
not crazy.
On my
They're not. They're not.
11
They're
works
not
better.
crazy. This was an actual
I-
problem. So I'm gonna patch the GitHub right now, and we're gonna update the firmware on the site, and I'm gonna blast out an email to 16,000 people.
Just a few.
And I'm
Maybe
gonna
just
I'm gonna
line
put
up code
I'm gonna
to
put
enter it.
Verta. What's your email address? I'm gonna tell them you broke it.
Yeah, no.
So was that in advanced on the?
No,
let's see.
it's under. It's just search here. There's a text channel called live streams
At
here.
no point did I suggest you put that option in your firmware.
Yeah, I seen that.
It's under. It's in configuration backend.
I put it in
Gotcha.
there because people don't read the directions.
Well,
and
I
put a G28
no, I wrote it.
after G29. So just
gotcha.
delete anything. Delete the lines that say define restore leveling after G28, and you'll have the same firmware I'm about to push.
So just find that and delete it.
So on the bright side, now I can tell people, hey, you should actually update your firmware. There was a bug, not just a printer edition. So this was all not for now. I'm not actually mad at you, just so you know. It's just, it was more of a yes, figured out the fucking problem. That's what I said. Did I not say that feature when I started thinking through what we have in the firmware and how it's working? I'm like, that feature seems like it would be doing that. And then I disabled it in the wrong spot. And yeah. Boom. Why does Discord, are you guys still, can you hear me? Why does Discord keep like...
I think he went AFK.
Yeah.
Oh, fucking Discord.
Oh,
okay.
That's probably what it is.
All right, so I'm about to push this, yo. We're about to get a commit. You guys, I'm about to commit a push.
Push it real
crime.
good?
I'm gonna push it. You guys ready? You gonna watch me push? This is so exciting. You guys are watching me push firmware.
I can't watch.
Yeah, I do it all the time.
You know what? You know what? Here, we're gonna really confuse people since this is like, I consider this a major.
What you need to do is like go ahead and get a copy of Get Kraken and do your stuff through that.
Okay, so
that other
now,
shit sucks.
we're not on R2 there. We're on release 3 because this I consider a major bug for people running ABL.
I don't even know if that's really a bug. It's more like misconfigured.
2.0.
No, because here's the thing. That feature should take into account the value it got from the most recent Z home. But the mesh, for some reason, is fucking with that. So the M420 in the starting code would be a workaround, but this is way similar. Just tell people to update your shit. You follow me?
Now I need to update.
You wouldn't have a million.
Oh my god, I'm gonna have to update all the printers in the farm. Oh my fucking god.
Everything's worse.
No, it's.
Aaron's gonna hate
Hang on. I'm gonna create a task right now in the print farm management system. Update for
Aaron was in the YouTube channel earlier.
Okay, to be fair, every single one of our 12 Ender 3s are exactly the same hardware setup, so those can all take the same firmware.
Aaron's gonna hate you.
Maybe. Man, these streams always go off the rails.
So if you committed that, I could just go up there and just download the latest one then, right?
No, first you got to upload the download, and then you got to like sideload it.
Hang on, U1.R3.1 release major fix for ABL offset drifting. Here's the fucked up part for me. This would potentially create issues where people are returning hardware because of a software problem. Think about that.
So that helps you guys too.
It does. But your Z probe is still getting shit accuracy.
Yes, I know.
I'm just saying. I think you should definitely buy a kit just for all this help.
I probably will when I get some more money, because if yours is more accurate, I mean,
like literally facts, like not even opinions. They are like it's.
You have heated beds too here, because I think my bed's like.
I don't sell heated beds. Creality stuff. Tiny Machines is the place to go. All right, I pushed it. I'm about to do
just
an
a side note,
release.
like when my 3D Touch was doing like shitty deviation like that, I took sandpaper and sanded down the pin. And then I like melted the top of the shrink wrap.
Okay, so here's the thing. I pushed this
all
as
good.
U1R3. I just realized the repository is named U1R2. That's
Oh, and I had to glue the little screw in the top because every time I probed it was backing itself out.
How
Okay,
would
we're
you
not
adjust
gonna
this?
undo that commit. I'm just gonna recommit, and it's just
Rebase.
I'm like
All
here.
your
We're
base.
just gonna. We're already at like 20. We're at like 22. I'm just gonna. I guess whatever. We'll just call it 23. It doesn't really matter. It's just a number for us tracking.
So I have 11 on my desktop right now, and it's been in there since at least then.
Has it?
Yeah, I've got version 11. It's in my back end.
Okay,
I have
so
just about every firmware version.
I'm gonna
out since
draft. I
started.
have most of them archived to our file server here. U1.R2.3.
11's been the one I've been using for like a year now, and just to update myself.
But like I said, it's not
the
going to
back
be
end
that
has been
big
the
of an
same.
issue with our probes because they are really accurate. So, but
Yeah,
this
I've
will-
never had an issue with it,
this
but
will
I don't
fix
really
it.
pay
So
that
Tor,
much.
also tell Mac, make sure you guys are asking people when they're saying their ABL isn't working that they actually use our start.
Hold on, what? What was that?
Don't worry about it.
I'm just going to call this fixed offset drifting because that's what people are going to know it as the issue because they're offset drifts, essentially, is what they're seeing it as. You know what I mean? After G28 bug.
Well, we have everybody update their firmware and stuff when we talk to them. So.
Yeah, well, I'm gonna like this is a fairly substantial. I mean, for people with ABLs of any type, this is a fairly substantial fix.
Oh yeah.
Pushed. There we go.
Unless
I'm
everything's
gonna update
working
on the
properly.
website now. Need to. How's my SharePoint? We use SharePoint to store all this.
Off
There.
topic thing. If you guys do remote support, have you guys heard of Mesh Central?
Nope. I use we use AnyDesk for that for remote support.
That's one you can host in house, and it's like LogMeIn and all that. You use it from a web browser. It's free.
Oh, I like free.
Free is good.
Although, I mean, like, I have no problem paying for solutions. I'm very happy with Freshdesk. I think for all our
Well,
licenses.
I'm just a small town tech, so I don't, when I have to pay for big things like that, I don't earn that kind of money.
There's,
So.
I don't know how much money you think I make. I spent it all on my chair.
Yep.
Well, you guys got to probably, I would assume where you guys are freaking smart as you are, you earn pretty good compared to me.
I just need to spend less is the problem.
I think
But
you
when,
got-
but when the accountant, aka my wife, goes, well, we could use some more expenses, and I'm tired of my fucking $200-300 chairs breaking every 2 to 3 years because I'm fat, according to an old customer of ours.
right? Lose some weight.
Yeah, hang on here. I'm just gonna send it. Just put this right. Where is it? I think it's desktop.
Oh, you're not going to pull up that tweet again?
Oh no, I can pull it up.
Blast them? Yeah.
I'm not gonna put it on the stream. I'm gonna put it in the Discord server though. Where is it? Where the hell did I save it to? Oh, it was a screenshot. Hang on.
If we mention him, is that still on your stream?
You're on our stream right now.
Well, we're on the stream, but can we name drop and not you? Is that against the rules?
It's still on my channel. I'm liable.
Okay.
Hang on. Yeah, here we go. I just post. Well, I can show it. I also uploaded it, but here. So if I ever make jokes about the chair, it's because there's this guy that's like, I don't know, he's just a pain in the ass. But he made this post on his Facebook, and like he has people on Facebook that are his friends that know me. I'm kind of whore I get around.
Well, he doesn't know the actual name of the company, so that's a plus.
Wow, that's a burn.
Like, here's the thing.
Spend that much money on a chair, that's gonna be a damn good chair.
So here's the thing. The gaming chairs I had were rated up to 350 pounds. I'm 260.
I just, what I do since I'm in front of my computer all the time? I put a damn lazy boy in front of it because I don't want to sit in those things and hurt myself.
I did. I don't want to like brag, but I didn't want to spend $1,200 on a chair, but multiple people, like when I posted asking what people are using, recommended a Herman Miller, and they're like, it's worth the money. And then I looked and saw that their warranty is 12 years on a chair.
Oh wow.
And they will
Nice.
send someone to my house to fix it if it breaks in that 12 years.
Nice.
So
There you go.
here's the reality. I totaled up all the receipts. Over the last 7 years, I've spent over $1,000 on chairs that haven't lasted. So this is going to be cheaper in the long run. It's $100 a year, 12 years. You know, and you can pick these up
No complaining
used.
about that.
You can pick these up used for $300 to $400, but I didn't want to be dicking around with getting them and then not being able to get a warranty coverage. You know what I mean? And it's
Yeah.
made in the U.S. I know tons of people that have them, and they're very happy with them. And I just realized my CR10 is just doing a print, so whatever. I'm just gonna let it ride. So there's that. I'm pretty sure if I just change this. Oh, you know what? OneDrive isn't even on. Go ahead and do. So, like we use for our infrastructure, all our emails through Office 365, and we use SharePoint. So, but these are where the zip files come from. I actually just host them on SharePoint because they're fast. I don't want to be over, like that download gets hit like 300-400 times a day. And I'd rather use Microsoft's bandwidth than my web host bandwidth.
Yeah, nothing wrong with that.
Okay, so back to the topic at hand, the Ender 5 Plus before someone had to send me on a wild bug chase.
But that bug would have followed you.
I mean, if it wasn't solved now, it would have. Who knows when it would have been figured out?
Well, and luckily this sensor is like just, I don't want to call it inaccurate, but there's just enough deviation where it did present itself. Like, I'm wondering if that's still the case in 2. I'm going to test that on here, because what if 2.0 has the same bug? That's got to get patched.
Yep.
Hey, Verta.
It was something I was going to look into.
And at that point, it is your problem.
I'm
Who
not
do
looking
you
at it
think
right
Scott's
now,
going to
but
find assign to that?
like usually I put something in and it's just like he either likes it or he doesn't.
So
No,
I
Scott
tried to
Scott knows
replicate
his
it,
shit.
and I have.
You what? Hello? God. Discord keeps crashing on me. It's not AFKing me. It's just crashing.
That's
It just reloaded. So anyways, what were you saying, Tyler?
I said I tried it while you guys were talking about it because I got the 2.0 on my CR10S from.
What about the older firmware? You able to replicate on the older one?
Well, the 11, you still have that enabled anyway.
Yeah,
don't
so
have
it's
that
probably
loaded.
going to have the same problem.
Yeah, that's only on my Ender, which is the ABS Ender. But for the 2.0 for the EZBoard, my CR10S, it does not go down below 5.0.
So they must have patched it. So either they patched it and they knew
looked at the code
so either they
to see if that's
patched it.
enabled, though.
Okay. So if it is enabled, it's likely that it got patched in 2.0 and never got ported.
yeah, they don't push everything back to 1.0.
No, I'm aware of that. But I mean, we could patch it. Cuz here's the reality. 1.1.9 for 8-bit boards and 2.0, there's not much difference. Like there's cosmetic stuff and some like little menu items, but for the most part, it's the same beast.
Oh yeah, it's really easy to like port configuration.
Yeah, I just haven't had time to sit down and port all of our like easy to use configs over to it. Do you know what I mean?
It's when I have those people that are like, I've got a Marlin 1.0 and it's like beta and like, oh, but I need to upgrade to 2.0.
Well,
Is the
it's a
Easy
Delta?
Firmware site the same as GitHub-ish?
yes, they're the same exact code.
All right, I'll look at it here in a second.
Our Easy Firmware site pulls from our GitHub. All right, I just want to double check that this updated the zip file. So let me see if the version is showing 23 and I update. Yep, so that's showing 23. And I'll have to send an email out tomorrow to people. No, I appreciate, like, I never noticed it. Like, why would I be sitting there looking at my Z height? Like, because the reality is I hit print and the layer goes down, you know?
Well, the only reason I noticed it is at first I thought, well, maybe it was something to do with my Octoprint. I was thinking something goobered there, but then I just kind of started watching things. I'm like, something's changing.
Yeah.
And so that's,
No, and like I
that's when
said,
paid attention to my Z.
if you have a probe that's really accurate, it's not gonna be as big of a deal because it's not gonna be that big variance.
It's not going to move
That's
very
why.
much at all.
That's why I never noticed it. So, but the thing is, I know I've had customers that are like, it's drifting. I'm like, I can't get it to drift. Like, I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, and if we can't produce it, like we kind of like have to like assume like it something hardware's wrong or like you just don't know what you're doing. Like it's
Yeah.
And
No, I
the
get
thing is, most of the time it is usually people that don't know what they're doing, and it's frustrating as a
like me.
developer and in general. I mean, anybody that's worked in IT, it's like when someone's, it's like, well, this isn't working. It's like, are you sure? Well, in this case, this would contribute a problem, so I have no problem fixing it. Did I not call it though? Did I not call it? It was going to be that feature screwing with it. Once I commented out the right line.
No, you called it.
Because I'm like sitting there running through my head. I'm like, what feature would be modifying that value? And that's the first one that came to mind. All right, it's updated on our
So
site.
restore leveling after G28
Yes.
is still on Marlin 2.0 on the GitHub. I've done it like 4 times now.
So you started a print. You canceled it.
Yep.
I wonder if that's why people are like, the ABL probes were so much better on the EZBoard.
It has been 5 for the last 4 times I've done it. So unless
what's your M48 coming back?
Hold on.
I'm gonna have to throw a machine on now. See if UBL does it.
Now it's getting to you, isn't it? Drilled
a little bit.
Drilled itself into your head.
I gotta know.
You gotta know now. You see, you're the same way. I have to know. You have to know.
You know, that's
like at first it was like I didn't really believe it, and now it's
really
like
is.
it's proven. Oh, damn it!
I know, right? We got a whole video of it. I watched someone be like, "See, Tim's been lying to us for over a year. He's a piece of shit."
Design prototype test gonna have a field day now.
I'm really disappointed that he said he was going to do a video about us when he found out we had a shirt mocking him. We actually have multiple shirts mocking.
I wanted that video so bad.
I wanted it. I just wanted him like, oh, just give me a reason. Just give me a reason to take a giant dump.
Everybody would have.
He's like the one person in the like printing community that I just can't stand.
Joel was.
Wait, why is? Why are the E-steps? Hang on. Why are the E-steps on the Ender 5 Plus set to 140 in my firmware?
Seems a bit odd.
They should be 95.
Yeah, because typically the ungeared ones are between
God
like
damn it! I have to patch it again.
Depending.
I have to patch the firmware again.
Fail.
Speaking of, but on your website, your firmware.
Although to be fair,
it's the right download.
To be fair, I have not sold these LCD kits, and the only way people were using this is if they bought the LCD kits, and we haven't sold a single one.
So with an EZABL 3.1,
how did this? Hang on, how did this get 140 here?
Could it be using a 1.8 degree stepper, possibly?
They're all 1.8.
You want my M48 result now?
Hang on, I'm like.
And after the M48, it shows 4.68. So everything else came back fine, but the M48 decided to do 4.68.
No, just do a G20. I don't care what M48 says.
Anyway, the
M48 I home mine
result,
and it's 4.97, and now I'm starting to print.
When you originally booted up your printer, though, did it start at Z5?
Yes.
And then once you've started a print and then you've canceled it or whichever, and then you home again, it lowers.
Mine still
Only
read 5.
if you have a shitty one like mine. Mine did not.
This is with a 3.1, like wired directly in. I'm still getting an M48 deviation of 0.000200.
3.1. That's your BL Touch?
No, this is an EZBL 3.1.
Okay.
Not the Pro.
So that's submicron?
.000200.
They're stupid.
That's 3 zeros? That's submicron?
That is 3 zeros.
The machines on our.
I will take a picture and post it to the Discord.
So here's the thing: the older probes will pull that, assuming the machine is like mechanically perfect. Pros are really like the pros consistently pull 0.001. There's like screenshots in our customer group, and they're just like, "Wow, my M48 test came back with this." Like, yeah, I know they're really good sensors.
It's like one time I saw an error, like what it showed just straight up zeros across the whole screen.
I'm trying to figure out where the hell this 140 came from for the Ender 5 extruder. This is the same extruder, or the 5 Plus extruder. It's the same. I'm trying to figure out why I would have put 90 or 140 in here instead of 95.
So if you will turn your attention to the live stream channel, that is my M48 test result and what I've got running.
Just go ahead and is there a picture of you stroking yourself too?
Yes. That could also be why my thing still reads 5 instead of like any other thing. Because if it's 3 decimal places, then
yeah, that's retarded. Like retardedly good. I mean,
it's so accurate.
Here's what you could do if you want to skew it. When it comes down for the first probe, throw like something like throw another flex plate under it to like step it up a little bit, and it'll screw up the average a little bit.
I don't want to mess up my printer though.
No, I'm saying just for the G20, it comes down to does the fast and then the slow. So when it comes down for the slow, slide something under there so it throws the value off. I'm not gonna screw anything up. It's just gonna throw out that one value for that one probe. You follow me?
Yeah.
Welcome to Firmware, everybody. This is the kind of shit that I get to deal with and chase. But you know, Tim doesn't spend any time. Tim just sells stuff and rakes in the cash.
Sits on his $1,200 chair.
You know what? I sit in this chair a lot, so if anybody has a problem, they can get bent. Because I'm in this chair 14 plus hours a day. I don't think you guys understand how much I work. It is 1:37 on Saturday. I feel like I've earned myself enough pain and suffering to buy myself a chair that's good for my health.
You mean Sunday?
Oh my god. Okay, well, I gotta update this. So whatever, E-step calibration, that's done. I'm just really confused at how I would have like even fat fingered that. Like, where the hell would I have pulled a 140 out of? You know what I mean? Like, I don't even know what machine runs a 140 step per millimeter on the E by default.
Yeah, me neither. That's why I was
That's
like,
what's
yeah,
really
that doesn't
bothering
seem
me.
right.
I was like, where the hell did that 140 come
like
from?
those don't exist.
I'm sure they exist, but where did I get
common,
where did I get that number? When I was putting in the code, where the hell did I pull that number out of? Because I know, like, I like just did, looked over, oh, it's a standard Creality one. It's 95 steps per millimeter, like they always have been. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, I started at 4.97. I canceled. I rehomed 4.97. Didn't change.
Well, it's
latest
still
Marlin 2.0.
Yeah, but it should be 5.
Yeah, but that's the bed compensation. Because
it
I
should
use UBL.
still be 5.
But it didn't change, and like so, that's just
whatever you have to tell
it stayed.
to sleep at night.
It stayed where it was supposed to. It didn't change.
I'm just saying it
Mine
sounds
didn't
like
change either.
with
It still
UBL,
shows 5.
well, your probe is not skewing enough to.
I
Show.
don't know why this thing
And
was
the probe on this
thing's
is like
not
20 microns,
mechanically
so
sound.
that seems about right. 0.3 off.
Okay, so
This printer is not adjusted to where it needs to be to have 0.0002, but whatever.
that's really good though.
Bug not confirmed in 2.0.
Modern
Bug fix.
Rifleman. Blat, I'm done. Went back and checked because he's running Marlin, not our version. I'm done. Went back and checked, and as Tim found here, the Restore 11 G28 was the issue I had that caused these symptoms. Yep.
TH3D sensors are too accurate. I want to return all of my sensors.
I should tell Scott that. Yeah, my sensors so accurate they're covering up a Marlin bug.
I mean, it literally shows 5 every time I've done it.
Well, then your sensor's too good. Install faulty sensor to see bug.
I mean,
We'll get a BL
if you
touch.
look at-
Go get a BL
Right?
touch and then see if we can replicate
Here,
the bug.
I'll trade you sensors. You can see the bug that way.
I mean, if
Oh,
you look at the
man.
live stream channel, you will see just how accurate this damn thing is.
I don't get the. I'm gonna submit a bug report on. Well, actually, I'm not gonna submit a bug report. I'm gonna contact Scott and let him know.
Send him a Facebook, like, post on his wall and be like, hey, man, check this shit out.
Well, here's the reality. That feature is for people that don't follow directions.
Well, that feature is also required to use UBL. It lets you not.
Well, I don't want to support trying to explain to people how to use UBL because it is not.
Yeah.
That is
Well,
like that
send
is
those
like that
people
is
off to
like
the computer.
that is like a feature for the super neckbeardy ones that compiled some Linux distribution that I know the name of, but it's escaping me right now from source.
It's like, actually, I did make it a little more user-friendly. Like, I built custom macros and made a menu that's just like, oh, probe UBL, and you just
It
click it
begins
and
with
it
an
does the whole
A.
thing
What am
for
I
you.
thinking of? A popular Linux distribution that you have to compile from
Arch?
source. Arch. There you go. See, I'm aware of the
I
flavors
literally
of OS
put
that
this
the neckbeard.
EZBoard into my CR10S with the probe already on there, and that's its accuracy. So, oh, and I compiled it from the Firmware site.
What's your accuracy? I'm confused.
I'm just saying that I didn't notice a problem because the accuracy is too good on the sensor with my EZBoard on the fucking CR10S.
I'm sorry.
Sounds like you need an EZBoard on that printer.
That sounds like that sounds like the same reason I didn't notice the problem. Is it just?
Sounds like Tim needs to get you that really, really crappy clone probe out of the drawer over there that he showed that. Like,
just go to Creality's site and order their knockoff of our kit, and then
it's like you showed that messed up one that was in the drawer.
You're not wrong.
they
Give 'em that one.
What Tim
discontinued.
said.
They discontinued that knockoff of our kit because they had too many problems with it. I have a screenshot of a tweet that they pulled apologizing for how bad that probe kit was.
There's still a few out there on Amazon.
They
that
made
I've seen.
like 50,000. There's no way they sold all of them.
Yeah, that's where I got mine, was Amazon. So you're not wrong on that.
There's also one from a company called G Trade
3D
or
mods?
something. We get
Was
people
it there
contact.
like an Ulta or something like that?
No, there was a. I'm just validating that the
Sort of
downloads.
like you.
There's another company, and the guys bought stuff from us, and then he goes and cloned our shit. So, and the funny thing is, his kit is like $3 less than ours, and if you incorrectly wire the power on it, it's going to send AC power, because a lot of people accidentally wire the kits to AC. If you put AC into our board, it's going to cook our board in the sensor, but it's not going to fry your control board because there's actual optical isolation through the opto. All the grounds are tied together. So yeah, it's gonna cook some things.
Hell yeah.
So or if the sensor screws up, it runs the risk of sending that into your Z.
So I've ran 5 M48s since I got that result. It's the exact same thing.
You're just stroking that, aren't you? You're just like, oh, do it.
Yeah.
Do it
And then
right
give
now.
us the result.
Do
Let's
it.
see how reliable that shit
Do
is.
Do it, Tyler. M48, P100, and then whatever the coordinates
Hold
you want
on,
to
I gotta hook my printer up to my computer now.
do. You peasant. The one from the LCD does
Only
10.
one of mine. I know. Only one of my printers
Okay,
actually has Octoprint
so
installed.
oh, that's the backend file. Why did I open the backend file? I'm just validating that my. Oh wait, I did open it. Open another tab here. We're just validating that the zip file on our site has the new version, and we're good. Okay, so it's patched. It's live. I'll have to bother everybody through an email and hope nobody complains about my ego for sending.
So did you just do another patch?
For the e-steps for the Ender 5. So,
oh, gotcha. Okay,
or
I was
Ender
gonna.
5 Plus.
I was like,
sorry.
I'm programming the new one already.
No, it's just the Ender 5 Plus change. It doesn't affect you. I don't know
Okay.
where that damn 140 came from.
Maybe a sleepless night of coding.
Oh, so here, Modern Rifleman actually has our probe. He said, this is why I had better results with the EZBoard Pro teacher. Marlin, look there, and I have it enabled in that code. Issue isn't probe accuracy. It has more to do with your offset. If your offset is damn close to 0, you might not notice. That is true. Well, now it's patched, and I'm going to bother everybody to tell them that they need to update. And I'm going to blame it on Scott, because I didn't code that field. We've had that enabled for a while. So here's the thing. We sell a lot of kits.
That could help a lot.
So here's the thing. We sell a lot of kits. And that means that like we don't have that many support tickets on the kits. But we sell a lot of kits, and the fact that we're not overwhelmed on the support desk with it means that the probes are stupid accurate, and it just doesn't affect most people. So there's that.
Well, that's a good thing, though, isn't it?
It is a good thing. I mean, I legitimately, like, people think, like, there's, like, these people that piss me off. There's, like, Tim's just reselling a $10 probe from AliExpress. It's like, no. My cost is, like, $20 just for the sensor. That's not including the board and all the time and the printed case and the packaging and the support. Like, we upped our cost a lot on the Pro kits because the sensors cost a lot more to produce. Our supplier for those sensors does a 48-hour burn-in test on them. They have
Oh wow.
They have this giant rack that they put all the probes in. It holds 100 probes at once. They connect them back to this board, and it just does trigger tests for fucking
And
2
everybody
days.
loves a giant rack.
Yeah,
Yep.
a giant rack filled with probes.
Can we get a video of that?
I
That
should
would be
ask
cool.
them. She sent me like videos
You know, you
of them
should-
doing the wire and stuff.
Probing a giant rack. Yeah.
It's God. I'm gonna let the cat out of the bag though. The next batch of sensors we have coming in, I got enough quantity now where we got custom colors on the tops of them, so they're no longer gonna be red.
I need those.
They're gonna be blue.
Does
in a
it come in
couple of
black?
months.
Otherwise,
No.
I don't want it.
Blue and
Well,
blue
it
and
is in
black.
black.
Our company
Black and
colors
blue.
are blue. They're red and black right now. But I was bothering them. I was like, okay, the red and black looks nice, but our company colors are blue. I was like, how many of these? Because like basically I had to pay for like 10,000 pieces of that strain relief part to be made in order to do it. So they've got a ton of those, and then they're just using them as we order more sensors. Because we'll order like 2,000 sensors at a time.
I need one of those for my Ender 3. It has a 3.1. It's nice, but it's not a Pro.
Sorry for hating on the EZBoard and selling it. You traitor. Why are you watching this if you hate us so much? I'm gonna yell. I'm just gonna be like, talk to Scott. Scott's the reason your probes aren't working. All your probes. How many people are running Marlin that have that feature enabled? And like, not just our customers. How many people are running that and have no idea right now?
Well, by default, that feature's turned off.
Right, but I'm sure a lot of people turned it on.
Then it's
Yeah.
PEBKEC.
No, it's not PEBKEC. There's a legitimate bug here.
Invalid configurations.
All right, I'm going to see. I think I'm good on the Ender 5 config for the 2.0. I'm just going to double check here. But I think we're good. I think I'm ready to flash it and see what moves.
Like when people come back and they're like, "Oh, the filament change doesn't work," and then they show you their configs and everything's set to 0.
I had a guy that's like, I shit you not. He told me, yeah, your filament sensor doesn't work correctly. It ran out and I forgot to put it through the sensor and then it ran out again and it didn't trigger. I don't even know what to say.
It's like repeat that again.
It's not magic, man. Like it doesn't just
So
work.
in Marlin 1, it would then it would like go through the reload process, and then if it saw the sensor was empty, it would then unload. It would go back through the filament out procedure. Marlin 2, it just assumes that you didn't care. You didn't care about putting it through the sensor, and it's just going to ignore it. That's how the behavior is in Marlin 2. And I told the guy, I was like, you need to load it through the sensor. Like, that's just how the behavior is. Okay. I honestly haven't used it.
I tried change filament, but it'll back it out, and then you can hit continue.
Well, change filament just doesn't
load your new
M600, so if that's broken, that means any filament sensor using is also broken.
Well, there's no sensor. I just used change filament. It wouldn't. It backed it out, and then it says load filament. You put the filament back in, it sucks it back in, and then you hit continue, so it'll continue the print job, and it just backs it back out again. Like it just keeps repeating. It doesn't go back to your print job and resume.
Oh, that's something we fixed recently.
Okay.
In 2.0, I mean, I could port over the
yesterday.
code. I could port over the code change.
Oh, okay. It's not something I use right now, anyways.
Wait, so if I go hit change filament on this printer, it's gonna freak out.
It won't let you resume.
Well, let me try it.
Because we had that, we fixed that in 2.0. Like there was an else where it wasn't supposed to be, so it would like jump out and like
Yeah,
it wouldn't let you continue. Just would not
let you continue. It just kept repeating over and over and over and over again.
Okay, I'm doing it. I told it to change.
God.
There's gonna be another update.
But like that was in Marlin 2.0.
For the
Okay, it backed it out. I'm putting it back in.
It won't let you resume.
I remember actually looking at that pull request.
It worked.
Yours continued?
It's printing right now.
Wow.
You could just be running the old version if they already patched it.
This is the latest 1.19 with their bug fixes.
Yeah.
Well, it was a thing in 2.0, so it might not have been in.
Can you post in the live streams chat? Can you post that so I can port that code over to 1.19?
Where the else was?
Yeah.
Let
it was
me
all
see.
based on the same stuff. I've backported stuff from
maybe
2.0 to
look.
1.19 for our branch.
Let
People
me
think
see,
I'm just like, whoa, I'm just copy paste Marlin. No, I'm actually like porting over fixes from 2.0 into 1.19.
Yeah,
It
an
helps
idea.
the community people get it through
For
the stuff.
April Fools, you should on your store have it where someone can buy a bootloader.
No. I already know what I'm doing for April Fools, and not many people are going to watch this stream. No one watches these long streams. We're going to sell a silent driver software update.
Oh, that's good.
Because there was a guy saying that he thought the driver meant like a hardware driver, like for your graphics card, like that it wasn't an actual physical thing, and we were just scamming people.
Which
So-
channel
I
should I
think,
drop
I
this
think
in?
your April Fool's ought to be that you
live
sold, that you
No,
sold the,
this is
you sold the
not
company to
April
ANET.
Fools. This is Tortured Tor and Mac.
Oh, without run out.
Yeah,
I have a filament sensor on mine. That's why it's working.
yeah, because it jumps out of the because there's an else at the bottom when there shouldn't be. He just did it.
Oh, okay. So menu filament.cpp, that should be located. Let's see. I thought there was a filament. You know what? If I just search for this, here we go. If I just search for this, this should be.
We're also assuming that everything translates.
Most of it does. That's why I'm saying there's not a major difference between 1.19 and 2.0 for the. Like a lot of people are like, guys, 2.0 is out. When are you guys gonna update? I'm like, you do realize you're not gonna get much of anything, like from going, other than maybe the menu screen looks slightly different. Like that's not it.
Screw everybody.
Huh?
Yeah, I don't
You're
like
lagging, Tyler, pretty bad.
slow mo.
Like your internet's really bad.
Okay, here we go. Run out. It's runout.h and runout.cpp. Let's see if I can find similar code on that.
It's like we usually push everybody to 2.0 because that's like what we're working on. That's the
Right.
That's where we do the fixes. So.
Oh.
This is under
That's still
menu
pretty bad.
filament. Oh, this is probably this is in 1.19. This is probably in the LCD. Let me search the action item. Let's see here.
If you open it in VS Code, you can just search for
Yeah, we get it. You have a hard on for VS Code.
I don't. Okay, you know how hard it is changing platforms and shit. Okay, like I'm not gonna.
Well, that's another thing. Like we've been pushing everybody to Platform IO too.
Well, we know IDE for life. Here we go. Ultra LCD.
All those auto build environments and stuff. Yeah.
Ultra LCD.cpp.
Can you hear me now?
Yep.
Not
No
sure
more
what the
robot.
deal was.
Okay, so hang on. Advanced, so filament.
All right, I'm
So-
attempting the first batch.
Even with the S100, I'm still
Okay,
at
so here's a menu chain.
0.0015.
Okay, we got how long? Oh, what was it with the 100?
0.0015.
That's still pretty good.
It's better than mine.
Which is probably why I'm not seeing any.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, here's the unload.
What's with that like one dude sitting up there in general chat just
He's stalking.
I'm gonna kick him.
pulled him in?
Welcome to the party.
So you just chilling in the corner there.
Tor, quit trying to fight me.
I'm not doing anything.
Can you?
I'm playing video games.
Mr. I report bugs on live streams, Lance.
Yes.
Can you make sure that bug's actually present? Because this actually looks correct.
Yeah, I can do it here in a sec. It's
Because I'm
swarming
actually
up
not
right
seeing
now.
any calls to the filament sensor.
This will actually, I can test both
In
bugs.
1.19.
Well, actually, no. If that one does the bug, I have to turn it off to get it to go back out because there's really no way to cancel it. I'll try it though.
There's this thing that plugs into the wall.
I mean,
that was
I mean, I really-
abuse of power. Look
Okay,
at
here's
your
here's
name
what we're
in
gonna
chat,
here's
Lance.
what was that?
That was abuse of power. Look at Lance's name in the live stream on Discord.
Wait, It still says Lance.
Yeah.
The one that
still-
says I report
It is.
bugs on live stream.
Oh.
Somebody else.
Oh, there you go.
I just seen you all chilling in here. You know, I posted some stuff and no one got back to me. I was like, I gotta go see what these guys are up to.
Damn it, I still just see Lance.
It's you have to click his name. It'll show it when he starts. Like Lance, type something in the live stream chat. It should.
Oh,
say,
I see it now. Yeah.
So if you
I
type,
clicked on his name.
yep.
There you go.
Report bugs on live stream.
Yep.
Hey,
you're
but I get
and you-
results.
have you ever bought anything from us?
Not yet, but I will. I'll actually donate or
God
something.
damn
Tim, what do you
Okay.
charge per hour?
it. $50.
Hmm.
That's cheap.
You know, like I said,
That's cheap. Let's be
if I
honest.
would have known about this, I would have definitely bought yours. Matter of fact, I wonder if I could still send this back to Amazon. Take the other shit off.
Return window.
I mean, the good
I
thing
bet
is
it's
now
still
we're
there.
Okay, I swear to God, I put the under 5+ definition in here.
And then you
We're
forgot
gonna
to
keep
save.
distracting
No,
you.
no, no. I didn't close this out. So why would it? I'm working off my GitHub for UNR2. Did I put it in the wrong section? No, I copied and
You
pasted.
put it in the wrong
solo.
place.
It's not even in here. What the hell?
Just put it in the wrong file or something.
No, I definitely. Well, I can check my GitHub. Hang on. Let me see what changes are done to this file.
Yeah.
There are no changes.
I love when you accidentally put a slash somewhere or like start typing in like half a words where it shouldn't be.
There's no changes here. Why is it not showing any changes? I'm working out of this.
Did you push it?
No, I was on the UNR2. Hang on, repository view on GitHub. Hang on. No, I did not, because the only last push here was the current adjustment for the Y drivers on the S4 and S5.
Because people are stupid.
I don't want to
Got
get into that.
sidetracked.
I don't. No,
We
where?
can't
But
use
I
that.
wrote that code. Here's all this. Why is this? Oh, because I am working on a different folder. Did I? No, it's not gonna be in there. 5+. Hang on. Let me search for Y bed size 350. It's not in here. Wait. Ah, here it is. Because you guys sidetracked me, and I have two enter 5s. This I meant to put _+. There we go. I was like, I know I wrote this. All right, so now I'm going to compile that in VS Code and flash on the board and see what works and doesn't work. I'm actually pretty much almost. Do I not have VS Code installed? Oh, you know what? I reformatted.
Do it.
I got installed VS Code.
That's what I'm talking about.
I use VS Code for the 32-bit stuff, okay? Get off my back.
No. Nah, bro.
I still use Atom.
Oh.
Adam is cancer.
It works just fine.
Who's that?
That
Tyler.
was me.
Like it works just fine. Mm-hmm.
I've got some green pea crisps. Trying to snack healthier.
Get
You
like
gotta
some
lose weight for
edamame
that
stuff.
chair, right?
They're like, I don't know, they're good. It's like $1.50 from bag from Aldi's.
All gluten free and stuff.
Yeah. Even though I love cheeses, cheeses are like my crack.
I've been getting the Quaker cheese snack mix on Amazon. Like a box of them. They're horrible. They're so
Don't
good.
you have
they're horrible.
same day snack delivery?
Essentially, yeah. I'm like 30 minutes from a distribution center.
I love
I
when I
would
get a
get
message
fat if I had
and,
that.
and people are like, I installed VS Code.
It's-
Now what?
it's so bad.
Ras in Ohio. What board did you get for your Ender?
I completely forgot this was live on YouTube, so I guess I should probably go check the comments and stuff.
I have it up on my
Slacking.
screen.
I have it up on one of my screens.
I am
They've just
glad
been,
that I upgraded
doing
my
all kinds of stuff.
I am glad that I upgraded my computer last year because I would not be able to be doing all this shit at the same time on my old 4790K I had.
Somebody changed his name again. It's Cheapskate now.
Actually, I changed it back to Lance, so next time you click on it, or he says,
Oh
"Go
yeah, it just
back to
hadn't
Lance."
updated yet. That's funny.
All right, so let me select folder. Marlin configuration H, and let's define Ender 5 plus. Oh god damn it. Install Git.
Open.
What the hell is Intel?
Yeah, IntelliSense.
I can't remember if I use JSON or UI.
Ignored.
Yeah, I do gotta download Git. So I hate reinstalling an OS because you're like all these little programs and things that all your backend shit uses.
Bits and bobs.
Next. I'm gonna use Fed++ as Git's default editor.
Like, it's kind of funny now because like Arduino won't even compile my build anymore.
Yeah, but you're on 2.
Yeah, but like like I get so many people that come in, they're like, "Oh, I compiled it with Arduino and I flashed."
100% works for
Well, it used to until I started like using Platform IO, and like now it just like exceeds the capabilities of Arduino because it's so much smaller in VS Code.
Oh, we've actually had the EZBoard in stock for a couple days. We just got a shipment in.
Yeah, we've already. What, 2/3 of them are gone? More than that? Last time I checked.
See if Git launches. See if Platform IO stops pitching.
Arduino is hit or miss for me too on 2.0.
What's up?
Like the Arduino IDE is hit or miss for me on 2.0. Sometimes it'll compile fine, and sometimes it'll be, nope, can't compile for this board.
Oh no, like it'll compile and then like they'll try to flash it and it'll just like do all kinds of weird things and it just won't work right.
Yeah, let's see if I get. It's probably gonna bomb out.
Yeah, mine just straight up will not compile. Sometimes the exact same.
Is this gonna compile the first time or is it gonna crash? What do you guys think?
It
Nope.
should,
No.
unless your environment's wrong.
Nope, I have that all pre-set up. My stream's probably gonna lag because this is just like, oh, you've got 16 threads. Let's use all of them.
You
It
spelled
does
something
compile a
wrong,
little
gotta do it
faster.
again.
Huh?
You said you spelled something wrong, gotta compile it again.
It's pretty far into the compile so far, so we'll see.
That's how it's
My
gonna be, though.
CPU is literally pegged at 100% right now.
Yeah, it
Surprised
looks like it's gonna
Discord isn't
compile.
lagging for you then.
I'm sitting at 38 gigs of memory usage on my RAM though.
I upgraded to 32 and I've only gone to like 20 so far. I've been disappointed.
I figured if I was dropping money to upgrade it, except I got raped on this RAM because I bought when RAM was expensive.
I got raped on it as well. When I upgraded to 32, I paid less than half as much for the second 16.
I had 32 gigs in my 4790K build, I paid $190 for it, and it was higher end Corsair stuff. I think I paid $600 for the 64 gigs that are in here.
I paid over $140 less on the second 16 gigs. Like,
But I'm glad I went.
pissed.
I'm not gonna lie, I went 64 gigs. So I was like, well, screw it. I had 32 in the last. I want more RAM in the new build, but I do actually use it. So, you know.
Yeah, I barely used the extra RAM I put in.
I just bought a
What
Mac.
platform are you building
work.
for? It's taking an awful long time.
Well, yeah. Remember my over half my processor's eaten up by OBS right now.
Oh, it's an LPC. That's why.
The
I couldn't quite
1769.
see. Yep. Takes about a minute on mine.
If I'm not doing anything else, it's about 30 seconds. All right. Let me grab
It's just he's like streaming to like 4 different things at once.
Yeah.
where the hell
Sharing
is my
cycles.
Oh, my SD cards are
First try, success.
well, I'm pretty confident that I'll have to modify some axes directions, but that's about it. Oh, I see a 128 meg SD card. That'll work. That noise you hear is a pile of.
Those still exist.
Yeah, they come with the big tree type boards.
I had one of those in my LG flip phone back in like 2006.
Well, here's the thing. For a lot of these boards, having the smaller cards for flashing firmware is more reliable for some reason. That's why we carry 1 gig cards, because there were enough people where they're trying to flash in 32s for some reason just don't play nice with the bootloaders.
Yeah, I probably should have picked one up. I had to dig around for a 16 gig.
Yeah, it's only
Like,
been
I
the
bet-
only been the 32s I've noticed that like you'll put the firmware on there, it just won't flash. So I started digging in, and then one of my suppliers in Shenzhen, they actually got us branded ones for a really good price. So
They're
Yeah, I bet
so-
it's
so
just
small, there's
overflowing
no
on the
point to-
size.
yeah, well,
They're
and
already small.
and here's the thing: we got a bunch, and I tested like we ordered like 200. I tested like 50 of them to make sure they actually were 1 gig cards, and they were. But like, are they gonna clone a like make a fake 1 gig
they're
card?
so small.
You know what I mean?
Like,
All right.
does
so
anybody even make lower? Well, yeah, but
that was the lowest they could
why?
find. I was like, can you give me 512s? And I was like, in general, I was like, 1 gig's good because like you can still store a lot of G code on a 1 gig card.
Right?
And in theory, it should be more reliable in a larger card because there's less sectors or whatever you want to call the memory portions to go wrong. Do you know what I mean? All right.
Time to
Flashing.
break it.
Send it.
It's flashing. Arm cam. There you go.
Arm cannon, go.
So it took the firmware. Let's see. Do I need to? Oh, encoder's going the right way. So what I want to see, XE. Let's move X. Oh, X goes the right way. Y. Y is. Yeah, Y is going the right way because moving forward is negative. Okay, so moving back is positive. Okay, so that's right. He is not because bed moving down, going positive direction. I have to invert Z. I'm also going to check and make sure my steps per millimeter are correct on there. Or actually, I'm going to reset my EEPROM. Or I do like a steps per millimeter can.
People forget that so often.
Oh yeah.
Like EEPROM's one of those things where if you like have an old or like a different build, things can get real weird. And it's like
What's
you get
an
glitches that can't be explained. And it's like just reset the EEPROM, and then if you're still having it, then we'll Well,
I
entertained.
actually had somebody with that today.
Yeah. It gets real weird, and I don't know the technical explanation for it. All I know is that when it does happen, it's very interesting.
Like
And-
basically what happened with him is like he had like 1.1.8 on there. He flashed 2.0 and the EEPROM settings from 1.1.8 were still there, and it just he was like, I don't know why. I try to load a file and it just crashes and does all kinds of weird things.
Okay, so I'm gonna tell this to go up. I think I might have to increase the. Yeah, so I told
After a
it to
little diagnostic.
I told it to move 10, it moved 5. So these are running 800 steps per millimeter, which I thought because I was looking at the lead screw pitch. Question is, how was Aaron printing this if the printing with this machine on our farm if the E-steps and everything were all fucked up?
Maybe he changed them in the advanced menu, fixed it.
I'm not sure.
Aaron's a beast.
Oh, if I know. But if this is 800 steps per millimeter instead of 400, then that means I have to update the 8-bit again. Because I'm pretty sure those are 400. Let me double check. Got too many windows. So these. Sorry. Oh wait, you guys can't see my screen anyways. I'm not even sharing it. It's on the printer. I'm gonna close out all these because
Not sharing it on Discord anymore. We're watching it on YouTube.
it kept crashing.
Maybe it doesn't like the dual streams. Because I was using it earlier. And it was fine.
If you had a Mac, you wouldn't have this problem.
Yeah, in Linux I didn't have a problem. It's all those Unix-based systems.
Exactly.
You guys are literally the worst.
Shared lineage.
They're gonna look at the commits and be like,
tunnel buddies, I guess.
Like that's a lot of commits for the under 5 plus. Yep.
Although to be fair, like all operating systems pretty much stole everything from.
Okay, so I have to hang on. Let me sort this cluster out now. Never a dull moment, is there?
Nope.
Come on, OneDrive. Realize I. Realize I renamed the file. Come on.
I put in a pull request the other day to Scott, and like I went through and I fixed all the pins files so the machine names were right and like everything, and he just totally denied that.
You want a cookie?
Yes, I want a cookie.
What I don't get is, we took the time to get all our files correct to merge Marlin. Why are these other companies?
So they just kind of left it in there. So like the one board's like always says it's Prusa, even though it's not.
You should just, I don't know, put something in there. That's funny. I used to hide little, actually I'm pretty sure there's still little comments hidden in my source code somewhere. I put some comments in there when people go poking around.
There's not.
What do you mean there's not? There definitely are.
Like I almost kind of want to slip something in there and be like, okay, well, you know, the main board that I use all the time, like whatever you flash it, the name is always going to be Bonesaw.
All right, so that's all sorted. So on the, I'm gonna come back to my main monitor here. So what I have to update now is Z steps. Oh, here's the thing, I actually have a Z step option, the new lead screw.
So I'm telling you that I compared 1.1.9 UFW to everything in 2.0 when I was working on the port. and there's nothing. I went file by file.
Wait, what are you talking? Sorry, repeat that.
I compared UFW with 1.1.9 and 2.0 to port everything over that I could, and there's nothing like that I found anyway.
So he's calling bullshit.
Look in conditionals.post.
Talking about the one where you're like, if you're using the Creality, blah blah blah, then use ours.
Yeah, I put a note because that's where people go to change it to get it to try to get it to work. I mean, their probe doesn't work anyways, but there's a note that's basically like, "Oh, you're in here because you're trying to get this piece of crap working."
I'll give you that one then. But hidden deep anywhere else,
No, I might have pulled them out because I didn't want people about it.
I don't know if you saw that thing, like they're
Oh, that's
moving
interesting.
all
Look
the
at
configs.
Look at the Ender 5 also needs the Z motor inverted. So even though this is a pretty much different machine. It always intrigued. Like I'm always curious to see all the similarities between all the machines. You know.
Oh yeah, a lot of them are really close.
Yeah, no, totally.
Reality ones are all the fucking same.
They're not all the same. They're close.
Just about.
You're being racist.
Like I've seen a few where it's like 3 lines of code different.
Yeah. Let me see. I'm gonna make sure home X, because I know X and Y go the right direction. So let's see if X home correctly.
You can't
Homing.
be racist against a printer.
I had someone accuse me of being xenophobic against the Chinese because you know I don't always say good things about their printers.
why are a majority of the printers black?
Yeah.
They all use black extrusions. That's racist.
Okay, so this home to 350, 350. So X and Y are homing correctly. I just gotta.
But you gotta
Sort
admit,
Z
black
out.
extrusions are the best extrusions.
Because it's so slimming.
Maybe I want gray extrusions.
Ron, the chameleon system is terrible. You're literally hot plugging your steppers with those switches, which will blow your drivers out. I think I have somewhere in our installation guide for the EZBoard that if you use that and you blow a driver, we're not covering it. Because someone did that already. Because the chameleon system is literally just a bunch of switches. They're like 8-pole,
Yeeting your
16.
driver
They're
around.
like six. No, I don't know. They're literally just switching the motor outputs to a different motor to feed another extruder. It's not a good design. It's quite bad for your stepper drivers. It'd be no different than you taking the plug, unplugging it from one motor, and shoving into the next with the stepper.
While it's live, yeah.
Yeah, it's a terrible idea, and I highly doubt
live.
while it's live. I highly doubt that if they get people whose drivers get blown out, that they're going to replace those boards.
I see no problem with
Oh,
this.
wow.
Okay, so flashing an EZBoard, power's off.
I like how he just ignores me.
Put the SD card in and turn it on. What were you saying, Tyler?
Nothing important.
And that's why I ignored
I
you.
mean, isn't that like normal for you though?
Until we're at a B stock table at Merck.
I got a bunch of well, they're not B stock flex plates. They're the older revisions that don't have any surface on them.
Do we have the Ender, or do you have the Ender 2 ones?
I know I have some with PEI on them that don't have the lift
that works.
tabs. They're the older ones.
I want to give my cousin something.
Like, it's really hard for me to list all this one-off stuff on the website because it takes a long time.
Yeah, you have to set up a full page for one item.
Yeah, I might just create
Don't worry.
like a Tim.
When I come for Murph, I'm gonna go through B stock / whatever is off.
Well, and the thing is too, those aren't small enough to do the mystery boxes. Like the shipping on them would be retarded. All right, let me check my Z to make sure I got my steps millimeter set correctly on there. See, this is the kind of development, and like this is what I go through too when doing firmware, like that we put out for free. This is why, like, I get irritated, like when I got other companies that aren't spending the money on the machines, but they make hardware that uses the firmware we put out for our products. It's like you have zero overhead in this, because we're actually buying machines that we don't need just for doing the software development to make sure stuff works correctly.
Right. And we get messages all the time. Hey, can you guys support this printer? And it's like, yeah,
Alright.
let us just buy that. Wait the next couple months for it to come in.
Okay, so just so you guys
Put it in the
know,
list.
all of the
I usually just tell people, yeah, buy me one, send it to me, I'll pour it over, no problem.
Well, here's the thing. It's not that. The thing is that, you know, they're selling ABL kits and they're not having to buy printers like we do. Like no one else is doing that like we are. Like I don't know of any other company that's buying all these machines just to do development on to support ABL kits. So when we do all that work, then all of a sudden all these other knockoffs are doing them. You know what I mean?
What about Skynet?
What's that?
So what about Skynet?
What about it?
Yeah, what about him? I'm just
trying to start stuff. Don't worry.
I'm just speaking in general. Okay, so my self-test work, deploy works, stow works. Okay, so I think we'll be good to auto home.
You know, those people that basically like copied Marlin and ripped all the logos and shit out of it and called it something else. Yeah.
Or the people that literally copied source code from TH3 to Unified Firmware.
Cut out.
Well, it's kind of their thing.
Like I don't have a problem with the guy who runs that, but the fact is that I'm spending a lot of our money on printers and he directly benefits from for his customers. Like that's the problem I have with it. You know, and his excuse is, well, I can't afford to buy the machines. I was like, well, like we're like, okay, I don't know what to tell you. Like, figure out how to get them for review units. Like that's what we used to do. I didn't used to buy them all the time. I didn't have like the fucking budget for that. But people aren't hitting him up for firmware for new printers. They hit us up. Okay, so this homed. What do you guys think the M48 is going to pull on this?
There we go. Right, Discord.
Probably like
002.
0.2.
This is a BL Touch.
Probably.
Everybody's
1.
changing their predictions now.
It's like, oh wait, well.
You didn't see me put an easy ABL on here. All right,
It'd be
Let me ask you this:
long
1,
night.
2.
what kind of drivers are in it?
It's
There
a
is no
2208s.
filament
They're ours.
Oh, they're 2208s.
Oh,
Probably
yeah.
about 5 micron or less. Because that
So-
matters.
So in about
8490.
15 minutes we'll have the result because it's probing right now.
Shouldn't be that long. I probe at 240 millimeter homing speed.
You can see. Are you watching it?
Yeah, I see the screen.
I'm
Okay.
watching you in VS Code still.
Oh, I have the camera. I've had the camera on for a while. Do that like speed up thing Neres was talking about. Yeah, we're
I just
M48.
did. We're
It's not gonna
back
take.
now.
It's not gonna take 50 minutes. We're already at probe point 2 of 10. Maybe at 3 of 10. There we go.
What, no triple probing?
We do 2. I do have
We
a
did
super.
3
I
for a
do
while.
have a super fast probe option for ours that runs it at like 15 millimeters a second at 3 probes.
I need to work on.
I
my
can't do that
energy
on the
so I
BL
can
Touch
run
though.
that. It'll destroy
So
it.
here's the thing. I tried speeding up the BL Touch speeds because people complained about them, but then everybody complained about the BL Touch is not working at all. So I was like, they're staying at this speed.
I run mine at homing speed, 240. It's like millimeters per minute though.
Yeah, it's not that fast.
Yeah, it's not.
Millimeters per
I still
second
get
is what we
3
use here.
decimal places on super fast probe.
I mean, this should pull 2. I'm assuming. I mean, this is a genuine BL Touch. It's a V3.1. I literally just changed the board out. Like, as
So
you can
it's
see,
like
as you can see,
0.012.
this board works perfectly fine. It drives the BL Touch with no issue. Keith in chat says, what are stock specs on Ender 5 CPU? How many bits? 8-bit, 16 megahertz. The board that is in here is 32 bits and 120 megahertz. 0.042103. Did you hear that?
Way less than what I thought.
It's there's only 1 0. 0.042103.
So that's what 40. No, that's
bad.
That's
what
really
he was
bad.
getting on the stock board too. So
Still less than layer height though.
yeah, that's
It's
like
42 micron. Ugh.
guys, the BL
Hey,
Touch is so much
as
better than that
long
overpriced
as the bed is
EZBoard.
semi-leveled, you'll be.
It's a Creality. What are you talking about?
As
It's
long
a
as
it's
the
a
bed is
Creality
semi-leveled
with a
you'll be
huge
fine.
bed. What are you expecting?
Sometimes playing with the speeds on that might help.
Well, the slower speeds, it's more accurate at the slower speeds. I can tell you that right now.
Yeah.
Okay, so how fast do you want me to set this to? Because I
Set it to
have.
60.
Well, hang
Throw
on.
that on
What do I
super
have?
fast probe. Just do
It'll
it.
no, it's gonna break the probe if I
Send
do
it.
super fast.
Do it.
No.
You're putting the you're putting EZBoard on. Anyways, it doesn't matter. Do it. Do it.
Ugh.
Do it. Do it.
Send it.
Anyway.
Kill the probe. Kill the.
Oh my
probe.
god! I'm wondering why I'm like freezing. Like my hands are cold and my. Hey Google, set the garage temperature to 66. It's like
I just
60
noticed
degrees in
that
here.
it said 14 on both your nozzle and your bed, but
Yeah, this is with the bed. Do you want me to heat it and see how much worse it gets?
It's a bit chilly in there.
Do you want me to heat this and see how much worse the accuracy gets on the BL Touch?
Yeah, actually.
Okay,
again,
I
super
just told
fast
it to
probe.
heat. No, I'm not going to do super fast probe. I am going to. So I have. It's running. Z probe fast is homing feed rate Z. So if disabled, EZBoard fast probe, which I think is that enabled by default, it might be. Oh, excuse me.
On one of my printers, I was having issues with one of the end stops, like triggering noise. So I enabled the end stop noise threshold, and then I just pushed it out to like the entire
Okay,
build.
so this is
and
at wait, if that's disabled, set it to 4x60 for homing feed rate Z.
But it's just 60.
Wait, hang on.
120.
Why is sorry, it's not 15 millimeters a second we run our new probes at. It's 30. 30 millimeters a second is what we probe, and we'll still pull like 2 fucking zeros in the test. So you sacrifice a little bit of accuracy, but it speeds up the probing a hell of a lot. Okay, so if the super fast probe is enabled, it's going to set it to 30. And then if EZBoard fast probe is disabled, it'll set it to 4. Otherwise, it sets it to 8. So I'm at 8 millimeters a second right now. Is what?
That seems like a lot. I run it at 4.
You run it at 4?
Yeah, I've actually run it at 1.
Do you know how much longer that's going to take to probe?
Yeah, but if that's what it takes to get decent accuracy,
Jesus,
you do what
I
you gotta
can
do.
run my sensors at 30 and pull like sub-micron level accuracy. Are you trolling me right now?
I'll send you my address. I'll
There's-
happily accept
There's
one.
no way the BL Touch needs that slow of a speed. There's no way in hell. There's no way it needs that slow of a speed. Like, I'm 100% serious. Like, that's nuts.
Well, I do it at 4. because it's 4x60.
No wonder you use UBL, because you don't want to wait for that thing to probe. I can probe.
I don't want to keep doing that shit.
Dude, I can probe an entire S5 bed with a 5x5 mesh in like 30 seconds with our probes. It would take minutes with the BL touch.
That is a false claim. It takes about a minute for a 5x5 mesh and an S5.
You're not running the new shit.
I'm not. On
You're
the
not.
3.1.
The 3.1 can't. The 3.1 can't do the 30. I'm talking about the new probes with the 30 millimeter second probe rate. You're running 8 on that. That's what I have it set to. Like, that's what I'm saying. Because we have a 600 hertz polling rate on those sensors, we can run the faster speeds. Yes, it sacrifices like 0.001 millimeters of accuracy, but when you're pulling like 0.004, 0.003, it doesn't matter. You know what I mean? But you have to turn that option on. By default, it's 8. So
You act like I don't know how to read code.
So okay, I'm gonna try 4. Okay, I'm gonna comment out the fast probe, and I'm
That's
gonna
the speed I use my 3D touch at.
Oh, you don't even have a real one? Are you kidding me?
It was free from G-Tech.
That's what it's worth.
Yeah. It was free. It works.
They're so bad.
If I was gonna buy one, I'd have bought a real one.
It works.
Yeah, it works.
Oh, that's
Oh my
cute.
god. You know what? How about this? If you help me a little bit with porting over our 119 to 2, I'll send you a couple $100 worth of shit.
Do what now?
If you want product in exchange for coding help, I am willing, because I don't have a ton of time.
Maybe.
I will send you what I have right.
I saw
What
what
do
you
you
had,
need?
and it needs work, Tyler.
The only thing that needs work is the enders, the 1284p boards, and then everything.
Those are the ones that take the most work, though. You did all the easy shit.
All you gotta do is take the shit out of the menus. Everything else is fine. Everything else compiles.
People already bitch about that.
Did you try compiling it with VS Code like Vert says? Because he said
It makes it
apparently
25%
I
smaller.
compiled
Does it
everything
really
with
take it
Arduino.
25% smaller? Because you're getting my hopes up
Up
here.
to.
Up
Up
to
to 25%.
Up to, okay.
Like it's usually between like 10
Is
and
this
25.
like
It really
is this like one of
depends.
those make your dick bigger supplements? Like it's up
No,
to 20%
it's not.
bigger.
You can open Arduino right now, compile it, and then compile the same code in VS Code, and then compare the numbers.
Can you? Well, so what you're saying is, it will take up less space on the CPU.
It'll take up less RAM and prog memory.
If
Like
that's
I showed it
legitimate,
on,
then...
I showed it
that
on one of my
tomorrow, then.
videos.
Okay.
I compiled in Arduino, and then I compiled in VS Code side by side. The same code took 1 kilobyte less RAM and 6 kilobytes less prog memory.
I mean, 6 kilobytes when you only have 128K is significant.
It's a shit ton.
Yes. So what you're saying is when I roll out the new 2.0 for the 8-bits, we're going to be...
You need to tell everybody to use Platform IO and get rid of that Arduino shit. That's what you need to.
I'm not in a disagreement with you. If that's the case, then that's fantastic because I can fit way more
Oh, I
stuff.
know.
That's going to extend a lot of the life of the... Because here's the thing. The 1284 boards are not great, but they're not terrible. They get the job done. So if we can extend the life on those boards that are in probably millions of machines, that's fantastic.
If that's the case,
we've even
then-
shoehorned like 644 chips, like Marlin to one of those.
If that's the case, then everything that I have will compile just fine and upload to 1284p boards.
It's like you can pull it, open it right now, and compare it.
Do
Like,
it.
Straight up.
Do it. Send it. Send it.
That means I gotta do stuff. It's 3:30 in the morning. I'm tired. I'm gonna.
Okay, so this took the new firmware, so I'm gonna just reset my EEPROM just to be sure, so I don't have any lingering settings. And I'm gonna see
That was
what
the one
gets
thing
it.
that made me switch. Like, couldn't deny it.
I know Scott said he made improvements, but I didn't realize they were that substantial. So in that case, then we're I'd like to just get, like, the main thing is getting back the menu items I had to strip out to make program space. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, like it's nuts. Like how much more you can fit. Like literally, like you could try and compile my build with Arduino, and it just there isn't enough room. It like errors out. But you can compile it in VS
Same
Code
thing
just
as what I
fine.
got. I'm definitely gonna try VS Code tomorrow.
So my thing is, right now we're trying to hire more people because I've gotten pulled back into doing like tickets and other crap, which is pulled away from dev time, which is why all this stuff keeps getting delayed. Which is why I'm working on this printer to get this supported with our board at 2:39 fucking morning.
If only there was somebody that could do.
I need people in person here. Like I need people in person that can do this stuff because we can do some stuff remotely, but it's just not the same. Like it's hard to.
If I have the printer in front of me, I will do whatever.
Well, if you want to test that, go try to compile for 1280 because 6K. If it's like 6K less, we shouldn't need to slim down anything, and that means we can roll out 2.0 in a couple of weeks instead of like a month of screwing around with testing shit.
Like that was
If
an
it'll
example, like with that specific, like like I was doing it on a 2560, but like whatever all the shit I had in that build,
It
like
doesn't.
side
It
by
doesn't
side,
matter.
same code.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
25. If you enable the same options in a 2560 and a 1284, the compiled size is
Like
gonna
it's
be the
still
same.
it's a big save. Like
No, I'm not arguing with you. If that's the case, that's fantastic.
that's why I kept kind of like it's just like, yeah, why aren't you using VS Code?
Because
So many-
there's only 24 hours in a day. I only get like 4 to 5 hours of sleep a night.
Yeah, like if I sleep.
I mean, I will legit, like, you obviously know your shit. I like, if you're interested and you have time, I would legitimately be interested in paying you to help me get all this stuff done.
Oh, we should talk further about that
Yeah.
off stream.
I'll send you my email and a PM on Dude Court here.
If VS Code will compile this, everything's already done.
So the only thing with VS Code I need to figure out is how to automatically change the environment based on what printer's uncommented. If we can get past that, then that's fantastic. Do you know what I'm saying, Vert?
Yeah, I know what you're saying, and I'm not sure.
Yeah, I gotta figure out. So my workaround initially is gonna be, here's a bunch of pre-set up environment files. If you have this board, copy this file. If you have this board, copy that file.
On mine, what I did was like it was just like commented out. So like you just uncomment, comment.
Oh yeah. Actually,
flip 'em on.
that sounds like a way
All in the same
more
file.
Yeah. That's a way more elegant solution. Okay, so in about 5 minutes here, we'll see what the 4mm probing M48 comes back with.
Although like
This
it is pretty
you
simple.
probe at this speed.
Yeah.
Look how.
Can you just send him a probe now? This is sad.
This is so. Is this like, I'm being serious? Is this like what BL Touch users are used to?
Like actually, like I had it set to just 1mm a minute or a second, whatever, for a while.
You're just
It was working, so I ran with it.
Oh god.
But oh my
This hurts to hear this.
It's like I'm sure there's more elegant solutions, but like
Well, if this does get better accuracy, then I'm going to set the default in this next firmware update to slow down the BL Touch probing speed, so it improves their accuracy.
it's like I ran so many M48s, like trying different speeds and different things because my probe was fucked up. Like I said, I had to sand down the pin because the pin was oversized. I had to fix the shrink wrap on the magnet that holds it to the pin. I had to like glue the
I would have
freaking
just thrown it out.
screw in the top.
I had
Yeah.
I had a 3D Touch I bought from AliExpress, like as a joke, but it was so bad I tossed it.
It's like it was free, so I made it work.
I look at it this way: the amount of time I would spend fixing something, it's not worth it.
Do we have like a return or something we can send?
Okay, so while we're waiting for this to probe, this is my 100.
It's like a lot of the things like
Here,
most of my
here,
shit
here.
was free from
This is-
GTech. They were
this-
like, oh, somebody returned this. They said it didn't work. We'll just send it to you, and I fixed it.
I'm trying to show you guys my source. Okay, so I've got my 100% scale, which is, I don't know, maybe 2.5 feet long, and came out good. And I've got my,
That's a big bed.
and I've got my, I guess 300% scale. Is like, I don't know, over 5 feet long. 5? I don't know. It's a lot bigger. Collapse. Get it out too quick. I like that. There we go. Hey, it's finished. Hey, look at it. It did get better. 0.01. Okay, so BL Touch users are getting a 4mm probing speed.
It's like, yeah, if that's what it takes for it to work properly, like that's what it takes. Like, well,
That's
takes
sad.
a little longer.
That's sad. But I am gonna make the firmware force 4mm for
Hey,
BL Touch.
knock it off. Go away.
It's like the first time I saw like your ABL kit, how fast it was going. It was like, yeah, that sucks. It's like it's done already.
That's what I'm saying. Like, I don't know. The BL Touch was a cool idea, but I feel like it's kind of antiquated. And the thing is, we've spent so much time refining these specific types of probes, and there's so much misinformation about them. People are like, well, yeah, you can breathe on it and it throws the accuracy off, and it doesn't. It doesn't. They work fantastically.
I still get a bunch of people, but I heard it doesn't work on glass.
Oh
Like,
my god.
It worked on glass for over a year on my printer.
Yeah,
Or over 2 years
they
on my
100%
printer.
for sure work on glass. Okay, so I just added. Oh my god, am I gonna have to patch the other one too? I'll improve the.
It clearly just senses the metal below the glass.
Clear.
It does not. You can take a piece of glass and put up to our sensor in it.
Are they confusing the difference between like inductive and capacitive?
They're going off
or
of.
something?
There's like a Tom's video.
Yes.
A Tom video they did he did like years ago with like random shitty Chinese sensors, and he did a sample size of 1, and then made the.
Yeah.
Then he's like, well.
I seen that video.
Yeah, I have a whole article on our page saying why it's shit, why that video is shit. Because the reality is, like, we've processed over 10,000 kits through. We've handled a shit ton of probes. So, you know, the thing is, we know that ours do not perform as poorly as the ones he tested. You know, like.
Well, and I think people were getting mixed up too between capacitive and inductive.
Well, the thing is, in his test, the capacitive port performed very poorly, and I can tell you that the cheap, no-name capacitive ones, like what he was using, do perform very poorly. So, like, it's a stigma we have to overcome, because there's that video out and be like, well, yours is capacitive, and Tom said that the capacitive are the worst sensors out there. Like, yeah, that's what we get to deal with.
Yeah, I definitely saw that video too, but like seeing is believing too, and like you've shown it, I don't know how many times.
I've shown I could fire up any printer here and show it, like even on our
Yeah.
older ones. Like it's like, yeah, you guys can talk out of your ass all the time and quote some YouTube video, but I literally have the sensors here. I've definitely spent more time than probably any other person in this industry with these particular types of probes. Like I legitimately believe I've probably spent more time with these type of probes than anyone else in this industry, because we've done so much work with them.
I mean, you saw my post on the live streams channel. We'll leave it at that.
Well, yeah.
It is what it is. I mean, we have a lot of people that see that we know what we're doing and that I take this stuff very seriously. You know.
Oh, your S100 or it was P100.
Yeah, your P100. That's.
Did you run S100 or P100?
No, he ran P100. He just fat fingered.
Okay.
Because it took. I don't know if you noticed. It took him a couple minutes for him to get that result back.
Yeah, it took a little while.
That's fantastic for over 100 points of deviation.
That's some major repeatability.
Yeah.
1.6 micron.
It's almost like I know what I'm doing. And here's the awesome part. The funny thing is, so the guy that makes the knockoffs of our kit that uses like our firmware and stuff, he has like his sensors come out of the same supplier as ours, except ours use different internals, different cabling, and even different injection moldings because we do different colors and stuff. And he advertises that he has power filtering. I was the first one to start filtering the power going to the sensors to get rid of ripple, okay? Because I saw a positive
Your
improvement.
mic's cutting out a little bit.
Oh, hang on. So I was the first one to ever do the power filtering on the control board that's driving the sensor. In like anyone, no one did it. None of the DIY people were doing it. I did it because I saw a positive improvement. So we did on our EZABL V3 is where the first ones with power filtering. We had an electrolytic and a ceramic, and that improved the accuracy substantially. Okay. On our new
Just
ones,
from what I know about other sensors, like that would probably benefit any sensor.
right?
Like honestly.
So hang on, I'm building up to something here. So on our new ones, we added in more ceramics to filter out more frequencies, and a very low ESR electrolytic. So we still had electrolytic and ceramic. We just are using more and better than what we had before. So he comes out with his knockoff of ours, puts a DC jack on it so you can use an AC adapter, which is something we did first, and then puts a 22 UF cap, that's a no-name brand, on his, and then calls it power filtering. It has worse power filtering than the kits we were selling 2 years ago. But he has it on there so he can just say that his also has it. But doing high quality caps and adding more ceramics increases the BOM cost, which he doesn't want to do. But he just wants to be able to check that box to say he has it because ES3D has it. So if I say I have it, obviously it's the same. You know, but there's a lot of stuff we do with our products, like especially with this EZBoard, that it's a lot of under the hood stuff that you don't notice because it just works. So I don't know. I'm very passionate about this stuff, and it pisses me off when people try to like undercut us with half-ass work.
Yeah, that's how the industry is.
So, but you know, and then he at one point made a video was like, the single cap is fine. You know, we tested and did this. I was like, obviously didn't test with a frequency sweep. Like you would have seen that cap you have is one, just a really crappy no-name cap, and it's not going to clamp down on all the different frequencies that can be coming into that sensor. So, you know, it is what it is. Like I've got all the hardware here and stuff to test all that kind of stuff to make sure that what I'm actually doing in theory actually works. Do you know what I mean?
Oh yeah, the testing is important.
Yeah, like I've got just here, I've got a function generator, a frequency generator, I got a 4-channel 100 megahertz scope, a DC load tester, 10 amp bench supply, and a Siglent 5.5 digit DMM. So
you can have all the ideas you want, but like if you can't actually prove it in the real world, then it doesn't matter.
Right. So like, I don't know. I don't do shit just to do it. I do shit because it works and we see an improvement. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah.
Okay, so I'm gonna push this update now. So how many times are we gonna update the fucking 8-bit firmware tonight?
12.
2 more times.
As many as it takes.
Well, I want to keep both firmwares the similar experience. You know what I mean? So if you're already used to our 8-bit and you go to our board, or our 32 or our Marlin 2 in general, once we add other boards in, or other boards and other printers, I want that experience to be consistent across both. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because we like to make it easy.
Well, you know, I like having things symmetrical like that too. Like you kind of want everything to be a little bit like, okay, it's like this on this and it's like that on that.
Right. Well, and
So you
in this
mean,
case,
like nothing between 119 and 2.
what?
They changed everything.
Okay, but what I'm saying is the additional options and the simple stuff we code in, and
I know what you're saying.
the probing rate, the probing speeds, all the little stuff, all the little tunes and tweaks. I want them the same across both, so that way the experience to the user, not the code, the experience to the user is the same across both.
Yeah, I do a similar thing with like my builds. Like for all the G-Tech printers that are supported for it, like most of those settings are shared except for a few specific ones that are just for that one.
So that's what our unified does is that for just a huge range of machines. And if you look, there's a configuration_th3.h file in our pack And that's for all our in-house machines. So I can have the same experience on my custom machines and in-house machines as our customers do. So I use the same exact settings as our customers. So, yeah, I don't know. That kind of stuff is important to me.
It's like that whole ideology was actually kind of the basis for like what I created. Like, but I didn't look through any of your stuff, but like the idea.
So, hang on, I'm replying to someone in chat. So I don't know, and the thing is, like, it's hard because you can't really complain about much when people, you know, take the open source stuff, because like we're obviously taking from open source stuff, but you got people that are just taking and not even contributing anything new back to the main project, and they're just kind of riding on everybody's coattails. Like, we literally send hundreds of dollars a month to Marlin directly to support them, because I wouldn't be able to do our boards and our ABL kits and some other products if Marlin didn't exist. So I feel it's best for us to support them because they directly help us out.
Yeah, I even like donated a few bucks to Scott, you know, just I got some donations and it was like I need to send a few bucks back, even though like I contribute all this shit, but
well, like last year we paid for all their Murph shit. Like their hotel and stay and everything. Like, because he told me they were having a hard time. I was like, well, we can write that off, so fuck it. All right, so I need to put this back. So even if Fast Probe's enabled now in this new build, if you have a BL Touch, it's going to set you down to 4. So this is stuff I have to code in to combat users doing things that they think they know better than us that could potentially cause problems down the road. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah.
I'm just also disabling. I think I probably have. Do I have restore? Yep, leveling after D28. Let's just get rid of that.
It's like looking at like the things that you've had on screen just today. Like a lot of the same like ideas that I've actually used already.
Yeah, I mean, I have. So my background's in IT, but I've taken a lot of programming courses, so it's definitely helped.
Yeah, I've just been kind of winging it, and it's been working.
Yeah, so let me make sure this compiles. I think that's it. I just got to well, now my extruder's heated, so let me make sure the extruder's going the right direction. It's the last axis I didn't check.
It's surprising what you can do when you have a whole shit ton of free time and you need something to do.
Hey, the extruder goes the right way.
All right, everybody. I'm out. I'm gonna go to sleep.
Fine, quitter.
All right, man. You have a good one.
I mean, it's 4 a.m., so
Quitter.
I'm a quitter.
All right. So, I think I should do a test print on this before I put my probe on here.
It's usually a good idea. Make sure it actually works. Then you can be like, I test printed that. It's fine.
If a customer
on
complains, I
camera
can
too.
send them to this video.
Yeah.
What's up? What are you talking about, Tor?
If they complain that it's not working, I'll just send them to this video. See, Tim tested it. It's working.
I've done that to people. Be like, well, it's working on mine, and I'll start a live stream and start printing something.
Oh man, my streamer is probably gonna. Yeah, it's chopping. Live from Bio is just. Give me all of your.
It's resource hungry.
It is.
There it goes.
Yeah, it is what
It does
it
a
is.
good job, so.
Alright, we're gonna print a TH3 maker coin on here.
What you need to do is open Arduino and then compare the final compile size.
I appreciate you guys stop sending me off on tangents. I have ADHD, so this is really hard for me.
Tim is trying to get something done tonight.
Yeah.
And you guys,
You know how
it's
I
stuff
think
is
it was
getting
like
done. It's just
this.
not-
There's this guy Walter. He's a good customer of ours, and he's been bothering me. It's like, so where's the under 5 stuff? He's like, He's like, my BL Touch got engulfed by a, or no, maybe no. Someone told me they were like, wait, they're like, is the EZBoard out for the 5 Plus yet? Because my BL Touch is gone.
Gone.
It's called rabbit holes.
Oh, Nere's is still here.
Yeah, I figured he
He's
fell
been
asleep.
here for a while.
I can't fall asleep yet for some reason.
Yeah, I have that
He's
problem a lot.
fantasizing about us.
TV's off. I just have the Discord going on the phone.
I definitely gotta clean this bed off because there's like a good layer of dust on it.
Yeah, it happens.
But this printer is gonna go in my personal farm in my office here.
Yeah, it was kind of crazy. Like when I got my first printer from GTAC, it was an A10, and I ended up sending that thing back. And now I've got 7 of the goddamn things.
All right, cleaning the flex plate. Oh, hey, this is definitely a B-stock flex plate that got put on here. Because definitely a little damage on the PEI.
Oh god, he's back.
What's up with people just like sitting in general chat?
I have no idea.
It's like they can join.
Yeah, like
might
just
just-
click right in.
When the server-
Yeah, I've had people like that. They come in my server and they just like sit in general chat. And I'm like, yeah, like nobody really ever goes in general chat. Like you're gonna be there for a while.
Wait, what the hell? Wait for film and change. What the fuck?
Oh
Wait.
boy.
Was that the
Is
other
it not
bug they
hooked
were
up?
talking about?
No, it's hooked up. There's a light. I guess I'm gonna have to hook up to my computer and check M119.
Is the sensor inverted or something? So the logic is inverted or something? I've had that happen.
Yeah, but it's
Did
the
you
same.
clear your
It's the
EEPROM?
same. It's the same probe. Yeah, I did. It's the same sensor as all the other Creality ones.
I had that happen with some GTEC ones. Like they all look the same, but like a couple of them were inverted for some reason.
Yeah, configuration backend. Puritan stock filament sensor. This should be getting defined for the 5 Plus. Yeah. I have it defined right here.
Bypass the sensor and see if it like works the opposite logic.
Well, I'm gonna run a M119 and see. That'll tell me if it's inverted. Maybe the Ender 5 Plus they're using a different switch.
Yeah, it'll tell you the trigger state.
I couldn't sleep, and I come back, and you guys are still here.
That's how it goes. We couldn't sleep either. That's why I was still here.
Let me check M119. Oh yeah, it just says purge more. So. I know the end stop logic's correct because It homes correctly. Okay, come night.
Snack time.
Film it's showing open.
Even though there's filament in it, so it's inverted.
Yep.
That's fun.
So why would they use a different switch on this model versus the others?
Like, it could have been a thing where, like, maybe the wiring got, like, flipped somehow. Something.
No, so here's the thing. The Solva SVO1's like that too. So it actually uses the same logic as the sensors we sell because ours are inverted from the other Creality ones. So that means they changed at some point for these newer models. The Solval gets a lot of stuff from Creality.
Ah.
So I have to put in here.
Get into that maybe situation where it might be inverted.
Well, I don't think it's gonna be maybe. I doubt they're changing because then they'd have to have multiple different firmwares to flash, and they don't do that.
Yeah, G-Tech does that too, and then they just leave one firmware and just fuck you guys. I've had all numbers of people come in like my Discord and they're like, yeah, like my X-Men position is this and my Y-Men position is that, but like the stock is -10, -5, and then I have another guy come in and he's like, mine's this, and it's like there was a range of like 5mm difference between X and Y.
You just got to average it out at that point.
I was just like, yeah, I'm
Oh,
setting
hey,
it what it
if
is
I
on my
looked at-
machine, and you can just get used to it.
If I just looked at my firmware on the 8-bit, it is a false inversion, whereas their other ones are true. Mystery solved. That should be it then. On the bright side. I would have been done like 2 hours ago if Mr. What's his name?
Didn't get like side railed,
Lance.
the whole time.
Hey, at least we found something.
It's like, no, it's got to be a Prusa. It's got to be 10% zip tie. Otherwise, it's no good.
I have an MK3 here. My Ender 3 with my upgrades on it is cheaper and prints.
I'll happily accept one if they want to, drop ship one.
Yeah, ours has that inconsistent issue that doesn't exist if you ask about it.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know exactly what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, it does exist. It is real, and
it exists on other machines too.
Yeah, but the Prusa was like $1,000. My Ender 3 fully kitted out with all our upgrades is $600. So, just saying.
Well, like he plays it up a little too hard, and then when things aren't quite right, it's just like, yeah, well, now you look like a fool.
That machine was really overhyped, to be completely honest.
Yeah.
Like, when he was one of the few games in town, yes, absolutely, great machine. But the reality is, Creality exists.
It's like, I've got gripes with Creality too, but like,
triggered.
For what you get, it is worth the price.
Absolutely. Like I was telling people today at this this robotics event we were at, I told them, think of them as a platform to build on, and you'll be much happier with your purchase.
Yeah, because like that's my main complaint is just like I would have liked to have like a little more space on my board and a little more expandability, but you could always get a different board, and with like SKRs being $20.
Don't.
Yeah, well, if you know what you're doing, they work fine.
I have a friend that knows what he's doing. He's on his 4th one in 6 months. Like they
cut
keep
out.
burning out.
Oh, it's burning out. Yeah,
Like they
that's
just
another issue.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like that's the kind of stuff I'm talking about. Why our board costs what it does and why it's worth the money. Because at that point, you could have just bought our board.
I was more referring to like the like dozen people that have been in and out of the Marlin Discord for the last like month
No,
that still
there's-
haven't gotten it to work
Yeah,
at all.
No, there's definitely. It's just a long. Like you use cheap parts, it's not gonna last. I mean, it's just that's called reality. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
that's just how it is. And like, there's a lot of people that think like, hey, Tim just wants to get rich. I'm not gonna get rich doing the
Hasn't
printer
Llama
shit.
had 2 of them already?
What? Well, who just popped in?
Hasn't 3D Printing Llama had 2 of them already?
He's on his 3rd.
He's on his 3rd.
He's on his 3rd. He told me that was a couple weeks ago. I don't know if he's on his 4th yet or not. But there's been a lot of. The funny thing is, if you look at the reviews on our, I need to change my mic. Hang on, because it's like I see it's not triggered. Hang on.
Yeah, it's not tripping.
You guys might get some false triggers, but it'd be better than me cutting out. So anyways, the funny thing is, I've been seeing more reviews coming through on our EZBoard where people are like, yeah, I bought the SKR E3 Mini. It lasted about 2 months. Support didn't do anything, and now I have this, and it's great. Like the one that's in my Ender 3 is going on a year old now. It was one of our original prototypes. All right, we're doing the first print with the EZBoard and the new firmware. Let's see if I have to adjust anything.
I don't usually have money to be like, expending on 3D printing stuff, so usually unless it's like donated.
I mean, if you start an LLC and you're doing it enough, you could justify them, like legitimately. It costs you like $100 to file an LLC. I'll tell you this right now, if we didn't have our company, I would not have this many machines.
There would be no need for you to have that many machines.
There's always need for more machines.
Did you see in our Tor? Did you see in our like Facebook chat? I was like, I got 10 printers, and I was like, do we want to do this? Is this what we want to do? Or am I excluded? Am I just like opted out?
I have somewhere of approximately 130. I'm not sure.
Where are you put them all? Because we got 70 and I'm running out of room.
I have Connex containers out back.
And a
Okay.
bus.
I have, if it makes it better, I've got like 40 that actually run. So, and are hooked up.
I only have maybe 10 or 12 hooked up at any one time.
Yeah, just in my office, I've got room for 10 to 12 here.
Most of them are still sitting in giant pallet crates in the bus. I still haven't unpacked them.
I don't understand why you don't sell them off. Like, just find someone that wants to buy, like, here, $500 gets you this many printers, as is. Take it.
They either don't want them or they want to give me an amount that's so small that I'm better off keeping it.
Raffle them off.
Yeah, except I'm going to break that fallacy because if you're not using them, they're sitting there depreciating. You might as well get something for them.
But they've already depreciated, so it doesn't matter. I can make content using them and make money with them. So I would rather, if I have a CR10 size printer, I'd rather let it sit there until I can make a use for it than sell it for $50.
You can get $100 for the CR10 size printer easily.
Not easily. Not once you add shipping, packaging, and all that crap.
What I'm saying is, you've definitely got enough printers where you could part with half of them and have a nice chunk of cash, and whereas they would just be sitting there.
Sure, and
I just
would use half of that money for packing, and it would take me 2 years to sell them.
How about for Murph? You just drive your bus up here with a bunch of my own models.
Do what?
When you come up from Earth, drive your bus up, fill it with a bunch of printers, and then I'll unload them for you.
Yeah, it's $1,200 in fuel to take the bus there.
Oh, here you go, Chris. Easiest thing to do is
What does
go
that
up
get,
to
like
Master
0
Build,
miles per gallon?
sign a
Actually,
sticker.
pretty
stick it to the
good.
side of it.
I was expecting 4 miles per gallon, but I ended up getting almost 6.
That's rough. It's like my dad's got a E350 Ford van with the V10 in it, and he gets like 7. Highway or city, doesn't matter. 7. That's what you get.
Yeah, but I was able to fill it with all of our stuff and bring it here, and I get to keep it, so not a bad deal.
Yeah, no, I was reading your whole thing, and that was smart to do that. And you lucked out that you got one that didn't break down on the way. So yeah, because I saw you were talking about your costs. I was like, yeah, I would have done the same thing. Screw it, buy a bus.
And it's not even an old bus. It's a 2002 Bluebird, and it only had 103,000 miles on it.
Yeah, I'm holding on to my older cars as much as I can because, like my wife has the newest car, which is a 2016 Escape, and right now it's in the shop under warranty because the timing cover is leaking oil, and it's only got 47,000 miles on it.
If the timing cover's leaking oil, that means you have a leak somewhere else.
It's leaking from
That's
where the
serious.
it's leaking from the crankshaft seal.
Okay, because there's not supposed to be any oil in the timing belt.
No,
Unless it's chain wrapped. That's what I'm saying. There's not supposed to be any oil behind the timing cover.
There is though on this engine. It's
Oh, it's a chain?
Yeah, it's a chain.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Rotating chain.
Yeah, it's the 2-liter turbo that's in there, or EcoBoost. I mean, it's a nice car, but I mean, like my daily is a 2010 Chevy HHR with like 145,000 miles on it.
Electric, baby. All those problems go away.
Yeah, except when I want to go on a road trip and I have to figure out where to charge it.
Well, then you get in your gas car you already have, silly.
I'm just saying, I will not buy a Tesla because I fix my own vehicles and they won't sell parts, so I'm not going to support a company that does that. You know, when
You buy a Nissan Leaf, you can get them for under 10 grand.
you obviously, yeah, there's a reason. Have you seen Tom's post about that?
Half of that's Tom's fault.
I thought it was funny.
Self-drive.
I thought it was funny because Joel or Joel said something, and then Tom was like, "Yeah," he's like, or Joel's like, "Yeah, there's a lot of problems with that," and he's like, "I'm sure you're familiar with that. You own a Subaru."
Actually, a large portion of Tom's problem is Tom. He won't charge it past 80%, and he won't deplete it past 25%. Well, you
Why?
just cut out half the range of your battery, buddy.
It's funny when you speak about battery capacities and how you're actually meant to charge and discharge the batteries to extend their lives.
No, see, that's a fallacy. Okay, optimally, you don't want to fully charge or fully discharge a lithium-ion battery, but those those charge and discharge limits are already built into the BMS.
Right, that's what I'm
So
saying.
he's just adding more on top of it. My 30 kilowatt car, I only have access to 26 kilowatts. 4 kilowatts is reserved so that I don't overcharge or over discharge.
Yeah.
So he's just cutting his range in half for no good reason.
So my thing is, I love how a gas engine sounds.
So do I. Ka-ching, ka-ching, ka-ching out of your wallet every day.
Hey, I get like 25 city and 32 highway out of my HHR, and that's with 300 horse going down to the ground. So
See, that's the thing, though. When I want to have fun, sure, I get in the pickup truck and I go have fun.
Oh, hey,
But
there's
for
a
my
spider on my
daily
fridge.
grind back and forth to work, I don't care what the car sounds like.
see, now that I work from home, I don't really give much care about gas mileage.
Oh, good point. If you work from
I
home,
do.
you're not
I
going to
do.
be driving as
8
much.
miles a gallon.
So I will say, which tomorrow. So tomorrow I'm going to be working on. So I mentioned it before, but I've got a 2010 BMW K1300 here, and the fuel pump went out, and they're really expensive. if you don't replace them yourself. So I did that. Fuel pump works. The controller works. Except the gasket that whole assembly seats into didn't fully seal, so I had a gas leak. And then I had to pull it apart again. And the heat shield adhesive got corroded by the gas, so I had to buy a new heat shield and clean the tank off. So, but I got all the parts now. I'm also replacing a plastic fitting that's known to break on them with a metal one, because there's a guy that makes metal fittings. So, and then I gotta go get a new main battery, a new auxiliary battery for the old wagon I have here. I bought a 2005 Mercedes E500 wagon. It's got 188,000 miles on it. I picked it up for $2,200, and it's all-wheel drive with a 5-liter V8 in it.
Nice.
And it was my buddy's car. He was the second owner. He's had it for like 9 years, and he just did all the air ride suspension on it 6 months before I bought it. So I've had it for about 3 or 4 months now, and replaced the alternator a month before. So the air ride is the big expensive thing on that car, and he's already done it. So, but I figured for just as a car in general, an all-wheel drive wagon for $2,200 that runs and the interior's in like really good shape. Like what, you know, for an extra car, like right now, my wife's driving my HHR, and if I need to, I can just use my jump pack and start the Mercedes if I need to go somewhere. But I'm going to put a new battery in it tomorrow, and the only other thing that's broken on it is the heat, and it's a $40 changeover valve, which I also have already, and I'm going to change it out.
Just hop on the bike if you need more.
What was it?
Super scratchy.
I said just hop on your bike if you need to go somewhere.
You realize it's, hang on. It is a toasty 6 degrees out right now.
That's Fahrenheit, not Celsius.
Yeah.
It's 4 degrees C here.
Yeah, so I mean, when I used to work downtown for a IT firm, and I used to actually take the bike down there when I could, which was nice. But like downtown Chicago. Sorry, I should probably specify that. But I didn't actually ride my bikes at all last year, which is probably why the fuel pump locked up on that other bike. It's also 10 years old, so you know. It is what it is, but the point is I like to be able to fix my own cars, and a lot of these newer cars, they're making it harder and harder for you to actually do any work on them. And like this issue my wife's car is in the dealership for would be a $1,200 repair.
Ouch.
You know, the car is 4 years old. It's a 2016. It's only got 47,000 miles on it. Like, there's less than 3 inches of clearance between the bolts that you need to take off to get the timing cover off and the sidewall of the engine bay.
You asshole. My cat just farted in my face.
Yeah, they're not as bad as dog fights. I'm going to tell you that right now.
See, I can't believe
Less than a
how much
foot
you guys
high,
get,
but
like charged for getting things repaired over there. Because over here, basically, if you've got anything broken on your car, if you can go to a scrappy and find the same car, you take the part off, so you get maybe 50 quid, so that's about $80. And then getting a mechanic to replace it for you, they generally only charge you 3 to 4 hours. That costs you maybe 100, 150 pounds. So that's probably about 180 to $200.
Yeah,
That's
most of the
roughly about it.
shops. So the thing is, like, I do have a local small business that's like an auto repair shop, and so my fuel lines on my HHR rusted out, which is a common problem with that chassis. It shares the same chassis with the Cobalt. But it's a known issue. It's 10 years old, whatever. And it was pretty reasonable. So he put all new fuel lines on it. Replaced a ball joint on the passenger side that was, you know, completely gone, because he noticed it. He's like, yeah. I was like, yeah, it makes sense. It felt a little, you know, wonky on that side. So I had him do that. So fuel lines, the ball joint, and a full new set of tires, because my other ones were pretty bald. Was like $1,100. So, you know, one of my friends.
That, 1,100. That's about £870 here, roughly. And to get full fuel lines, new brakes, and new tires here, is roughly about £220. So that's roughly about, is that $290? That's how much
So
it costs here to get it done.
so the tires I think are about $500, maybe $600 out of that cost. I'd have to look at the invoice, which is reasonable because they're 18-inch low profile, so they're expensive compared to like traditional tires that have a taller sidewall. So I had paid more. The tires that were on there, I think I paid like $900 for, and you know, I like the ones that were on there. I was like, I want this brand and this model, and I was just like, just put whatever good all seasons are on there, because I really don't care about the winter. I actually have a set of snow tires that I run, so those are on the car right now. So I was like, as long as they're good in the rain, and you know, spring, summer, fall, I don't care how good they are in the snow because I have separate set for those.
That's still crazy, like, because like I've got 14-inch low profile for my alloys, and they cost me
14-inch are
£42
cheap.
each.
14-inch are
Yeah,
cheap.
low profiles. I mean, I can get 21s.
What car
and I
has
think they cost
14-inch
me
wheels?
about
That's
100.
tiny. Are you driving a go-kart?
No, it's Corsa.
Corsa.
I'm in the UK.
I'm in
All of our
GLA with
cars are
12-inch
small.
tires.
I mean, I had a Mitsubishi Shogun, 2.8 liter, and that had 18-inch, and I think they only cost 60 quid per tire.
That's
So
you
that's
guys got
roughly
all
about
those
$75.
2.8 liters. That's a big motor for over there by you guys.
Yeah, I mean,
I feel like
we've got a
most
classic
everyday
car that's
drivers.
a 3.8 liter.
Mo-
So
most of,
your cars are massive.
I love that I love that wagon I got. That Mercedes wagon it's huge and I love it. It's a boat, but it rides really nice and actually handles really big for being a car that's really heavy. So, but like I was telling him, I was like, for the price my buddy sold it to me for, because what happened was he bought another car and he had that. His wife has a BMW wagon. He's got a truck, an Infiniti G37S, and had two Miatas at the time. And his wife's like, you need to sell one of these cars. So I was over there, and he originally wanted $3,500 for it, which was still a good price. The blue, like the used car price over here, like the blue book as they call it, was like $5,500 to $6,000 for the condition it was in. And I was over there helping him without some home automation stuff, and he's like, "Yeah, my wife really wants this car gone. If you can give me $2,200 today and get it out of my driveway today, it's yours." I was like, "Really?" So, but I don't know. I've always had used cars. I've never bought a new car because I don't feel like paying that.
Same with me.
I don't feel like paying that depreciation. My buddies are like, "Why don't you buy yourself? Why don't you just sell those old ones you got and buy a new one?" I was like, "The old ones are paid for, and I can repair them." You know, like I could have done the fuel lines on my car, but I just didn't have the time. And I was like, "That's reasonable." I was like, I think I totaled up in maintenance on my car. I think I paid $1,500 over the last year. I don't think that's unreasonable. It beats having a car payment.
I mean, recently I did the throttle position sensor. That was 80 quid for a brand new one. A relay for the lighting kit because it had the indicators weren't working properly. It turned out I needed a relay from a Saab. What was, I think, £5, and a new fuel filter.
Why are you guys late? I don't know why you're, because the thing that gets you over like anywhere, like in the U.S., is the labor charges on the taking it to mechanic or a dealer, and it's not necessarily the parts. Like the Mercedes. I called them. They threw a code, told me what it was, went online, started looking through these forums for that particular model, and everybody's like, yeah, it's a common issue. When they get older, the worm gear and the motor lock up. It's, it gets corroded. You just replace it. Because the symptoms was my AC works, but the heat doesn't work. So, ran the diagnostic tool on it, and it came back with the code for that particular part. And I called the dealer. I was like, well, I need the changeover valve changed. What's it going to cost me to just bring it in? They're like $600. And I looked up the part, saw it was $40, and there was a guy that, like, it's a common enough issue on these particular chassis, which is the W211, that there's a full write-up on one of the Mercedes forums. It's an hour and a half of time, and you can directly access it without removing anything. It's right on the firewall towards the top of the vehicle. You open the hood, it's right there.
So I think the most expensive thing here is anything to do with the likes of clutch or timing chains, because it's a full dismount of the engine.
Oh yeah,
taking
timing chains are
apart.
always a bitch.
I think it's about £13 an hour, roughly, a mechanical charge. A decent one would charge about 21 quid an hour.
They're like
It's like 100
they're like
here.
50 to 100 here an hour. I know for a fact the fuel lines on my car I could get brand new from the dealer, like actual OEM parts for my car, were like $120. It was close to 400 when I looked at the bill for them to replace all of them. But you know, when I'm really limited on time, I don't really have a choice. Do you know what I mean? Like, I could do it, but I'll probably spend 3 to 4 hours. It's not worth it for me to do that. And if I encounter any other issues, maybe I don't have the right tools, maybe I need more parts, you know, certain things, it's just like, I'll just have them do it because, like, they're a small shop. I trust them. They were a referral from one of the guys that works here who's lived in this town for years, and that's where his family takes their cars. So, you know, it's good that we have that. But yeah, the labor rate is what'll kill you. The parts you can get cheap. So, I'll never own a BMW car. The bike is like, when it comes time to replace those brakes, it's gonna be like $500-600 just for the all new rotors and pads for that thing. And that's for aftermarket. The OEMs are like $1,100. Stupid.
Jesus.
Yeah.
As I say, 120 quid here. And if you need new hubs, then you're looking. I mean, if you want the expensive one,
well, this was
then
on
you're
a
looking about
motorcycle.
60 quid per hub.
Yeah, this was on a motorcycle.
All right, yeah.
But I mean,
motorcycles around here as cheap as anything.
So for comparison, I have a Yamaha bike too. It's an older one. It's like
what one?
It's like an 04. I did 2 new rotors up front, all new pads up front, so 4 pads total. It's got 2 rotors, 4 pads, so there's 2 calipers, and then the rears. I think it cost me $200 for all the parts. So
I mean, around here, with anything to do with bikes, basically what you do is you fit your own parts if you can, and then you just take it up to your local mechanic. He goes over it, checks it, torques anything that needs to be properly torqued, realigns it for you, and you're only paying 30 quid. That's it, done.
yeah, I didn't have anybody look at it. It's not rocket science. Like, you know, but it's,
I mean, like,
it's crazy. Like, cars are a major expense here. You know, like, I know guys that they'll buy cars that there's stuff that's maybe 5-6 hours of work, but the labor charges, you know, end up basically, quote, totaling out the car. You know, their older cars are only worth, you know, $1,000-2,000, but no one, you know, people aren't going to pay $1,000 for a car that's only worth, you know, $1,000-2,000. So my dad taught me how to work on cars when I was younger, and I keep doing it because, you know, even if I had the money, I wouldn't want to spend it, you know, especially because if I can do it myself, I'd rather do it myself so I know it's done correctly and what was actually done here. But I don't know if you guys see, this is, I'm not gonna let this finish because I want to get the ABL probe on here, but this is printing perfectly, so all my E-steps and everything are working. So the firmware portion's done.
Alrighty, guys. It's been fun, but I'm gonna
Actually, yeah, I might call it a night and I'll just put the probe on. I'll probably pop on stream later. Let's see here. I'll pull it up on my main camera here so you guys can see it.
You guys have a good one.
You too, Tor. Take it easy. So I was running this at 80mm/second slice speed and 150% feed rate because I just want to get it done. So it did under extrude a little. It is the crappy plastic extruder, which I'm going to change out. But the height of everything looks good. So I know my firmware settings are correct. No lost steps. So the VREFs I have set should be good for this. I'm pretty happy camper. So just gotta get sorry.
Gotta stop smoking.
I was coughing even
So
when
that
I
may
didn't vape earlier today. So I think my fucking buddy got me sick. But it is what it is. What was I gonna say? Oh, so firmware wise looks like we're good. We're just gonna get this BL Touch off here tomorrow and swap the extruder. I don't know if we have. We might be out of stock on our Titan ones that we sell. Usually what I put on. I do have our aluminum ones though, which are better than this plastic hunk of crap that they put on here. I don't get it. This is like a $550 machine. You guys couldn't spend like $10 more and put a fucking metal extruder on it. Like,
Nope, it's Creality. Cutting corners.
but this is
Yeah,
this
they can
isn't this isn't
save,
the
like,
Ender. This
2p
isn't the
on a car, they
Ender.
will.
This isn't the Ender 3. This is the Plus. This is their big fucker that, you know, is their premium model. You know what I mean? Like, that's what I don't get. Like, if this is like your heavy hitter, like, why do you not have like stuff that's higher end on it? Get it?
Oh yeah, Tim, I've got your stuff packed, so I'll send it off next month.
Oh, the little Tesla thing.
Tesla music generator, spark
I'm
gap
so
generator,
excited.
and a shock pen as well.
Oh,
Although
this makes
obviously
me
I've
so
had to take
happy.
out the batteries, so I've put in a little note in there just to let you know what batteries it needs, because it's all
Okay.
button cell batteries.
No, that's
But
fine with
yeah,
me.
I tested it and it still hurts. So
That's fantastic. Oh, hey, look, Griffin's here. Griffin, we're just wrapping up the stream. So, but yeah, I think that's good. My LCD's all working. The knob's going good. It's not overshooting. It's not undershooting. So, I just gotta get the clean up the code a little bit, and then I'll have our guy Chip that does the Easy Firmware site. He'll have to update the code because we got a new machine and a couple new options for this machine that I'll have to add in. But I should have this rolled out to everybody by Monday. So, and we're gonna be stocking the LCD parts for the conversion that you need. So, if you are looking to add EZBoard to the Ender 5 Plus, you have to convert the LCD, and you need the dual Z adapter board and the dual cable LCD board to drive this one. So, all in all, though, I'm really excited because this is a huge machine. I'm gonna throw a big ass nozzle in here, and this is going on my shelf behind me, and I'm gonna print some fun stuff with it. So
I put a 1.75 millimeter nozzle on my A10M. It's awesome.
how does that even work? You're just pushing the filament straight through.
Yeah, it works. It works really good.
It works well. Superman does good.
I've got an A10M sitting down there. Just had to change the mister on it. Snapped it whilst after clearing a clog.
I have the A10, A10M, A20, and A20M sitting in the shop, and they're disconnected.
I got an A20T.
They're disconnected for some reason, and I don't know why. I think they're on Aaron's to-do list because, like, well, why aren't these running? Like, these worked. Like, we didn't use them that much. We did the review on them. We printed a little bit with them, and then they got moved out to the print farm, and they're just sitting there. So
I've got the Pro B, Pro W, the A10M, A20, A30.
A30 was garbage.
Yeah, I've stripped it all back.
Yeah, I had one.
It just didn't work.
Yeah, I had one.
I put Marlin 2 on the A30.
Yeah, so that was before Marlin 2.
I know you did that because that's where I got the idea to do all the stuff to it.
So here's the thing. Marlin 2 wasn't even running on that board, and I actually gave it to a friend of mine. We swapped that 32-bit board out for an MKS Gen L, and he's using it. We overhauled it, and it's working now. But the main reason I just kind of was like giving up on it. I was like, well, can't run Marlin on it, so I'm not interested. Can now, but you couldn't when I got it. When it was new, you couldn't. It wasn't supported.
Yeah,
Like
it
how
was the
long
same with me,
ago?
'cause
When
I
it
was watching
first
it, I was
came
watching Vert, and he came up with it. I was like,
When it first
"Yes!"
came out,
and I was
we're
like,
talking
"No, I've
like
stripped it."
well over a year ago, if not more.
Because like early days, like I had it on there almost a year ago, but it just wasn't like available.
Yeah, no, I didn't feel like putting the time into it, and I was looking at it and like looking at the mechanicals. I was like, probably could get it working, but I'd rather just swap the board and be done with it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's probably the better way.
Like at the time, that was the quickest way to get it running. So either
Like
spend
most of the
2
framework to
hours.
put Marlin right on there is already in Marlin source.
Well, Marlin 2 was nowhere. Actually, it had to be almost 2 years ago because we didn't even have the. We weren't even working on the EZBoard yet, and when we launched the EZBoard in June of last year, we had already been working on those for 10 months. So it's June of last year, so that puts us so probably a year and a half, maybe more.
Yeah, so I hadn't even gotten involved
Yeah,
with this
so I looked at it. I was like, well, this is some weird ass Chinese board. I have no idea how to get Marlin on here, and I don't feel like figuring it out because it didn't seem to be a big seller either, too. Because that's another thing too. It's like I could get it working if I put the time in, but it's like, okay, from just like a company standpoint, if this isn't a popular machine, I'm just doing this for myself, and if I'm doing this for myself, I'm just gonna swap the board. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it was kind of like a project I took up. Like I literally like ported all of GTEC's entire product line. All of
They
them.
didn't even put out the source code though.
Doesn't matter. Mine still supports the E10, the T models and everything.
Yeah, so the thing was, when I had it,
That's where I started following Vert, was when like I was having problems with my A20, and it was so bad.
well, the 820 had the 2560 board, so firmware wise, that thing was a breeze.
Yeah, but it kept having so many problems. I changed the hot end out on it and everything, and I'd got firmware from GTEC themselves.
I think Aaron,
and then I was on it.
I think Aaron said he was having issues with the hot end clogging up because of the weird tool setup. So
Well,
I don't know. I feel like I
still had problems.
Yeah, so I told him, I was like, worst case scenario, just rip the dual off and put it down to a single extruder, and that's just a regular printer.
Yeah, the design on the multi-extruder kind of
Because we don't do anything, even from a business standpoint, that does dual extrusion. So I was like, we can just throw our fucking V6 hot end on there that we sell, and call it a day, and just run in single mode. Who cares? You know what I mean? Because at the end of the day, it's still a decent sized printer to put prints on.
But I think that's when I first kind of like started looking at Vert's work, and then after that, that's all I used. Anything with the GTEC stuff, it was like, no, get rid of that crap on it. Just go upload Vert's onto it,
and it's
because
funny.
It worked.
It's like the AlphaWise, the U20, I think was another one that's now supported Merlin 2 because that's that like MKS type setup. There was no like working firmware or even half working as a starting point. So it's kind of like you gotta, and initially, if you're gonna use a printer stock, like it wasn't a bad machine, but you don't really have, without the flexibility to customize the firmware, you don't really have any way to go in terms of upgrades. Like if you want to start swapping your extruder, and where you need to change your E-steps or reverse a motor direction, or add bed leveling, you're very shoehorned into what it comes with. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it sucks.
So, I mean, if I get a machine like that, it's like, okay, if it works stock, but that's it. Like, you can't improve on it. And that's half the draw to these cheap machines, is that you can build on them. But if the software's all locked down, then what's the point? You know what I mean?
I was kind of on GTEC about their firmware and on GTEC about their firmware, and then eventually they were just like, well, here, you're a forum admin now, and just post whatever you want.
Like, I don't know. I mean, and that's... I'm glad that Creality, even though they have the crappy touchscreens, which hopefully eventually we'll be able to get that worked into Marlin where it's actually fully addressable by
Pretty
the
sure
CPU.
Insanity Automation already has a lot of that working. It's just not quite ready.
Well, he's got a lot of stuff, and it's it's a lot better than stock, but it's very hacky. That's why.
Yeah, it's just not ready.
That's why the 12864 is going on here. So the problem is it's closed source. No one has a source code but Creality. They might not even have the source code. So it's probably some contractor they hired. And the good thing is we can pull this out, and like even with the stock board, we can run this because it's their standard board. But if they open up the source for that, and we were able to get full control from the CPU to that display, so it's not like this independent system where it's just sending serial data over the TX and RX lines, that opens up.
Yeah, it's kind of
that opens up a whole new world of possibilities for the touchscreens to where they could be good. I mean, like on the Kingroom KP3, that's got a Robin Nano or Robin Mini, one of them. Either way, it's got the tethered touchscreen on it, but the touchscreen is driven from the main CPU, and Marlin supports that, and they have the 12064 emulated on there, and it's nice, you know? That's what I'd like to see be able to be done on the Creality machines, is to be able to emulate that or have a new touch UI that still gives you access to all the different features that you have in your firmware. Because the problem is the touchscreens are so locked down and so simplified that you outgrow them very quickly.
Yeah, that's one of the issues with the GTM 32 that's in the E180 and the A30.
My
The
brother has
touchscreens
an
that they have on
E180.
those, like, you have to. They won't give me anything on the firmware from it, and like,
So I mean, the thing is, I don't recommend those types of machines, because of the fact that you can't build on them. You can't, even from a repairability aspect, if you're locked into, you have to use a specific thermistor, and you can't change the extruder to one that's more than certain steps in a certain direction. You're locked into that. You know what I mean?
oh yeah.
And
But
it's,
like with that the GTM 32, like you can just go without the screen, but if you have a pro version of the GTM 32, you can just stick one of the discount rep wraps on it.
do you hear this beeping?
Oh yeah.
I put the flex plate on it. Hang on, wants me to shut it off. I put the flex plate on it that was cold, and it caused the bed temp to drop quick, and it triggered thermal runaway. So that big steel sheet was cold, and it made the temp go.
Yeah, the Marlin default like trip settings are pretty low.
I have these set pretty high. It dropped a good 7 degrees, so that makes
Yeah,
sense.
mine's
why
set
it
to like
triggered.
5.
Yeah, I think that's what mine's set to. But no, it makes sense at a trip because that's enough of a drop for it to trigger. I was like, wait, that's a thermal runaway condition. Oh, I just put the plate on. That's gonna cause it to drop. You know, it's fine if you heat it up with it on there, but you put a cold plate on the bed, especially a bed this size, it's gonna drop the temp on it. So I'm
Yeah, I think he's just
pretty happy with this so far. I cannot believe though that the BL Touch needs that slow of a probing rate to be accurate. Like 0.01's okay.
It's like actually that's the upper end of like the because like I said I was using like 6.
Are you okay? What is that? I hear.
Yeah, I was just I'm tired.
Oh. No, I thought you were joking. I didn't realize that. Like,
no, I
that's how
was
slow
not.
people
Totally
are.
serious.
That makes me not like them even. Excluding any bias I have. Like that would piss me off. Like I see why I have a lot of people asking us when we're gonna have the EZBoard support now.
I don't know if he's not here, but I can hear.
What's that?
I think Neris is trying to ask you something.
Oh, he's. I muted
A
him 'cause
custom
his
120
mic.
by 120 flex plate. That's what he's after.
120? I just unmuted you.
Yeah, from my little EZ3 X1. Who can I contact to get a custom plate made?
120?
Yeah, 120 by 120 with a tab and 4 holes.
I mean, I can have them made, but there's minimum quantities of them.
No, that's I'm thinking a local somebody who has a laser cutter or a water jet or
You
who can
would
just
want
make
a
me
water jet or a fiber laser. Try reaching out to Dave at Printed Solid. I think he has. I don't think he has a fiber laser, but I think he knows someone that has access to one. The only other person I could think of, I could ask Joe from Project R3D, but like you're probably gonna pay $50 to have a flex plate made. It's not even worth it. Like, because that's the thing. Anything in small quantities, a lot of shops are not going to want to touch. It's not worth their time. You know what I mean?
When
Yeah.
you getting 300s by 300s?
What?
So you got 310s by 310s, but you don't have 300s by 300s.
The 310 by 310 will fit that printer.
Does it?
Yes.
My gantry, according to the way I measured it, is 309 millimeters wide.
Or on the inside?
Yeah, that won't work.
On the E16.
Are you sure? I'll check ours because we have a flex plate on ours right now. Aaron put one on it. It's definitely the 310 size.
Well, I might have measured with the glass on, and the glass might overhang just a touch. Because I actually measured both sides and just added them together.
Yeah, because I know, because we run the flex plates, because it saves us on a lot of labor, for part removal. But he definitely put a 310 by 310 on there, and it fits. So that's why I went with the 300, because like usually if you got a machine that's a 300 by 300 bed, the 310s will fit. So, you know, and they're usually machines that aren't super popular, like E16. So, but they'll usually fit. I have a guy in
CR10's 300 by 300, isn't it?
the physical,
No, 310 by 310.
well, the physical bed's 310 by 310. Like the print volume on this machine is 350 by 350, but this bed is 370 by 376. So we have the plates cut to the physical bed size because otherwise people don't like that it doesn't cover the whole bed.
That's a pain in the ass to align your print volume with your print space.
Well, not really. You just center it.
You're assuming the thing is centered.
Well, it should be centered.
It's programmed properly.
Yeah.
We're talking about China.
Right.
But anyways, yeah, I'll check when I go out there on Monday. But he definitely has a flex plate on. We don't have anything. The next size down from that would be much smaller, and he's got one that covers the whole bed on there, so it's more than likely the 310 by 310.
Cool.
So, because I have some machines here that they overhang a little bit. I did get a small batch of the E10 flex plates in there. I think those are 230 by 270. I just got to put those on the site. Why is this not by? Oh, I got to really press on this.
The ANET E10?
Yeah, the ANET E10. We surprisingly have got a lot of requests for that machine, so we had some made.
It's a good machine with a couple of upgrades.
Yeah,
Not
we
mistaken,
have
I
one.
ordered that to Marlin too.
We have it's a 1284 board. We have one here.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I submitted the port for that.
Yeah, so sounds like I'll be playing with Marlin 2 for the 8-bits in the next couple weeks here. So, especially like I said, like the main thing that hung me up was I had to do a lot of stuff to cut down on size on 119, but if I'm not going to have to do as much work, then that's going to be a really big help.
Yep, you got the sheets. You got the sheets in stock, but you don't have the magnetic base in stock.
For what? Oh, for the 310s?
310s, yeah.
Yeah, probably not. So, yeah, judging inventory and sales patterns is really difficult because we'll order like a size that doesn't sell a lot, so we'll base our order volume off of what the sales were from prior months, and we'll be like, okay, well this size isn't super popular, but then we get them in, and then we go out of stock on them, and it's like I don't understand what's going on here. So I try to be more conservative with how much stock we keep on hand because I don't always want to have to clearance stuff out and take a loss on things, But then we get these weird sales trends where sizes that weren't popular are suddenly super popular, and I don't even know why. I try to keep up with the market, like as best I can, but it's weird, So
I've definitely been keeping an eye on it, waiting for you to get you've been out of the magnetic bases for a while.
So we had 100 of those. We stocked them, and they lasted 2 days. Before that, we had a ton of stock on them, and they sat for months. And now they're all fucking sold out.
A lot of people got printers for Christmas.
That's the only thing I think of. That's a good point.
Between Black Friday, because there were a ton of printer deals on Black Friday.
Yeah.
between Black Friday and Christmas.
That's the only thing I could think of, because I'm like, you know, even Samantha's like, she's like, we're out of stock on this size already. I was like, how? I was like, we ordered a ton of them, and like even the stuff we ordered a ton of quantity on, we sold out of too. So, you know, like I always try to be more conservative with how much we're ordering, because like I don't want to get stuck with a ton of inventory for whatever reason. Like if the sales trends shift or whatever, it's really hard to judge all that stuff.
Mhm.
Yeah, I posted a link to the PR where I ported the E10, the E200, M201, JG Aurora Magic, and Maker Farm Pegasus 12, all in that one.
What the hell is the JG?
I don't know. It was on their
Under
site.
3 clone.
Somebody requested.
I have a
It's actually a decent machine.
I have a JJ Aurora A5 that works.
It's like there was a little while there where people were putting requests in for ports, 1 to version 2, and I was like, yeah, I'll do that.
So my thing is, I'm not going to immediately port over like models that aren't super popular to 2.0. I'm going to focus on like the ANETs and the Crealities, TiVos, some of the WANHOUs. But you know, like we've got a Lulzbot TAS 5 in there. I'm probably going to port that over. The Copy Master or whatever. Like some one-off ones that we did like remote development on. Like I had a guy, people, set up a webcam, gave me access to their computer, and I just, plugged away. And, there's just ones that we don't have a lot of demand. So I'm going to keep the 119 build on our site. So if there's people that have it, or want to use a product that's going to need it, it's still there. But unless we get a ton of demand for these like one-off models, they're just going to stay in the old build, because the reality is it works, especially for on the boards with the 2560s where we already had free memory and we're not stripping stuff out of it like we had to do on 1284Ps. There's not a huge reason to do it, you know what I mean?
Well, it was just like something people requested on the issue report. It was something to do, so I did.
There we go. I swapped the LCD housing out to the actual final production model with the SD card blocked off and no logo. That Ender 5
I've still
logo.
got my EZBoard kit to build. Got it sitting in the corner here, and I'm like, which printer shall I fit it to? And I'm like, none of these, because they're cheap shite, and I don't want to use them.
Oh, did you get one
I
of
don't
the?
wanna put
Did you
it
get
up
one of the DIY
the
kits
kit.
when we had those?
Yeah, I've finally got one. I was like, yes, I'm getting that. So I got it, and I got it in, and then I was like, oh, I'll put it on one of my machines, and I'm like, no, these are too cheap. I don't want to.
There's no cheap machine
put
too
that
cheap.
on it.
I've got one on my $80 wood printer over here.
I mean, I don't want to put something that good on one of these machines because they are constantly down, and it's like I don't want something that's like I've been trying to get an artillery X1, and I was like, I'll get one of those, and then I'll put it on that.
Aaron
But
just finished the LCD. So for the JJ Aurora 5, the Anycubic i3 Mega, the Sidewinder X1, those all have the same control boards and they all have the same crappy touchscreens on them. The good thing is those touchscreens interface with the aux1 port, meaning we'll be able to update the firmware on the main board and still retain the factory touchscreen in its settings, but also be able to install a 12864 LCD alongside it. So we're making mounts right now that bolt onto the machines on the front, so you can have the full regular LCD and the touchscreen on them. So, which will then allow us to get firmware out for them, and then also allow us to support stuff like our filament sensor kits and the ABL kits and that kind of stuff. So
I've never been a big fan of touchscreens, to be quite honest. I always like my clicky buttons.
yeah,
And if anything goes wrong, you can go on and buy one for what? I think I paid £8 for one.
Yeah, we sell them like we're a little higher price. Like we literally test every single LCD, but even factoring in that, we sell them for $10 or $10.
Yeah.
$10.
That's cheaper than £8.
So
is it no 10?
Hey Google,
Was it?
how many
Yeah, but then it's the
pounds is
postage
10
on
US
top of that.
dollars? 7.68 pounds sterling. So yeah.
It's about the same.
See?
So
But then postage is probably like $30 on top. So
yeah, well, you guys got the super cheap shipping from China.
oh no. That's actually changing now because of Brexit.
Well, they're trying to change it in the U.S. Like, I don't know if you know this. I don't think I know how it is over there, but in the U.S., the freaking postal service in the U.S. has been subsidizing all these e-packets. Like, which is bullshit.
Yeah, well,
It costs me
I
more
thought
money.
China still had an agreement with the US. That's how they were getting all their shipping for free, was that they had subsidized imports with the US to keep their free postage. So they basically didn't have to pay for any postage going into the US.
So for me,
and they did it with Europe as well for a while.
So for me to ship a package to China, it cost me $30. For them to ship a package to me, it cost them like $2.
Yep.
What the hell? Like, it cost me more to send, like, yeah, it's stupid. Like, it cost me more to send a package to someone 2 hours from me than it cost them to send a package from China to the U.S.
It
My
cost
sister bought a T-shirt for my friend in Pennsylvania, and it cost more money to ship him the T-shirt than it did to buy another one off Amazon and have it drop shipped.
It
So
cost
what-
me £75 to send it was it was one package. It wasn't like massive, but it's pretty big to Walter. And I was like, are you kidding me? £75. And I also got a parking ticket on top of that as well. So in total, I think it cost me like £120 that day.
So there was...
Not impressed.
What was I gonna say? Lost my train of thought. We're talking about the packages, shipping stuff. Yeah, I have no idea.
Talk about the artillery and the easy kits.
Yeah. You know, but I don't know. It's something needs to change. Like, let China subsidize their crap. You know what I mean? Like, in general.
And it's crazy because we work with artillery, and obviously they turned around and said, "Oh, because we had an order that we placed in for a customer," and they turned around and said, "Oh, but you're going to have to pay the customs and duties on it." And we're like, "No, that isn't in effect yet, and it was ordered before the date you stated that was going to happen." They went, "Oh, right, okay, yeah." And then we said, "So what will the price be after this comes into effect?" And they're like, "Oh, it's the same price plus customs and duty." We're like, "Well, no, because obviously if you're charging customs and duty, it will reduce the price of the printer, won't it?"
So
No.
So the question is, how do they know that? Because I have no way of telling when we send a package out of here what a customer is going to get charged for an order.
Yeah, I
Like, how do they
honestly
do that?
don't know, because I don't know how they've always worked it out. I mean, because I don't know how much they pay to actually post something from there.
Well, in the
they've
US
always worked
here,
it out that, you know.
so like, let's say I get a big shipment in from DHL. Like, we get an inventory
Yeah.
shipment that comes from China. They will deliver the package, and then they'll send us a bill, and we pay DHL. We don't pay our supplier. We pay DHL, and DHL forwards that over to, our government or whatever, whoever handles it in the US. But they have no way, like, all of the suppliers we use, like, I've got suppliers in Japan, Germany, China, Ireland, and the US. The ones that are coming in from outside the US, they have no way of knowing how much our duties are going to be. They are what they are when whoever is checking our package decides to write it up as however. And sometimes they write it up wrong, and it's way more than it should be. So I have, like, multiple PDFs of all the tariff codes and everything, which is fun. But there's really no way for the shipper to know unless China has some sort of shipping system that we don't, I'm not privy to. But I know in the US, when we get stuff coming in from there, the carrier that's delivering the package is responsible for collecting the payment from us. That goes for UPS, FedEx, the post office, all of them.
Yeah.
So I can't
And,
imagine
I
it's
mean,
that
there
much
is-
different up in other parts of the world.
There is a company that China uses, because we used to do it with them before, and they do have a calculation, what means that I can't remember, it's like your tax and revenue on the product. So whatever the price is of the product dictates as to how much income, how much tax you have to pay on it when it comes into the country. But
how
because
much,
of that, they
profit
can.
you make, you're saying, off of it?
No, it's how much tax you'd pay on the imports.
Okay.
So their company actually has like the postage company that they use will say, oh, it's like it's a £300 printer. Then they turn around. Well, sorry, $340. It makes it easy because it sounds like it's heavy. They'll say, oh yeah, but the imports on top of that will round it down to say $220. So then they can estimate as to how much the import tax is going to be. The only problem with that is if it's damaged or lost, they can only claim back the amount that they've put on
Yeah,
the item.
so and like we have people that ask us to falsify customs for one, we can get fined a lot and have our company fined and shut down, so we don't do it. And like we have people complaining like, what, when I order from Big Tree Tech or whatever, we don't pay import. I'm like, yeah, because they're declaring a $30 product as $1.
Yeah.
Like they're literally committing fraud. Like we could get fined a lot to do that, but then people hold that against us. It's like, I run a legitimate company.
No, that's how it should work.
Like the Chinese don't give a shit. They're not going to do anything. If their company name gets flagged, they just start a new company name. Customs isn't going to catch it. So it sucks because it puts us at a disadvantage. So you got, Chinese companies in all industries, ripping all these other companies off, across the world. And then they get subsidized postage to ship these ripped off products. And they falsify the import form so the people getting it don't have to pay customs fees on it. Like, it sucks. It sucks. It really sucks. It's not fair at all, especially for small business like us. And then you got Amazon, that's pushing everybody else's shipping prices up because they're strong-arming all the carriers to get competitive rates to the point where they're losing money. Like the carriers are losing money sometimes to deliver the packages, but they do it because they don't want to lose the contract because it's so much money. And what happens is people like me and other small businesses end up paying higher rates because we're basically subsidizing Amazon shipping.
Yeah.
So eventually,
and I mean that
Amazon's going to push all these small companies out of business. You're going to have no choice but to sell through Amazon. And selling this kind of stuff through Amazon is a fucking nightmare because if someone damages something, Amazon lets them send it back. And they charge...
and they don't check it either.
No. So like let's say someone bought my EZBoard, okay? They fry it, okay? For whatever reason. They send it back to Amazon. Amazon gives them all their money back. Amazon would then charge me shipping to and from the customer and a processing fee. And then if I want the product back, I have to pay them to ship it back to me.
Yeah.
Why the hell would I sell on Amazon?
I mean, it is crazy. Like,
I've been trying more and more to not buy stuff from Amazon because I do not like their policies. And there's actually there's an antitrust lawsuit going on right now, and one of the companies is that PopSockets company, and Amazon basically blackmailed them and told them they had to pay them $2 million in advertising, like sign up for $2 million in advertising to get them to remove products that were knockoffs of their product being sold on their product page. And that's a whole nother thing. Like, let's say I list my board on Amazon, or my ABL kit. You could go on there and sell on my product page and undercut me and send copies. And then it ruins my product's reputation because then people are going to leave negative reviews on it. And there's tons of stuff that I have directly reported to Amazon that's dangerous stuff, that's fraudulent products, like solid state relays that are knockoffs, that are severely underrated. They'll say 40 amps and they only have like a 10 amp triac in them. And they don't do shit. They don't do anything. Like, and on top of that, if someone does, let's say I sell $100 board, okay? Amazon takes like 20% after all their fees and bullshit. That $100 product, now I only see about $80 of that after all their fees.
I thought it was closer to 30%.
Is it that high? Because I looked and it was a minimum of 20.
It's
Okay,
21.8%.
I mean, I can look at FBA calculator. I mean, even if you just sell on there and you ship, like if we just listed our products and shipped, it's like 15% just to have the privilege of showing up on Amazon.
Yep.
Hang on, Amazon FBA calculator, and I'll just do like an arbitrary $100 product with, I don't know, like let's say it's cost $50 for the product, and it's $100 retail. So let's see what that comes. I think Jungle Scout, I've used them before. They're pretty good. I gotta enter my US FBA calculator. Oh, this is the actual Amazon site.
The 30% I heard of might be including returns losses.
That could be it.
Well, they think about Amazon, like they have no risk. They push it all off on the sellers.
Well, basically, I had a whole load of products, like nothing to do with printing stuff. It was like workout foam mats and PC part. I was like, I used to work in Cash Generator, so we used to use Amazon quite a lot. And I went back onto the site, and now you have to create all of this big account. If you're putting more items up, you have to put it as semi-business or personal business. I'm like, are you kidding? And then when we put it all up, they're like, yeah, you can either send it out from your house, and we're like, yeah, we can do that, or you can send it to a warehouse. We're like, oh, it'd be good if we could send it to the warehouse, because then we won't have to keep it here. And it's like, yeah, you have to create a delivery post with each item, with the weight, with the box size, and pay their own delivery drivers. So you can't just, do Royal Mail or MyHerm. It has to be through their delivery drivers. So it means that you have to pay an extortionate amount to get it posted as well.
So I'm actually doing Big Tree Text board, which they sell on Amazon for $37. I'm gonna say their cost is probably about $18 on that board. Shipping cost is probably $3. So let's say, at $36.99, they're showing $8.30 per unit profit on a $37 product. $4.44 referral fee, $3.21 Amazon fee. So if you sold 100 of these with these arbitrary, pricing, I'm just estimating based on what that is and what their shipping rates probably are. If you sell 100 a month, you're making $1,600. That's not that much. Let me see, 100 units order.
The thing is that a lot of people don't really understand that you've got to have the product, you've got to store the product, and then you've got to sell the product. With Amazon, they're like, oh yeah, it's just one click. It's not. They've got warehouses where people have sent them in stuff.
I don't know if
They're
you see
getting
this.
charged,
Hang on, let me see. Let's see, 500. Let's say they sell 50 a unit. The profit on this is negative somehow. This calculator, unless they're calculating monthly profit, upfront cost 10,000, total profitability. Am I doing the wrong? I'm just setting it super low. Nope, that's a negative value. So their cost must be really low to make these boards.
If they're paying more than $3 or $4 a piece to make those boards, I'll be impressed.
Those Trinamic drivers minimum cost $2 a driver, and the quantities.
Like, even if they're fake.
So here's the thing. Let's say they cost $15 to make. They're losing money, selling $50 a month. They sent 500 in. They up that 100 a month. Nope, still doesn't change the profitability. That's a landed. That's a landed cost of $15. So
they don't charge per item on the board. Chinese manufacturers don't work like that. They charge by how the amount of what they've made. So if they make 1 million of them, and then they can ship them off to different suppliers, the actual supplier itself will only pay one fee for a set amount. So they don't do it like what we do, where you'll pay out for the TMCs, and you'll pay out for the board, you'll pay out for the chip, and then you'll pay out for all the components. They literally just pay for them as bulk buy, basically like Asda, Tesco's, Walmart, they will get their product. I mean, milk for Tesco's is minus 0.01 pence. So basically, the actual
Jesus
suppliers who
Christ.
supply them do it at a loss. So that's how China manufacture works. They're not paying, 50 cents a board. They're not even paying that. They're paying, something like 5 cents a board. Not even that, because
There's
they've
no-
ordered, say, 20,000 of them.
There's no way. There's no way in hell that's how that works.
Yeah, China manufacture. If you look it up, it's very interesting.
They have
But
to
that's
pay
how
How do you
for
for
think
that.
they
that
can
work.
sell products for 99 cents shipped around the world?
No, I'm saying that the supplier that supplies them makes them for such a cheap. They make so many of them
Right, but
and
if
sell
these
them
are
to so many
okay,
suppliers.
if these are actual Trinamic chips, okay, the lowest price you can get down to is about $1.50 a chip, and you're ordering like tens of thousands of them.
Hmm.
That's still gonna put 4 drivers. That's $6 in drivers minimum, just for the chips, not for assembly.
And they copy them.
I don't know if they've copied them. I know like the 2100s. There's some weird like chip. The Sidewinder X1 uses them. It's like a weird 2100 knockoff. Like I haven't got confirmation on the 2208s or 2209s. I do have like those TMC drivers that came out of the bluer that lost steps like crazy. The lasering on the chips looks completely different from the 2208s that we use on our board, which we get our 2208s directly from Mouser and DigiKey. So
Well, I know Tech, they have the correct chips on it, and Aerion have the correct chips, but they're different boards.
So the
that they're actually
Tech
placed
boards
on.
are the garbage. I actually have in my little it was a CR10. It's basically a custom machine. Arion actually sent me 2208s like to review, and they do work. But the Tech ones didn't. The Tech 2209s I had that one of my suppliers sent me as a sample. They'll throw like new products in there. That was one of the new products. They're like, oh, we threw some drivers in with your order. Check them out, and they did not work like the wetter out ones. You know, there were a
My ones
couple.
work really, really well. I've had quite a few of them.
The Tech ones.
Yeah, Techs. Yeah, I've used them for 3 years now, on different.
Yeah,
products.
but those are their older ones. I'm talking about the 2209s, the new ones.
I haven't tried the 2209s yet.
That's what I'm saying. So like the 2209s and 2208s from Tech, I've had nothing but issues with. Like the torque is minimal. I don't know if it's just because the chips are knockoffs or they aren't using the correct values for the resistors and everything, so your current's super low. But the Arion 2208s seem to work just like the wetter out ones. They're about the same price, so I I got them for free. You know, they're like, "Do you want to check them out?" Sure, send them. They work. You know, I left them a review like they asked me to, and you know they're on my machine. But I've only been using them for about 2 months now, so we'll see how long they last. Because I got some wetter outs.
I've had the Arion in for, let's see, almost a year now.
The Arions
So
seem to be better
awesome.
than some of the other ones I've had to deal with, is what I'm getting at.
Yeah.
Like MKS seems to be pretty decent across the board for their stuff, especially for the price. They're probably one of my favorite Chinese vendors. Tech's probably on the bottom of the. Like I laughed when they made all these revisions to their Cheetah board, which their first one was like a disaster, and then they tried fixing issues on the new one, and then they created more problems. And I don't know. So, like I think the only thing that I haven't had problems from Tech is like their MOSFET modules, but knocked off of somewhere else, so who knows? It's all like that's the thing. Like that's what I don't like about buying all the stuff from these like AliExpress sellers is like you don't know if you're gonna get something that works till you get it, and then you've waited like 3 to 4 weeks to get it. If there's a problem, good luck getting in touch with somebody that's actually gonna do anything. So, but yeah, like one of the like I'll buy random stuff from Big Tree Tech if they have something that interests me, but I won't buy Tech Sport stuff for their drivers. I just never had good luck with it.
I've never tried their boards, just the steppers. But on saying that, I mean, it's like every company that comes out from China, every single month, there's either something that's been cheaped out on it, or something has changed, so you never know what you're actually getting.
Right. Well, and the thing is too, like even BidTree Tech on their boards that are competing with ours, they've got like 3 different processors they've shipped on the same board, and there's no way to tell what you're getting until it shows up. And it's weird because like some of them, like there's people that are like, well, I was able to flash a 512K bootloader and I got more space on it. And my thing is like knowing how chips work in general is you'll get like if those are actual STM CPUs, there's 1 or 2 reasons why a 512K CPU would have got binned as a 256K. Either they had a ton of 512Ks and they had an order for 256, so those 512s now got binned and flashed as 256s. Okay? Or they're 512s that didn't meet yield and they're now 256Ks because that's what was fully functional on that chip. So, but you're not going to know what you get, and it might work, but you could have some weird issues with the board later on the road if you're using memory that was originally disabled by the CPU manufacturer. Berta, you want to chime in at all?
I was doing something else.
No, I was talking about like how on like and I know you're dealing with a lot of big tree tech issues in the queue.
Oh yeah, I've seen quite a few.
So what I was saying is like there's these boards people are like, oh well, even though it's only labeled as 256K, I can flash it as a 512K, and I was saying
Yeah, I think it's a terrible idea.
Yeah, and I was saying there's 1 or 2 reasons because Intel does this, other chip manufacturers do this. Either like an i9 is an i9 because it yielded high. A Celeron is a Celeron because it yielded low. But there's also cases where they'll get a big order for a certain CPU and oh well, to meet the order demand, these 512K chips just became 256Ks, or it's a yield issue and you're trying to utilize memory that was originally marked bad as a manufacturer, which is why it's a 256 chip.
Well, it's right up there with like overclocking and stuff. It's just like it's a mixed bag. Like
My
maybe you'll get lucky and it really wasn't that bad.
My computer right now is overclocked.
Yeah, it's if you know what you're doing and like you try it and everything's okay, well then it's okay. Maybe you got lucky, but
yeah, it's a luck of the draw is what I'm getting at.
Yeah,
like
for sure.
Whereas
It's like overclocking.
Yeah, my 9900K has been sitting at 5 gigahertz since I got it.
It's like sometimes they do a really good job and like it just didn't quite meet their standards, but it's still good enough. Like
Yeah, but like that's the thing. Like I don't know. That makes me like because here's the thing too. From a developer standpoint, you got Marlin running on these. What if you guys are chasing weird bugs and it's because they're using memory that's fucked up?
Yeah, that was brought up a few times
that's
because
really
like,
gonna be
what
hard.
happens if your EEPROM is written to like a bad sector and like you were never supposed to even be able to access that shit?
Yeah.
And now you're wondering why like settings don't hold and like they do all kinds of weird things.
So I think the best way to work around that is just save it to SD card. I feel like that's the safest way.
But like people are gonna do shit regardless.
They are.
Stop
I mean,
'em.
like that was one of the gripes I had with the boards, and they don't advertise it anywhere until you get it, and it's like, oh, there's no fucking EEPROM on these chips. And you look up the datasheet on the STM32s, and you're like, oh, there's no EEPROM on these. So, people are like, oh, just write it to the program memory. It's like, you guys don't realize program memory has significantly less write cycles than EEPROM. EEPROM is designed to have high write cycles, be constantly written to save those settings that are changing. Program memory is not. Like, you're going to wear those chips out a lot faster than you would using EEPROM memory. And it might be a year, it might be 6 months, it might be 5 years. It really depends on the person. If you're saving messages all the time or saving settings or have a feature that's utilizing EEPROM to write settings to it to retain data, that could go really fast. Those write settings that are going to the emulated EEPROM in the program memory can really eat through the chip. And then once that memory's shot, that's it. Your board's done. But my main concern is the whole thing of using memory that's bad and then having issues and chasing down problems that aren't actually problems because it's a hardware issue.
It's definitely something that should, like, if you're going to submit a bug report, you should really make a note that you did that.
You guys should have that. Like,
yeah, like there should be like that should be like a checkbox. Like, did you do this?
And that's another thing, like, it's like a 20-cent difference between like the 512K STM chip and the 256. They're cheap chips to begin with. That's why they're using them. You know, like the LPC chips, they're solid chips and they're reliable, but they're 6 to 7 times the cost of an STM32. You know, that's why you don't see them on these $20 boards.
Yeah, like there was a few things I was like looking at, like for like STM, the like that. There's the black pill, and like they're like $3. It's just like if you could get like a shield board and throw it on there, that'd be kind of freaking sweet.
Yeah, and the STMs, don't get me wrong, the STMs are powerful little chips. They just don't, like, you don't really think about it. You're like, you just assume that, I don't know, that feature's there. Like, oh, it's a pretty standard thing for CPUs to have EEPROM memory, but they don't because they're lower cost chips.
Those STM things are pretty low cost. Like again, that black pill like STM32, like it's got some really nice specs and it's got like a whole ton of space and lots of RAM and like all this stuff.
Yeah.
And it's $3.
Yep. I'm gonna hang out in Discord for a little bit, but I'm gonna wrap the stream up. So those of you guys, I'll probably pop back on tomorrow. I'll show putting the EZBoard on here because I'm not happy with the accuracy on this, even after slowing it down. I'm not going to wait for this thing to probe this bed. That's wild. I didn't realize that people are running it that slow.
It's like if that's what it takes to get a decent deviation, that's what you got to do.
And
like,
this is an actual BL Touch. I did validate it. It's Creality is using genuine BL Touches on here, so it's not like it's a knockoff. So
it's one of those things where like I'd run a bunch of tests, like I'd try a bunch of like M48s at this speed and then M48s at that speed and write it all down.
Well, how do you think I arrived at the speed settings we're using for our probes?
Well, yeah, you try it.
Right. So I mean that's
and then
the reason.
You take the average or what's.
That's why we have like guidelines. Like we have a page for, like these are our recommended settings for using it with like a standard Marlin build, because we do have people using them with like the SKR boards and whatnot. And I don't want to get stuck supporting firmware on people's custom machines. So the alternative was I did a whole write-up on these are the options you enable, these are the settings you need to set for these settings. So get all your basic firmware stuff done, get all your end stops working and all this other stuff. So get everything working but your bed leveling settings, then come to our page and use our recommended settings. Because we had people that were either probing way too fast or way too slow, and they're like, this probe doesn't work well, and then we have them change the settings to what we found works best, and it's working now.
It helps to have that stuff documented too, because like anybody who's worth their salt's gonna at least be looking and be like, well, is there any sort of baselines for this?
Yeah. And the thing is, like, I don't want to be like, here's the thing, I don't sell BL Touches, but I know people are going to use them with our boards, so I have to add that into the firmware. And I get people bitching at us that we don't support the Big Tree Tech boards for EZBoard kit, even though we've never advertised. I was like, why don't you ask Big Tree Tech to support these third-party products? Like, our sensors are popular enough where it's something that if they cared about their customers' experience, they would add it in. You know what I mean?
Well, like the thing with that too, it's not even like like it's built into Marlin. It's just like, well, if you just configured it, it would work. It's not really a question of support.
Well,
like it's a question of whether it's set up for you.
The problem is you got a lot of people that are not, there's been a transition from people that are tech savvy and buying the cheap Chinese hardware and know how to get it working and get it to do what they want, to people that are just cheap and have no idea what they're doing and expect it to work.
I've seen
like
a lot of
higher-end
that.
product. And that's the problem. Like the reality is our board costs more, one, because the actual BOM on it's way more, and two, if we're running razor thin margins, I'm not going to be putting in all this time making sure everything's properly tuned and everything's super well documented, and paying to host our firmware site and paying a developer to develop that firmware site for us just so our customers have an easier installation experience. Like we've gone, I feel like, above and beyond what we need to do that, but the reality is because we do not have razor thin margins on the board, I can justify that because it's going to help the sales of the product. And a lot of people don't see that. They just see, oh, this is 2-3 times the cost of the Chinese boards. And the Chinese boards say they do the same thing. So, you know, but it is what it is. I mean, they're selling a lot. You know, we've got really strong sales on them. So, you know, I feel like the people that are complaining about it are not the people that would even be purchasing it. And even if we had a lower price, even if like let's say we somehow were able to put the price at $60, which would be below my cost, they're still going to complain. You know what I mean?
Inevitably, as your volume goes up, your complaints will go up.
Yeah, well, I found as you lower your prices, the amount of people you deal with that are difficult goes up too.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, because you got cheap people and not so smart people that don't. So many people just like you just need to do your research.
Muggles.
Like, look into it for a little while first. Don't just go buy.
Like I've talked to other people in this space, and they've said the same thing. You know, like it's like when we do sales, we get an influx of people that are just like completely clueless and didn't even look at anything, you know, and refuse to read documentation. It's like, you know, we have no problem if you got a problem or, you know, like a technical question about the product, we'll help you out. But if you're just not reading the documentation, like that's not cool. Like you have to read the documentation. We're not gonna, you know, sit here and type out everything that's already documented. Like just go look through it. Like it's in, you know, as plain of English as I can, and I don't get technical in the documentation. You know what I mean? It's here's what you need to do step by step. Here's how you mount it. Here's how you connect it. Here's what slicer settings you need to change. Here's how you update your firmware. You know, there's only so much you can do.
And it's like there is some level of expectation of like knowledge that like you kind of expect some basic knowledge, like at least a little.
We've had people that are trying to, like I had a guy that bought our EZBoard, didn't even know what the hell his layer fan was. I just sent him a picture with an arrow pointing to what fan was his layer fan. I'm not even joking.
As I always,
the reason
I always say, like you can go and sell someone a car, and the person can jump in a car and drive it. For one, they may not drive it well. For two, they may not know what a tire is, and for three, they don't know where the fuel cap is. And that's the people you never want to deal with.
Like
it's like having this conversation. It brings to mind like a certain person that came on to the GTech forums recently that won't be named, but this particular person has a YouTube channel, and they come out of the forums saying, "Oh, this doesn't work," and they've got so many thousands of followers, and it's garbage. And it's just like, yeah, well, I can show you mine working. And then he puts up a video, and it's like he's using a bubble level on the bed, and he didn't home the printer at all, and he wonders why it won't print.
Are you trolling right now?
It's like, oh my god.
Are you making this up?
And like I left a message on that video, and I'm like, I pointed out all the things you did wrong, and it's like you claim to be an expert,
what
but
printer model was this?
An A20M.
I don't think someone's that, if they're supposed to have a channel, they're that dumb that they're using a bubble level.
And I recently looked at his channel like earlier, like yesterday or something, and he's got another printer that you know they sent him for review, and he's doing it again.
What?
With the bubble level.
When was this posted? Trying to narrow this down here.
Probably a few days. Like I could send you a link. Like hold on. Like it's just so bad. I'm like, what are you doing? He's like, oh, the Z is jumping. I'm like, what do you mean the Z is jumping? Like, you didn't even home the printer. Of course it has question marks.
So this guy left a negative review on our board, and I allow, like, we publish, like, you know, not good reviews on our products if it's like a legitimate, like, this product is screwed up, and then we'll reach out to them and be like, hey, dude, like, you know, usually they never contact us. So the process is, like, if it's like, oh, well, obviously something's screwed up, we'll email them, ask them if they need help, and then go from there. And this guy left a 1-star review because even in the documentation, it says if you have a CR10S machine, you connect the control box fan terminal. You just take your side cutters, snip it off, and strip the wires, and you put them in. And he was losing his shit because, like, well, he doesn't want to cut the wires. It's like, it doesn't matter. If you go back to the stock board for some reason, you can put them in the other screw terminal too. It doesn't need to go to that. It's all connected. And I was trying to be nice to him, and then he was like, email. I was like, no, it's fine. I'll just reply. Like, just know I might not get back to you right away, but I'll reply. And then like he sent me a thing. It's like, well, what's the layer fan? I'm like, I can't even right now. Like I want to help people, but it's like, can you please just read the documentation and know the basics of the machine? Like, you shouldn't be attempting this. You know, like, you're gonna end up damaging your printer or the product, and it's just gonna create more headaches. You know what I mean?
It's all right. Got a definition for them now. 3D UNTs. In map electronics, we had PC UNTs. What is
What?
PC user non-technicals. So now we've got 3D printer users non-technicals. There you go.
Heard of that. You said it was the
didn't want to know what
A20M?
Macintosh was. They were the worst.
I'm trying to find this review.
We call them food.
Like,
looks like he even deleted my comments off his video.
It's really hard. It's really hard because I genuinely want to help like people, and it's just really hard when you just kind of gotta be like, yeah, I think it's time to just, you know, cut our losses, so to speak. You know what I mean? You know, and it sucks, but you know, the reality is I can't be spending 6 hours to guide someone through setting up a board when
See,
they
at
don't
that
know
point,
basics
Tim,
of the machine.
what you should do is sell them that 3D printing book. The one that just goes through everything about 3D printing.
It's
and
a
just
good
go,
book.
"Buy that."
That's why I carry it. That's why I carry it in the shop. He did a really
Just
good
buy
job.
the book.
It's not perfect, but it's one of like I can't find anything else that's, you know, better out there. So I'm still trying to find that review. Can't find it. You said it's A20M?
Yeah, here's the link. Oh,
I've never even heard of this person.
yeah. He's like, oh, I got this many followers on blah blah blah, and
This
like
is
he came on the
a
forums.
vertical video. He has 133 subscribers.
Yeah, but like he was like, oh, I got all these friends on Facebook, and I'm gonna do this, and I was like, yeah, go ahead. You're gonna go ahead and look like an
I
idiot.
have no clue. I have
Okay.
no experience. So explain me how I do things like this.
I love the part where he's like, oh, look at this jumping. It's just like, yeah, you didn't home it. Like that's what it looks like.
This one.
I thought this was gonna be like an actual channel. This is just like some guy's YouTube. I've got more followers on my personal channel that I just upload bullshit to.
Well, it was just
It's a
funny that he
vertical
was
video.
just like, yeah, just like making like outrageous claims.
What are those clips he's using to hold the glass on?
There's so many questionable things he does in that video, and he's just like, oh, I'm an expert. I've got like 5,000 hours.
This is
like,
almost 20 minutes long.
and there's more videos too. Like he continually does
I want
like
to see the
weird
bubble
stuff.
level. I want to see the bubble level.
It's electronic, but it's a bubble level. He sets it on the bed, and it's just like, what are you doing? Like that doesn't
Oh,
work.
no.
You can't
He's
do
digging
that.
through- he's digging through a drawer.
And he's like, oh, you know, I'm an expert. I got all this stuff. And it's just like, yeah, you're showing me that you have some money to spend. That's all you...
He's got a drawer full of pills?
Apparently. Like, I don't know why he showed...
Like, what? These
I
are
love
like
the weird gibberish, too. Like, I don't
these
even
are like-
understand what he's
these are like
saying.
prescriptions.
Yeah, like, I don't know.
What is... Oh, yeah. Oh. Are we bringing the level out?
It's that
Oh, my
little red
God.
box thing.
Jesus Christ.
He does it on another video, too. And I'm like, what do you do? You can't do that.
Oh, my God. I thought you were trolling.
It was no joke.
Oh, Jesus.
He told us, you know, he was like a reviewer from GearBest and all kinds of stuff. and it's
GearBest will
just like,
send
yeah,
you...
like, you're just
GearBest
an idiot.
will make you a review if you have a pulse. I don't even know. Why is he showing solder?
I don't know.
This
like,
video makes... There's like packs of pills all over this guy's desk. What is he doing?
Like
There's,
that was his
bottles
response video to my
everywhere.
post on the forums. Like,
He's crushing them up and snorting them. He must be. If he's
don't
thinking he's
know.
going to get anything from that.
What is going on? He's using Repetier hose? Who the hell uses Repetier hose?
I know. Like there's so many
Dickens.
questionable things he does in that video, and I'm like, there's no way.
I'm downloading this video in case he pulls it.
And he just wouldn't listen to anybody. Like, no, he knows
Are you
best,
watching
he's
the stream
best.
right now? Are you like seeing?
I'm watching that. Oh my god, he's got blackboard school clips holding the glass plate on.
Yes.
Not even the mini bulldog clips.
They're
They're
full-size
blackboard
clips.
school clip.
I
Yeah, like you're gonna run into issues with that too. Those clips are way too big.
I can't even right now.
They don't even.
I'm like a
hold
white
properly
girl. I literally
because they're
can't even.
semi-spring.
Dude,
Yeah, like I joke, but like sometimes it's hard to tell because like
you were
I'm just so
joking.
serious
This
that
guy
it's just
is
unbelievable.
super serious.
I'm sorry,
about
I'm crying at the moment. That is just hilarious.
How about Vert? You're now obligated to send me any videos like this because I feel like I need to do like a Tim reacts to stuff like this.
Like I really couldn't believe that. Like usually like you get people to come in like the forums, they're angry. You know, like they they might spout off a few words, and it's just like the best way to like not get help is to just like get pissed off at the people that might
You guys
actually
should
do
just
something
delete
for
the
you.
post. Just delete the post. Like I don't I understand people are frustrated. Like
I've actually banned a few people
no
over
one
some
deserves
shit
to be
because like they
treated like
started
that.
like
Like,
yelling at me.
We've had customers.
Frustration and lack of knowledge is fine, but you have to at least make an effort.
Like
Well, you
we've
gotta
had.
at least try some shit. Like,
Well, we have. If people get shitty with us, like I don't care what the reason is. If they get shitty with us, we just tell them they need to calm down, and we'll talk to them when they're, not doing that. What is going on with this? Okay, hang on. It's 115. Okay, well, I'm gonna save a copy of this. This is like, oh my god, hang on. I gotta go through my files. I got another one for you. You guys ready to have a laugh since we're talking about this?
I'm gonna throw you a link to another video where he does the same thing with that bubble level.
I am one-upping you
on another
here.
printer.
Okay, fine, but I'm one-upping you here because this is even more ridiculous. Like, I don't think you're ready for this. And I saved this video. I don't remember the guy's name, but I saved this video. This is posted in the CR10 group.
Hey folks, so you guys were saying that
Like, I think
have
I'm
to
just gonna have to
feed my
sub to this guy
filaments
just to like see
not
what kind
through
of
this
stuff he
hose,
does.
but
Like,
Hang on. Okay, you guys, you ready for this? Like, I wish the stream there wasn't a delay because you're gonna laugh. You're gonna laugh so hard. Can I send it through Discord? Okay, here. I'm just gonna send you guys a video so you can watch this because this is what I'm about to display on the stream. So that first video is the first one he posted in the group, and this was like years ago. Like I said, I don't remember the guy's name, but I saved it because it was so ridiculous. Like,
so I just bought this CR10 Mini. We just set everything up today. Followed all the instructions, did a bunch of troubleshooting, and we can't get
just don't
the
skip. Just
extruder
watch
to
it.
like actually chop out the filament.
Yeah, I'm watching this
If I
now.
raise this
Oh wait,
up here,
wait! I just realized I shared the wrong monitor. On my thing.
Set everything up today.
Oh.
Followed all the instructions, did a bunch of troubleshooting, and we can't get the extruder to like actually chop out the filament. If I raise the extruder up here and like turn the nozzle up really, really high, some of the filament comes out, but not a lot. And when I'm trying to print something, I'll set up a print right now. So print from SD, print.
Hang on, I'm pausing this for the stream. Don't say. don't read it yet.
What did he do?
Need a G-code.
oh my!
I told you.
I heat up the bed.
I don't know. Nothing happens. Like I have no idea why the filament doesn't come out.
I'm audio only. What did he do?
Hang on. Don't say
It's
anything.
not even hooked up.
Hang on.
Like,
hang on. Don't ruin it.
Tons of YouTube videos.
Just a little bit comes out.
I've been doing this for.
Hang on.
And then it's gonna try and print.
So I
And
fast forward to the
whole
part
lot
where
of
he's
nothing's
gonna go print it.
Cause it's like there's no following everything, and like so. Nothing comes out. We're very the nozzle.
Oh, you guys are not
push it
fully.
down.
I'm at like a minute 30.
It's really hard. Sometimes I can get some to come out, but all it does is curl around it like this, and not very much. And I hard.
So
it's called clearly, and stick to the paper either.
So
this is
so Nereus,
paper
One,
that
nozzle's like a mile away from the bed. Two, he is pushing the filament through the PTFE tube by hand.
That is golden. That is just golden.
And it wasn't a troll. It wasn't a troll. It was 100%
sure?
legitimate. Yes.
Are
There's
you
there's
sure?
a second
Because-
video. I posted in Discord. There's a second video where he's
I'm
following
watching
up.
the second one
He's
now.
following up. He's just saying, I'm not even gonna
Hey,
bother
but
showing
so
it. He's
you
just
guys-
saying people are saying to put in here, and then he doesn't know how to where to put the tube in. But you know, he's watched a million YouTube videos on this.
Noobish.
I told you I was gonna top that video.
Oh man, I think he just took the whole bakery with that one. No way.
I've been like
I-
saving that. When is this dated? This is from like January 2018. So this is 2 years old. I remember the guy's name, so the chat is like, what the fuck? Wow.
No, I can't deal with that. Like
I just heard you
man.
busting out laughing. I was like, oh. And then you got to
I
the
am
part where
literally
he's
crying. My face is bright red. I could barely breathe watching this.
Wow.
In all my years of 3D printing, even when I started off building little shitty ones, I have never in my life seen someone do that.
I've never seen anybody do it. He's the only person I've ever seen doing that.
Like, he's not even like all like angry about it, like not like wanting to accept
No.
help or anything. He's just that.
He's so confident in his failure. Like, I've watched everything. It's if I push really hard, it starts coming out, but it's just going up around the tip of the nozzle.
Oh, I know. He needs an upgrade. He needs the hamster wheel on the side of the filament. That's what he needs.
How do you miss that? That's actually in their documentation on setting it up.
It's not that. If you watch every single video, any video on a 3D printer with a Bowden tube on it, that is the first thing that you see. Is
If
someone
he's
loading the
watched
filament
YouTube,
into
like
the Bowden.
let's pretend Creality's information doesn't exist. And the YouTube there's a million YouTube videos on the CR10 series.
Oh man.
I'm watching this other guy's channel. He is literally bringing the bubble level out for more printers.
Yeah, like no joke.
I don't
Like,
even,
how, what?
I'm trying not to be a complete asshole, but
It's like he doesn't understand why it's like, you know, showing question marks.
it doesn't. It's not gonna do it. It's not how any of this works. It's how this works. It's not how any of this works. Cue that gif. Like,
It's like,
oh,
where
man.
did you get this IDEX machine from? Like, I want one. Like, you're just ruining it.
God, the comment on that video, the only comment is more bubble level.
Oh, he's blocked my comments so you can't see my comments? Because I commented on that one too.
Did you?
I see the more bubble level, but you can't see mine.
I can't
He totally
see yours.
blocked me. He
He shadow banned you.
Yeah, that's hilarious.
There's a lot of people shadow banned from our channel. And then someone's like, you're like, I've been really good about mixing our music correctly, and yet we'll still have people. And there's some other guy that was just like posting weird shit. Just like, yeah, I'm not even gonna respond. I'm just gonna I don't even respond to people that are being just stupid. Like, people having fair criticisms, fine, send it. But people that are just being weird and belligerent, like, nope, not even worth my time. Just gonna remove them and move on with my life.
Like, I got one guy on my channel that likes to just downvote things for no apparent reason.
Yeah,
Like,
people do it all the time. As soon as I post a
It's like, why?
video,
Why?
like within like 5
Didn't even
minutes,
watch it.
we get 2 to 3. Like this stream's probably got like 5. I don't know. Can't hear all my haters. Is that the words that the kids call them these days? What do the kids call them these days? Is it the haters still? I'm 31. I'm old now. I am downloading all these videos from that channel. That channel is...
It's comedy gold. Like
I love when you get the people that are so overly confident in what they're doing.
and like I tried really hard to like talk to him and like, you know, explain, but like he just wouldn't hear any
No,
of
you
it.
can't. You can't help people that
He didn't want help. Like he just wanted to complain.
like that's how it is.
There's not stupid questions, just stupid people.
There are stupid questions.
It's like, although like the first time I answered his request, like I was hiding my admin status, but like I immediately turned it on after his first comment, and he was still like, "Oh, I'm looking for GTAC. It's not your problem." It's just like, "Yeah, you don't see that admin tag."
Like, yeah. So, anyways, I'm gonna rip the stream off. I'm gonna just hang out in Discord for about, I don't know, 15, 20 more minutes. So, everybody, hope you enjoyed this. You guys actually are watching all this. I don't know.